God damn it. I was talking the whole time. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. So if you're wondering why that is, every time Logitech does an update on the computer, it resets some of my settings. One of those settings is the mic setting, and I have to literally just like the registry like in the device gets changed, so I have to just manually adjust it. I was talking for so long. Oh. Well, you know, just a classic moment. Also, welcome, Infogens. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to Stream for 11 months. Quality content you can be assured of, like me having my mic muted. So let me start from the beginning. Let's start over. Let's start over. We're gonna start over. Good morning, everybody. What's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, guy who can't check to see if he's muted or not before he turns on the stream. Some of you might be wondering about the tree, and you might be like, hey, why is this here? I thought you said you were getting rid of it yesterday. At the end of my live stream, I ended it because I was feeling very nauseous. I ended up fixing my nausea with a sacred technique, and my nausea was fixed, but I ended up feeling tired and not wanting to continue doing things. So I'm going to get rid of it later because I didn't feel like doing it this morning. However, you know what I do feel like doing? Talking about DDO bonus days. Right now, it's 10% bonus experience points for every member of your party other than yourself.
Good to hear
On
you
top of
again,
that,
equals.
you also get 15% bonus XP for being a VIP. This means that if you are not using an experience point potion, and you have a full party, and you're a VIP, you'll be getting 65% bonus experience, which is more than the biggest XP potion. If you use a 50% potion, and you have a full party, you'll be getting 115% experience, which is bananas. If you have a 50% potion and you're doing quests on Reaper 10, you will be getting just shy of 20,000 Reaper XP on a first time bonus, which is crazy. That's crazy. Also, Zedalock, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well.
Rest from a chocolate chip.
Yep. Yes, I was bludgeoned by a chocolate chip, and I had to take a rest. So yeah. How many lives can you get through with this? Well, the problem is the reincarnation cooldown timer. There's a limit on how many times you can reincarnate unless you can overcome that. But realistically, you could do 2 full entire TRs where you could like TR and then re-level back up to cap and then be waiting on the timer pretty easily. Now, I'm playing a ranged character, so my limits on that are you know, they exist. I'm not going to be able to do that as fast as I would like. But with the buddy bonus, that's not too bad. So usually, I would like make my own group. But what I'm realizing is I can just like join a party and then just do whatever, and I don't have to worry about it. So I can just hit this party, and if then they let me in, I get to go on an adventure and gain a bunch of experience points. Look at that. How fast is this going to be? Very excited. For 2 reasons. One, I want to continue leveling up this character. I pretty much got all of the information I need to make a build talking about like bows and stuff. Running, please share. I'm like running. I have all the information I need to make a video about bows, specifically for the leveling process. I'm not an end game bow person, and I never will be. I just can't be bothered. I just don't care. But some people are really big into endgame bow. Maybe I could become an endgame bow person. But my god, does the AoE for leveling feel amazing. And to me, that's the important part. Although for you, you may be more focused about the endgame thing. I hope other people that focus on that sort of stuff come out and make some either videos or talk about stuff or make some forum posts talking about their experiences inside. So that way they can be like good information for people that want to have more of that insight into the power of the real power of the bow and arrow in modern DDO. But again, I don't know. How many Lamborghinis can I fit in my Lamborghini account? So that's a great question. I'll have to ask the Buffett Warren billionaire about that and see if we can get some insight in my account and see what I've got for Lamborghini accounts. What a great video. Oh, we're doing Crucible. Oh, why am I running to the end? I don't even know what I'm doing, dude. I just joined a quest and got 20,000 XP for free. Look at all that XP. 44% bonus XP, first time bonus, extra bonus, bonus. Double XP, triple XP, quadruple XP, octuple XP. I get K-Crest if someone goes for lever. I'll get lever for K. Dude, I'm going to do whatever people tell me to do. I'm having a good time. I'm an archer. I get to join a party. We have high-powered people in the party, like a ranger doing something, a warlock doing something, a paladin doing something, and a fighter doing something. That, and also, not that I don't want to play an archer. I'm enjoying this, but I want to be able to put out a video sooner rather than later, and I also want to play a Dragonlord. Not Ty Lopez? Well, I was referencing the video where that person made called Here in My Garage, where they redid the video with the Lamborghini account. In which he says, the Buffett Warren billionaire, as the reference to that. So I was referencing the thing you were referencing. Is that Easter tree behind you? No, it's I'm not going to explain it. I don't have to. I just realized I don't have to explain it, so I'm not going to. You can use your own imagination. I need something to do something I always forget to do every single time. There we go. Which is get chat open, because I don't have chat. There we go. Now I have the chat. People are doing the things. I probably could have been talking to the NPCs here. I wasn't doing that, but I could have been. There we go. I barely get through the maze. Good on the rest. All right. Well, yeah, I should be able to help with this. So, Archer. Let's talk about Archer. What is Archer good for? Well, right now, kind of good for everything. I can't speak to the other range styles because, again, I don't know. I'm not playing as any of the other range styles. But for this character, it feels pretty good, generally. The fact that you have Area of Effect in easy access feels absolutely fantastic. So I can just go like, boom, hit like a bunch of guys. So I got a bunch of crits. Get some more crits, get some more AoE. It feels pretty good, and I can definitely recommend it if you are unsure about what exactly you want to do with your type of range character. The fact that bow characters are so good at AoE right now is pretty nice. Does this mean that every bow character is going to be heavily focused on Area of Effect? I don't think so. I think that it's just obviously nice since I'm playing Ranger, and then there's also some AoE and Horizon Walker. That's pretty good. But yeah, who's with... oh, they're doing K. Okay, they're doing this in a different order. So what I'm going to be doing here is something that you generally aren't supposed to do, which is I'm going to be killing the guys up top. Now, the reason why I'm killing them is because we can get an XP bonus, because they actually respawn as harder variants if you kill the ones up top. And getting more kills is better for getting more experience points. And yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. We'll be killing all the guys up top. Getting that extra XP. I also don't know where the direct teammates are that I have around me. I assume that these guys are already doing what they're supposed to be doing, but again, I don't know. Oh yeah, just do I. I'll just tell this guy to do I. Give me the I. I got it. The maze is one of those things that a lot of people find intimidating, for sure. And if you don't know how to do it, I totally understand that. As somebody who has been playing the game for a while, I have this place down like the back of my hand. As somebody who looks at the back of my hand regularly. But yeah, I can also understand why a lot of people have apprehension about this one, especially since you have one bad experience of getting stuck in here for like 100 hours, and then you cannot escape. So we can... I do not have a crest. So we just need to put the snake crest in, and then we should be done. Okay, and we should be done. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't tumble because I'm stuck in melee range with this Reaper. All right. So basically, the way that you do this quickly is you just use one of the crests through the wall, and you are all set. So that's done. Socket already filled. Wait, did I not pick one of them up? Hold on, did I fuck up? I might have fucked up. I don't think so, but I didn't. Did I not pick up one of these? There's just rubble. Crest of the snake. Oh shit. Yeah, we actually do need this. Whoops. Okay, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. My bad. I thought I picked this up. I think I must have picked up a treasure bag and I wasn't paying attention. So snake socket. It's done. Oh, and that person's doing tramps, which is perfect. Gonna heal myself a little bit here. Through the wall. Yeah, it'd be nice. Could you imagine if you could just move through walls using like a cheat code in the video game? A lot of video games have stuff like that, where like you can use like Cheat Engine or something to, or like a program that will allow you to go through regular collision. Not like online multiplayer games, but you know, your single player games and what have you. It'd be kind of cool for something like DDO. Give me like an admin cheat mode so I can just move through all the walls if I feel like it. Should have taken swim as well. Didn't take it. I took the skill swim, but I didn't take the spell that gives you extra swim. That would have been a good idea. Anyways, hope everybody's doing good today. It's also a beautiful day outside here, so even though I'm going to be having some fun playing video games inside on my computer and not going outside, it is an absolutely beautiful day, and it is the perfect day to be jumping outside and doing activities with your friends and family. Which is nice. It's nice. It's a nice, beautiful day. Again, I find it's kind of weird because it's definitely not supposed to be as warm as it is outside right now. It's very, very, very not standard for Canada here, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. So you know, I'm not gonna complain about the fact that it's warm per se, but it is just kind of odd. I mean, you can change spells. You can, yeah. I just have to go and rest, but I don't feel like it, man. Diplomacy. Somebody's doing the crates, so we're good. Gonna make sure we break all the crates. Break all the crates. I don't think I have enough wisdom to be able to do everything, but I'm honestly not sure. Might have enough. What's my wisdom? 35. Is that enough? Is it 35 or 36? I think it's 34. I don't know. Chill heat wave brings May fires. Very true, yeah. We had a lot of fires last year up here in Canada that we don't normally have. And it turns out if it's even warmer and drier this year than last year, we'll get even more fires, which is very cool. You guys remember when it was summertime and you'd look up in the sky and there was like smoke covering everything and you couldn't see the sky? Good times, huh? I'm loving it. Very good melee. Trying to build a nice crit build with a greatsword. Doing well so far. I've been stunning oozes and undead, which is crazy. Yeah, the stun works on everything. I've seen some people get, or like have comments about that. So my opinion is that I do wish that the stun didn't work for consistency's sake. Oozes, constructs, undead are stun immune. That isn't a status effect that they have. And so the fact that it is called a stun, I don't like as much. Well, actually, it's not. It's called a cower, technically, and cower works on everything in the game, but still, you know, it's just one of those things that feels like it's inconsistent, but I don't think it's overpowered. I just think it's inconsistent. So like, imagine you're somebody who's like kind of new and you get like stunning blow and you try to stun an undead, but then you can suddenly use your dragon roar at the undead and it works. It's just kind of weird that would happen. Like, it's hard to explain that. And so that's my only complaint, is just that I do wish there was a bigger level of consistency with it. Not that it's overpowered or anything. I generally have no problem. With the new changes, did you just Horizon Walker over Deepwood Stalker? Are they similar? I'm using Horizon Walker because I am multi-classing. And I want the capstone. 1, 2, 3. If you are playing either like... I think that the Ranger capstone, the Deepwood Stalker one, is quite good because it gives range power. So is Mystical Archer for the double shot. Both of those are pretty good. I'm going with Horizon Walker capstone because I want +2 many shot and also favorite enemy marked target. So you get extra bonus damage against marked enemies, which is very good. And then, yeah, so you get a lot of extra damage from this. I think it's because I'm like multi-classing. That's why I want to go with that. You don't necessarily need a capstone, but 2 extra charges of many shot is a lot of many shot. The immunity should stop cower. It should, but there are a lot of paladins. So. You can gold and paralyze oozes. You can. All rangers using Acid Arrow, Silver Longbow, Epic, Roadwatch, and Vorpal. Are there newer, better bows I should look out for? If I'm being honest, the bows that I'm going to be using for leveling, I use the Nicked Longbow from level 2 to level 10. The Nicked Longbow is one you get out of the Lord's, or the Shard Syndicate Saga for level 2s. Then I got a Morning Lord's or Barovia Longbow for level 10, and I'm going to use that to 20. And then from 20 to 30, the plan is to use a one of the ones from, what do you call it? The Keep on the Borderlands, because it's free and I don't want to farm one out. So realistically, if you have something that's better than those weapons, like the Silver Longbow is great. I don't know what the Epic Roadwatch bow does, but I'm assuming it's pretty good. If you have better than those, then yeah, I think you'll do fine. Oh, the Roadwatch is the... Oh, is that the one from Just Business? Is it? I don't remember that being called the Roadwatch bow, but I guess. That, yeah, the Twisted Willow is a different one. Roll the 1. Classic. Sapphire Sting is a good option. Great bow if you need a bow. As I said, there's a lot of good options. I'm just using the worst options, and it still feels powerful. So, like, you know, that's where my thought goes. If the worst option is good, I wouldn't stress about it. So yeah, as far as like equipment for bows, I think right now the benefit of most bow builds having access to really powerful imbues is you don't really need to care about how much damage your actual bow does. You kind of just tack it on. And the fact that they buffed bows so heavily by giving them critical threat range, critical multi, like all over the place is really nice. Horizon Walker's nice because you get +1 critical threat range and multi for leveling, so you don't need to be any type of ranger. It's just right here, which is really convenient with Feywild Attunement. And then you've also got the feats, Point Blank Range, there's range feats. Point Blank Range, or Point Blank Shot, which gives +1 critical threat range with longbows and short bows. Why? They buffed it, so there it is. And then you also get Combat Archery and Epics, which gives you, I believe, +1 multi with your bows, which is even better. So as a result, it doesn't really matter which bow you put on. You're going to have a good time regardless because they just beefed up bows. Hey, you might be wondering why they didn't do that with other styles. And the answer is, the other styles just kind of feel better. Repeating Crossbow just feels good the entire way through the game. It just blasts. Inquisitive also just feels good. I would say the only the only type that doesn't feel as good is Thrower, and that's because of the weird scaling, where throwing weapons scale directly off of main stat. So if I throw a shuriken, I have a percentage chance to throw an extra shuriken equal to my dexterity score, and so having a better score is better. So like, just if the higher this number, the higher, the better everything gets. And not just like, obviously this is a damage mod, but it's just like your chance to, it's kind of like a Dextra double shot chance, as it were. And so having higher numbers is very good in that circumstance where you want to just be able to do blanket more damage. Go farm an Unwavering Ardency. Yeah, I'm okay. And the same thing is with not just Shuriken, but also Simple Weapon Thrower. And before somebody says, wait a minute, Stream Tom, did you say all throwers are good now? I can't wait for my throwing hammer build. You might have to wait for your throwing hammer build. Just gonna let you know, you might have to do a little waiting for the old throwing hammer build. Anyway, since there's an XP bonus right now, you actually don't need to worry about using like any type of experience point potion or experience point bonus or anything like that, which is kind of nice. Because it's like an extra 65% XP if you have a full party. But that being said, if you did happen to have an XP bonus and you wanted to use it and throw it in there, I mean, there's nothing really wrong with actually doing that, is there? Why not get an extra 10%? Let's do it. Just level even faster. Get even more experience points. Just... Yeah. Per person plus 15% VIP. 65% bonus XP with a full party is great. Drop before I got the quiver. Yeah, I will say this. The other item that I would definitely recommend for leveling, not for leveling, but for just any type of bow build. If you want to play any type of bow build, I think it actually applies to all ranged characters. I don't know if it applies it to like throwers as well. But there's the quiver you can get out of Epic Ravenloft, the Purifying Quiver, that gives you blunted ammunition. It's just too good. And I can recommend that for basically everybody. Makes sense to incentivize autos. Autos doesn't get the buddy bonus. So autos does not get buddy bonus. Now, if autos got buddy bonus, like if you could just get a bunch of people into a party and then go 6-man into a dungeon and then eat your XP stone. That'd be pretty good. I'd do that. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'd go with that. That'd be pretty good. I just fail. 3 plus 36. Video games. I fail again. Okay, no, I was just like. It's not that unlikely. I have an 80% success rate, and as somebody who has yet to play XCOM, apparently I have to, but who will eventually play XCOM. Apparently having an 80% success rate means I should get used to failing everything all of the time. Which, you know, it is what it is. The Dynamistic Quiver is alright for leveling, but they're definitely, as we just talked about, there are better options for, like, endgame and stuff. The main reason why the Dynamistic Quiver isn't quite as good is that the range power bonus that you get from the Quiver doesn't stack with, like, an Augment, which are fairly easy to come by at endgame. So it's not going to be as good. Yo, what's up, Kevin Head? How you doing? And same with the double shot, also doesn't stack with like double shot augment or double shot items. So the Dynamistic Quiver is good for starting out until you like get into the real build.
The gate opens, and a maddened giant seer comes charging out. The madness overcame me.
The madness overcame me. Also, if you're wondering what's going on here, we're basically doing this quest out of order, and the main reason you do this quest out of order is that the, oh my god, you can actually run all 3 giants at the exact same time, and it goes significantly faster. So that's why we're doing this a little bit out of order. I assume this guy's going to 3. Yeah, I'm gonna stick on 2. Take care of this.
And beyond, a living giant bellows in rage.
No, die, Reaper. He actually has a lot of hit points. Unfortunately for me, I don't have a good way of instantly killing it. I do have a lot of critical hit chance, and I can actually bypass its fortification, but sometimes you still just don't land when you want to. Also, there's a little bit of lag today. Why? I don't know. Time you played was 3 to 4 years ago. That makes sense, yeah. A lot has changed in the past 3 to 4 years. One of the major changes is with Saltmarsh, that we had the Augment revamp, where basically augments were this like mechanic where you could add stats onto your gear. A lot of pieces of equipment have an augment slot. Hello, video game. A lot of pieces of equipment have an augment slot, so we're looking at stuff like this. It says like blue augment slot. A lot of the augment slots weren't super valuable because of the way they were statted. They decided to standardize it by just putting all of the augments on a curve and adding almost all of the stats that you can get in the whole video game onto the options list for what you can get for augments, which is cool because it means that if you are somebody who really wanted to like min-max or like fit in a piece of gear, let's say you're like, oh man, I really want to get, you know, bonus to false life, I want to get extra hit points into my build, but you just couldn't fit it onto anywhere else. Now it's an augment, so you can like throw it in there on top of that. So by knowing what stats are augmentable, you can now, and then having, you know, going and farming out those augments, you can get extra stats. Then they started adding unique augments with extra stats. They already had those from raids, things like the Meridian Fragment, as an example, but they started adding more and more of them, and they added a lot of really cool augments overall. So there's a lot of really neat stuff you can do with augments now. Also, the new Tumble changes. If you've been gone for a while, Gravy Pockets, I gotta say, you gotta try out Tumble. The new Tumble, it's so good. Basically, what they did is they made Tumble into like a regular video game mechanic. So when you are tumbling, if you're wearing light or medium armor, light or no armor, then your character gets 95% dodge during your tumble. So, for example, my character right now, my dodge chance is 63, but if I tumble, my dodge chance goes to 95% for 1 second, which basically is kind of like getting immunity frames from an attack, as if you're playing like Dark Souls or Monster Hunter or something where you dodge out of the way and you don't take any damage while you're dodging, which feels fantastic.
Turns to you. The ritual.
If the dodge doesn't appear on your character sheet, dodge doesn't update if you're mousing over it. And the plus tab doesn't update if you're looking at it. It's not dynamically updated. Be cool if it was, but it's not. Quantum dodge, yeah, exactly. If you're measuring it, then you can't get a result. It's Schrodinger's dodge. Sorry, dude.
Not much longer.
The uncertainty principle just applies here. Yeah, it does in fact work. I've been playing around with it. I actually think it's kind of too good. I've seen some people talking about how they're like, man, they should have like sources of extra tumble charges everywhere. And I'm like, it's really good, dude. Like, it's really good. Like, if you're playing well, you don't take like any damage. So on the one hand, I do think it's very cool. The old roll of one. Good old corner of the quarry, roll of one. Oh, I didn't roll a one against that guy, though. That was nice.
Storm's heart falls. There are surely more, but at least their number has been culled. Almost
Stop.
done.
I'm trying to tank a Doom Reaper. I tank Reapers and stuff all the time with this.
I could feel him.
So, like, this character, if a Reaper's coming before you, the only thing you have to be careful of is that Plague and Carnage Reapers slow you in melee, whereas Doom Reapers don't, which is nice. So for Doom Reapers, it's actually definitely something you can easily manage and test out. God, the AoE is so nice, being able to just like smash down a couple of those guys at the same time. Oh, ranged characters. Love ranged characters.
Almost.
Oh, it's so weird to say. It feels like poison to my brain. I like ranged characters. Who am I? And what have they done with me? With the real Strim. Reasonable bouncing factor? Yeah, the only problem I have with this system is I can't see the charges while I'm gaming. Like, if I'm in the moment and I'm gaming the hell out of my video game, okay, I'm like, you know, you're doing like the gamer slouch. No, we're not sitting back in the chair relaxing. We're like the, oh, I've just lost to a boss twice. No, no, no. We're going to sit back, we're going to lean forward, you know, elbows on the knees, gaming, staring at my television right now, just like I'm ready to game. Like, if I'm doing that, I'm plugged in. I don't know when I can tumble. I need to have like, I need to see the progress bar on that new tumble charge coming back. I need to see that little radial circle that you get, that progress bar in Guild Wars 2. I need to see my stamina coming back in Elder Scrolls Online. I gotta see the friggin' dash meter like I'm playing depth, just waiting for my next dash to dodge a shark. Okay, that's what I need.
Go now. Stop this madness.
So yeah, that's. I'm just saying that would be nice. Excuse me? Whatever, man. I don't know. I can't shoot that guy. I tried. 6 out of 7 arrows would miss. Whee, whee. Yeah, the recharge is pretty good. Big fan. Somebody's already down there doing that. So I'm gonna go return to the fire giant, go after the boss, then blow him up. Fortunately, I don't have any spells to hit the boss with, so it's not bad.
Just in time.
Just in time.
Look,
I think that the epic giant's name is Whirl, and it's so much better.
Monsters is coming through it.
Just in time says Whirl. What a name. Dodge, dodge, dodge. And miss, because I have high armor class. Nope, sorry.
Central spire lies beyond the gate of bone.
One big problem that this character has is attack rate, which is something I need, which is a problem I need to solve. My attack rate is not that high. I am working on it though. I'm going to be going for action boost haste, which will help me out tremendously with my attack rate. I get the feeling that this character will probably be using Legendary Dreadnought pretty aggressively, so we'll see. I want to try out Dire Charge with this character.
Skeletal warlock. This must be the source of the Madstone spell.
Die.
Good.
Good.
My seers say these skeletons were
All
dragon
right.
magic.
Yeah, overall, loving the range changes, loving the XP bonus. It'd be great if they just, like, you know, left that as the total bonus across the entire game all the time. People are so salty about the Helldivers patch, it's insane. Well, so I'm of the opinion that I do think that Helldivers 2 is too easy. And the reason why I say that is not because I'm a god gamer. I'm not that great at the game. But like once you get some of the upgrades, the higher difficulties become easy. And from my experience with Helldivers 1, oh pop, that was not the case. Where like even once you start getting stuff, you still can just get crazy overwhelmed really fast, and it gets quite difficult. So I think the fact that they're just doing some balancing and tuning to keep both some things in line and also to make sure the game doesn't feel too easy makes a lot of sense. Things need to be impactful, but they also need to, so, you know, things need to be good, but, you know, everything needs to feel kind of, not similar, but you need to have a play style for sure. Like cooldown said you can't accidentally use both chargers at once. They did. You can't, as far as I know, you can't use both chargers at once. I haven't been able to. Oh yeah, they also changed it, so now if you have hide guild buffs, you don't see people's guild buffs on their action bar either when you identify them. Battlefield and all of the Shavrath quests the other day for nostalgia. Oh yeah, that's some nostalgia right there. Shavrath quests right upstairs. Oh yeah. Point of having so many difficulties in the game if basically everyone plays the top 3 to 4. 100%. I totally agree with you. For those of you that did not play Helldivers 1, which is probably almost all of you because it did not sell very well and it came out in 2013, Helldivers 1 has 15 difficulties. And they get very hard to borderline impossible very quickly. Because they're not really meant to be completed by the general populace. And so I think that's what they need to do with like Helldivers as well, is one, tone some things down just to balance some things out. Then they can add in the mechs and the other vehicles and other driving things. And then they add more difficulties. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So yeah. They fixed it in yesterday's patch. I haven't heard of it. Yeah. Maybe because of the XP bonus people are talking about running R10 slavers. Yeah, dude, go do the R10 slavers. It's not going to take that long. The XP is really good. Different sample types? Well, the common samples appear on all difficulties. Yeah, but people are basically, for the most part, once you get through, like, you learn the game a little bit, you just start joining groups that are doing difficulty, like, 7 and up every time. So that way you get all the sample types every time you run a map. Again, I'm not saying that the game is bad, but, like, obviously their release day balance is not going to be perfect, and it's not crazy to think that they go, you know what? We're just going to adjust, like, this weapon real quick, and we're going to adjust this. Also, they did buff some of the guns, which is cool. They just nerfed the best one. So if you were only using the best gun, then you might have to adjust your strategy. Oh, no. Which I'm actually excited about, because they're making the scythe better, and they're adding new scythes as well. New scythes. They put out a trailer for, like, the new stuff they're adding in. And it looks really good. They're adding a laser pistol. Revival now? Yeah, 50% damage buff, which is great. I never used the flamethrower for the most part because I found the problem is I would light people in my team on fire and myself on fire very, very regularly. That was my current problem. So yeah. Just run solo with grenade launcher and supply pack. Yeah, I don't run solo at all. I only play with others. The thing is, like, for me, it's like a party game. That's the reason why I enjoy Helldivers. It's a fun party game. It's good to play with friends.
The barrier to the central chamber vanishes.
Just being able to, like, run around and blast it and yell at each other. Some people play on the higher difficulties, and then what they do is they, like, solo it, and they just sneak around, and they basically stealth through the whole map, which, like, makes sense. It's definitely a thing you can do. I just don't, you know, it's not the way that I play that video game. I'm going to be honest. Okay, so you follow the order. You pay taxes on the true windfall. You refuse the woman. You got it. I'm honor. Need friends first? Yeah, so what happened is I saw Ipsum playing Helldivers 2, and it looked really, really fun. And so without any hesitation whatsoever, I immediately bought the game without looking at how much it costs, because it didn't matter to me. Not that I don't need to care about the costs of things. I live on a budget. But in this circumstance, no matter what the game cost didn't affect my desire to buy it. So it did, like, I was like, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to eat this week. It's not a big deal. And I bought the video game. And then slowly everybody got it. So, you know.
The room returns to its
I
original
recognize it?
state.
Yeah.
The orbs of the
I don't know if they have AI in the game. I don't think so. I don't think they have bots. It'd be kind of cool if they had bots you could play with. Again, doesn't appreciate freedom and liberty? Yeah, 100%. Oh, they're doing that. Nice. Next. Next!
The chamber marked by the symbol of Lamania
Right,
is
get in there.
covered in long dead vines.
Yeah. You build up resistance that way? Is that how that works?
The symbol of Maybar marks this chamber.
Alright.
The dim light within the plane of Maybar opens, and darkness surrounds you.
Hey, he dies. Oh, and there's a Fear Reaper in here. That's always fun.
Light quickly returns.
Get out of the fire. I don't know if you can build up fire resistance by standing in fire. There's, like, certain circumstances where people can build up resistances and tolerance to certain things. Obviously, this happens with different types of ingested things, whether it's, you know, people build up resistances to caffeine from drinking a lot of coffee, or different types of medicines and drugs from using them for prolonged periods of time. These things definitely can happen. That being said, fire, I don't know if you can become fire resistant by just like bathing your hands in fire every once in a while. But I will say that as somebody who used to work in a kitchen, because I used to be a dishwasher. It was my first job that I actually had. You realize very quickly that your hands become incredibly resilient to temperature changes. Not fire, but you very quickly build up a resistance to like hot and cold, because your just hands are going in and out of the hot and cold so often that eventually you'll just touch stuff that's way too hot and you're like, whatever, and you don't even think about it because you just don't really feel it the same way. But it's because you're building up callus, whatever. Also, when you're a dishwasher, your hands are usually in water that's so dense with like bleach and other chemicals that you're like, you lose a lot of the color in your hands as well, which is always fun. So those things happen. Can you build up resistance to DDO lag? I wish.
The final orb lights in its receptor.
I think that's called nerve damage. Yeah, you get the classic asbestos hands where you can just pick up whatever. I'm not like a cook or somebody who's been doing it for years, but they'll just like dip their fingers in oil or something if they're deep frying something to check the temperature, like a maniac. Also, Brunel, how you doing?
The switch locks into place. A magical voice
Request the
comes
prison of the
from
plains.
above. The
Yeah, because
chamber
it's
will
just so much heat
seal
that you just get used to it after a while.
Count 10.
Now that being said, you do lose that resistance very fast. It's like a callus. Like when I was a kid, I used to run everywhere without like shoes on. So you like go out to play or something, and you take your shoes off because you're just running around in like the grass or whatever. Which as a grown up terrifies me to no end. But as a kid, you never even think about. But yeah, I used to like run on concrete and all sorts of stuff, just barefoot. But then like 2 years of not doing that, and then all of a sudden like, oh, what's that? All of the calluses on my feet that made it not hurt as much are gone instantly. Whoops. Well, it's not instant. It's like 2 years, but still, they're like gone. Oh snap! Let's get to Giant Hold. I assume we're doing Giant Hold now. Yeah, Tor, nice. So we go with Mistwalker or Miststalker, and then we get this for jump, bounce, and tumble. The extra tumble is nice because I get to add tumble to my reflex saves when going through traps. 87, 87, nice. Yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, we're doing Giant Hold. Giant Hold's a pretty old quest line. Came out, I want to say 2008 or 2009. I want to say 2008 is Giant Hold. It might even be late 2007. So, is it 2007 when they came out with Giant Hold? I think it was 2008. It want to say early 2008. I don't know. Killing dragons? Wow. It's hard to say. It's very blurry with the old formative years. Yeah. I remember back in the day when Gianthold came out, a build that I had, it was a elf fighter wizard, which was not a common thing back in the day. And I had fighter wizard, as well as use magic device, and several potions. So I was able to wear light armor with a shield, and mage armor, as well as getting access to get this guy, shield, mage armor, bark skin through wands, among other things. And so my character ended up having an armor class of 46, which was very, very high for that time, which meant that for the most part, I actually didn't take a whole lot of damage. Now, the thing is, unlike today, where you can just go to the store and buy a bunch of healing potions and keep your character topped up, that was not a thing you could do back in the day. You could not just, like, buy potions at the shops, because the shops were very expensive if you wanted to buy anything, and also, you would generally buy wands, because wands were dramatically cheaper, and so you would have someone in your party. The amount of money that you had was not just guaranteed to be infinite. There was a lot of situations where you didn't have all the money you needed to do all the things you wanted to do. And so that was one of the harder parts of old DDO, is managing your much more limited resources than today, where I just have 2 million platinum and I can buy whatever I want. And so that was the one downside to my character, is I had no way to self-heal, because this was before Pale Master was in the game, so there was no Undead Shroud, anything like that. And so I remember coming to Gianthold, where the level cap was 14 when Gianthold came out, and I was coming into Gianthold with my level 11 wizard, 1 fighter, and I was just dumpstering stuff. The one downside is I just couldn't really heal that well, so I did need to have, like, a cleric or somebody else in the party. Yeah, because you used to, for those that also don't remember, you used to tip your clerics. That was a common thing, is when the party was over, you would tip your clerics, because the clerics would have to go to the shops and buy scrolls and wands, where most healing in DDO is done by scrolls and wands, whereas the actual mana bar was used for buffs. Like, the clerics would be casting prayer, the clerics would be casting protection from energy on people, because there was, or protection from energy, and you'd pick an element. So you'd be like, oh, there's fire giants, so you do protection from energy, fire, and then you cast it on somebody, as opposed to nowadays, where we just cast the one spell, protection from elements, which was not in the game back in the day, which does all 5. Yep. They're fighter builds, fighter wizards. Do you steal the build? That's what got me inspired. Is those fighter wizards and villains. I thought that was so cool. So I made an elven fighter wizard to copy off of that. Don't forget to tip your cleric. Undo P, dude.
Giantish magic.
So yeah. SP was for door prep. It was for door prep. Oh man, the days of casting solid fog. I remember when Reaper mode was first announced, and I prepped a build, and it was a Dragonborn Druid that could do a lot of different things. And one of the things that it was good at, no, it was a Dragonborn Cleric that went Water Domain, because Water Domain gets access to Solid Fog, so I could both be a Cleric, heal people, I could have DVs for spell point contributions, as well as having access to Solid Fog, which was, of course, very, very valuable as a defensive spell. Not at the time when Reaper mode came out, because that was when we only had elite difficulty and the game was trivial, but, you know, oh, I thought it could be useful. As it turns out, even on Reaper mode, at the beginning, day 1, when I ran with, where no one had any Reaper XP, we didn't know how Reapers worked, we didn't know about, because that's when they added tier 3 champs, like these guys with the little crowns that only spawn in Reaper mode. So with the extra effects, we didn't have that. That's when we got the like the added Reapers, which again we had never seen before and we didn't know what they did. It was still not good to use Solid Fog because of the pace of the game.
Narrow crawl space. You tumble down into some kind of supply room.
It just goes to show you that in 2000, I guess that was 2018 when we got Reaper mode, 2018, 2019, that even though that, you know, was supposed to slow the game down, the game is so fast that with all of that, you still can't make those spells good. That's how bad they are. Which is unfortunate, because I like the concept of, like, the general crowd control spells. It's kind of cool. Yeah, they just unfortunately don't work.
As the lever clicks into place, One
Let me
of
just
the
wait
two
here.
faces near the far
Hey, jerk, guess what?
door lights up.
Two places at once.
Gears
I gotta say, the fact that there's an ability where you get displacement when you use mini shot is so cool. When you cast Blade Bearer, not ironically. I will say I have cast Blade Bearer semi-regularly on more recent builds. If you have quests that are really linear, you can just use Blade Bearer.
The Portal Master
Yeah, they also instantly disappear, which is another problem.
cast as the second statue.
Because they reduce the cast time or the uptime on those spells.
The glowing statue breaks.
Also, if you want to know how to phase this guy, you just walk at him.
Master snarls.
You have to, like, walk towards him, and then away, and then towards him. That's how you trigger him. If you ever stood here and it's just not going forward, you have to go towards the guy, and then he'll activate. Come on, hurry up. Come on, buddy. There we go.
Dragons find out. The Portal
So, because I've had situations where I've, like, been standing here waiting and just killing skeletons standing next to him and being like, when is he gonna spawn the next wave? And he just never does, because he doesn't have to.
He whimpers. The dragons. Beware. There are
Right. Well,
3 of
leader left. That's all of Giant Hold basically done. That was fast. I still have to do, like, this entire level range, but, you know, I'll get through it. Let's do it. And then we're doing Grim and Barret. I unfortunately can't take the Saga here, but I don't really care too much about the Saga. It's not a big deal. I've never beaten the dragons in this quest. Oh yeah, we used to do that all the time back in the day for a couple of reasons. One, dragon scale armors were the best armors when they came out, so they were very valuable. They didn't have the stats they have today. Those are the new stats. When they added Epic Giant Hold, they actually revamped the dragon armors and made them better. So they were worse before, and they were the best armors in the game. Nowadays, they're only cosmetic usage, or their only usage is for cosmetics, which is just kind of interesting. But also, they used to have a couple unique items. One of those was, of course, the Madstone Rods, which you needed for the raid, because people would get Madstone Rage during the raid, and if you got Madstone Rage, you wouldn't be able to remove it. Nowadays, we can remove it by activating a defensive stance, and it automatically turns off Madstone Rage, but you couldn't just do that back in the day, so that made it a little bit more complicated. So you'd have to get the Madstone Rods. What am I doing? I guess I'll max out Listen, because I don't have Listen maxed out. So that was something that we did. But also, there were a couple other items. One notable one was the Sky Vault Shield. The Sky Vault Shield was one of the first of its kind items in the game. It was a tower shield with no max dex failure and was the #1 used items on wizards, sorcerers, and bards. Everybody wanted the goddamn Sky Vault Shield. With good reason. It makes sense why they wanted it. But yeah, it was that was a thing. Everybody wanted the Sky Vault Shield, man. Everybody. It was it gave you all the benefits of a tower shield with no downside or consequences. And casters had offhands for free because since DDO released, staves have been bad. Randomly generated staves for spellcasters have been bad since the inception of the entire video game. It's kind of crazy to me that the developers in 15 years, no, how long has it been? 18 years? How old is this game? 18 years? Yeah. 18 years have never addressed staves being bad. It's almost shocking.
With the guard out of the
It doesn't
way,
matter because you can get Thaumaturgy on one-handers.
door.
That also rolls on one-handers. And orbs. So who cares? Oh, I got Thaumaturgy on my 2 staff. Okay, well I could get Thaumaturgy on both scepter and orb, or double scepters. I mean, in comparison to a stick?
Thanks to
What?
Barret, you can now
do you mean
pass
in comparison
through
to a
the
stick?
ruined door. The bear
Stabs are
turns
bad
to
in comparison to literally all other weapon types in the game for
If
spellcasters.
I can be of any additional
Yes.
assistance.
Why else would I be talking about this? But yes, that is what I mean, in comparison to a stick.
As you enter the alleyway,
Like, obviously, if you're playing a quarterstaff build as a weapon user, like a melee user, then you can get variable levels of quarterstaffs for randomly generated things and what have you. But in the game, the problem they have with quarterstaves is that quarterstaves, even on named items, for a very long time, generally just have the same amount of stats. They just have 4 stats on them. And so you end up with quarterstaves with 4 stats, which are just worse than having 2 different weapons. The best example of which is the fusible scepters and the malleable scepters, which you can get out of the Peril of the Planar Eyes. I really like the Peril of the Planar Eyes. I think it's very, very good. I think the quest chain is good, and I really like the scepters. However, the benefit of the fusible staff and the malleable, or the fusible and malleable scepters, is that you can combine them into a quarter staff. That is always the worst option, because while you do get 10% spell cost reduction, you can get that basically anywhere. That's not a unique effect, and it's not worth fusing it. And you have to sacrifice the fact that you can't make any changes to your gear set. So on another character, you could just quickly swap it out and say, okay, well, you know, I have my fire in my main hand, and then maybe you have like lightning in the offhand, maybe you swap it out for a shield, depending on if you need defense or whatever it is, and you have all of those options. And if you go into a staff mode, it makes all of those worse because you have to have your sentient jewel in the staff, which highly locks down your character and makes it literally 1,000 gazillion times worse. I cannot recommend a single person ever fuse those staffs together. I have seen people do it. I have done build reviews of people that do it. I have to explain to people every time going, by the way, this is worse than doing nothing, and you should have kept 2 different scepters. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't want people to feel terrible about their decisions. I just want people to learn. But it's just interesting that even in that circumstance, and that's a relatively new one, staves still are the worst option than doing nothing. Doing nothing is worse than making it, or is better than making it into a staff. There are some good staffs in the game. Those usually have unique effects or do special unique things. For example, Dinosaur Bone Staffs allow you to craft exceptional DCs +2, which is unique and you can't get anywhere else in the game. So if you're going for max DCs, usually Dinosaur Bone Staff is the way to go about it. The Sharn Staves are okay because they do come with like 11 stats on them, which does a lot of heavy lifting. There's so many stats on the Ravenloft, or on the Sharn ones. So they do a lot of heavy lifting, but they actually feel like quarterstaffs. And also, even consider that when the quarterstaffs have like 50 stats on them and they do basically everything, they're still just barely good enough. In a lot of cases, aren't used anyway, because the limitations of using a quarterstaff.
After a long march through the hidden cave complex, Eretraco says,
90% success rate. Please.
I have found the Eldritch Attractor needed for the ritual. I leave the rest of the facility to your meager skills, pet.
Release my control.
Alright, and he's dead. Nice.
We'll see who calls who pet.
Mutters the enslaved.
Sorry, I got so mad about quarterstaffs, I'm sneezing now.
Don't be foolish, pet. You should be honored.
Whoopsie.
I'm allowing you to use a codex page to get,
I just wanted to kill it. I should have used Corner of the Quarry to banish it.
get to work. The pit fiend.
Because I think Banish the Quarry just works all the time. I think if a creature's extraplanar, I can just banish it no matter what. And I am actually putting points on my Listen skill. So we'll see. I should also probably take Wild Instincts, which gives me +10 insight bonus to listen, but you know, it's fine. Okay, so I heal 84 and 130. Not bad.
Eretraco snaps. Take care of it.
So I Sharn 1 after this. Advantage is interested? Yeah, sure.
Results, or
I'll join along for Sharn.
to ash.
The XP be good. What's up, Wolf Spirit Man? How you doing? I don't know if that works. Again, one of the benefits of the character that I'm playing is that I have a lot of defenses, so I can just kind of roll around and not take any damage. Displacement, dodge, just generally, and then on top of that, getting the 95% dodge, because I got 24 kicking it. One-handed Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, it's because they can be used one-handed in pen and paper. It's actually funny. Quarterstaves are kind of just borderline better clubs than clubs in pen and paper D&D, which is something that I learned when playing a druid recently, which I did not realize the full mechanics as to how that worked, where Shillelagh works on clubs and quarterstaves by basically making them the same weapon. Yeah. It's one of those weird things. But to be fair, DDO is not 5, so it makes sense that that would not like be the same in that game as this game. I actually don't. Again, my issue is not that quarterstaves, you know, should or shouldn't be away in the sense of like, you know, well, if we just make quarterstaves one-handed, that fixes the problem. It doesn't really fix the problem. The idea of a wizard having a big staff is really cool, and in practice, you can't really do that in the game because the game doesn't support it, because all of the quarterstaffs you find have the same amount of stats as the one-handers, and why would you ever want to use one-handers versus the stat sticks? There's another video game that actually solved this problem, which is the Elder Scrolls Online. They still didn't solve it because it turns out being able to have 2 stats is better than having 1 stat. But what they did is if you have a 2-handed weapon in Elder Scrolls, it has double the stats. So if I have an enchantment on a 1-handed weapon that adds 10 damage, if I apply that same enchantment to a 2-handed weapon, it adds 20 damage. So it adds double the damage. Yeah, and for set bonuses, 2-handers are 2 pieces of a set because the one hand and a shield can also be pieces of a set. Again, it's just good ideas. It also doesn't mean that 2-handers are better. There's a lot of situations where the 1-hander and shield is better, and in fact, I'm almost certain that basically dual wielding is like king on DPS almost all the time throughout the history of the entire video game. So yeah. Seems OP in DDO. Well, not necessarily. Depends on what the stats are, right? So as an example, flat added damage, doubling that is not crazy. So right, so like from a 1-hander to a 2-hander, the 1-hander does wholly 3, and so 3d6s. The 2-hander would do 6d6s because I could dual wield these if I'm using a 1-hander and get 3d6s and 3d6s, whereas a 2-hander I can't dual wield, so I just get 6d6s. It's the same amount of stats. The versus the like flat amount of stats, so let's say like a buff item, so we'll look at something like this. So imagine that my 1-hander has like impulse, doubling the spell power would obviously make 2-handers strictly better. So for stuff like this, where it's a universal buff, you would just have more of these stats. So for example, if a scepter rolls impulse on it, then the staff would roll impulse and something else. So it'd be like impulse and glaciation for the same point, basically. Like if a caster staff had, like imagine if 2-handed weapons, or even better, every item in the game has a prefix and a suffix slot. So just make it so 2-handers get 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes to match up. Something that's really easy to understand. And then it's just easier to handle. Because there's just twice as many stats to choose from. Does it mean it's harder to get a good quarterstaff? Sure, because there's so many different stats on it. But it also means that you can find a good one that maybe you want to use. And they can also apply the same thing to 2-handers in named items. Again, if you look at the quarterstaffs that get used in the game, the ones that get used are very specifically Dinosaur Bone, or quarterstaffs that have crazy unique effects seen nowhere else, like Echo of Wave, or not Echo of Wave, Reflection of Wave, that gives you +5 caster levels and exceptional crit, while in elemental forms, which is a unique stat. Or they have like 50 stats like the Sharn ones. Like, I need to find the Sharn items. Sharn items. Yeah, it's a Sharn Welcome has one of these items. There's a quarterstaff. It is the Conduit of the Creeping Dust. Listen to the stats that this item has, the quarterstaff. It has cold spell power, acid spell power, cold crit, acid crit, +3 conjuration, +3 evocation, +2 to the caster levels of spells, +1 to all spell DCs. That is a lot of stats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stats. Why is there 8 stats? Well, a regular item has 4 stats. So if a scepter has 4, and I can dual wield scepters, then giving a quarterstaff 8 stats makes sense.
It seems that the Sahuagin have created some sort of magical barrier to keep the ocean at bay.
Again, the opportunity cost of the quarterstaff is that you can't change what the stats are that are on it. if you like the stats in your scepter and you want a new scepter, you can get a new one. But if you like half the stats in a quarterstaff, you can't just get rid of half of the stats. That's not an option.
He croaks. More forces rush in from the caves nearby.
So that's why I think that it's completely acceptable, the idea that that is something that could get changed. Cold versus poison? Yeah, cold's better. Because cold has 5% more crit. That's my opinion.
The Sahuagin ambush was fierce, but you've survived it handily.
Frozen Wanderer, Fiddler Reset. Just what the ESO did? Well, yeah. But there's also a lot of reasons why people don't play ESO either. It's weird. We go back to Helldivers combo. People are upset that stuff got nerfed when there are multiple posts on multiple platforms saying this is the best loadout, use this or be kicked. Just surprised me. Yeah, I also find it weird when people get upset about what other people play in their video game. Like, for the record, I've only ever kicked one person. Okay. When I was playing Helldivers, I've only ever kicked out one player, ever, out of my group. One time. And that one time was because I had the lobby open, and in the first 90 seconds, one of our party members had 6 team kills. So I gave him the boot.
I don't know what this junk does, but people back in
I didn't believe that they were all accidents. Maybe one was an accident, 2 was an accident. 90 seconds, 6 team kills. It's pretty aggressive. So I was like, you know what? This guy can take a break. This guy can take a break. You only get 20 lives. Almost. So like 100% of the deaths were team kills by this guy, and we were at the beginning of the mission? No. So either it was all an accident and he'll learn his lesson, or he did it intentionally, he didn't learn his lesson, and he's sitting back in his keyboard being like, wah, 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 I got those guys. Yeah, dude. That's what people who laugh sounds like. They go wah 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 or something. I don't know. It was just weird.
Now that you have arrived in the wondrous city of Sharn.
But it was like that's all it took. The guy was gone. Then we finished the mission. We did something else. It's not a big deal.
Find out more about current events in the city. Speak to Summer Korinor of the Clifftop Adventurers Guild in the Clifftop.
How many people still play this game? There's around, I think the average is around 1,500 concurrent players. Right, like about right now. There is also a website called DDO Audit, which gives population statistics and tracks everything. So if you don't believe what I'm saying, then you can also check on ddooaudit.com, which is a website that has all that detail. But yeah, so it's about 1,500 active players at any given moment, spread across the different servers. But that's the average throughout like the whole day. So obviously peak hours, you will have more. It goes above like 2,200, and then low hours, you know, the middle of the night sort of thing, you have lower quantities of players overnight. Game advice. I'm in a small D&D group playing it over Discord. Remember, we've often been turning up drunk. Uh-oh. You'll refuse to turn his camera on, act erratically, and will shout and swear loudly instead of playing in character. I wonder if you had any similar experience either as a player or a DM. So, I actually have had experience with this, but kind of as a player. You see, when I was a kid, I got introduced to Dungeons & Dragons by playing with, like, you know, generally some people that were older than me. And I would say that I was a pretty naive kid. I didn't really know much about the world. And so something I did not realize is that one of the players who was like a really, really smart guy would sometimes just like make weird decisions or get belligerent or argumentative over different things. I didn't realize at the time was because they were drinking a lot. Like a lot. They were a major alcoholic. And I had no idea because I was a kid and I didn't really understand. It just didn't make that much sense to me. Like I was just like, oh, that's just how they are. That's just how these things happen. So anyway, I'm older now and I can look back on those experiences. And to me, that type of behavior is like pretty intolerable. If somebody is drinking and they want to have a good time, they're totally allowed to do that. And I've had a lot of good experiences having a few beers playing D&D with my friends. especially if like either everybody's into it and everybody's having a good time. In fact, in my D&D game that I run right now, one of my party members has a case of beer literally in my house, and will every once in a while grab a beer from the case, and he just leaves it here because D&D is here, and so he just leaves it here to grab a beer every once in a while, which for me, I don't particularly mind, because he has like 2 beers, and he drives home. So 2 beers over the course of like 4 hours, not a big deal. But if it's disruptive and it's causing problems, number one, if they are doing it because they can't control it and they have no control over their life, that's a sad situation, and that sucks. It's also, unless they're like, you know, a very close friend of yours, very much not your problem, and it disrupting your D&D group is not great. And if there's somebody who can actually just generally be reasoned with, they just like having a beer, and maybe they don't realize they're out of line or it gets on people's nerves, maybe you can just have a conversation with them and simply just talk to them and see how they're doing. It doesn't have to be something very aggressive where you come up to them and say, hey, you're not allowed to drink anymore at the table, and then no further questions. Talk to them. Hey, how are you? How are you doing? Get a good 5 minutes into a conversation, and then say, you know, hey, we've had conversations, or like, you know, some people have brought up to me that, you know, you get a little bit loud if you've had some drinks. You know, is there like a reason that you do that? Maybe poke and see if anything's going on before you strictly demand somebody to just stop doing something. They might not be aware that their behavior is bad. They might not be aware that their behavior is affecting other people, because when you're drinking, you're not really thinking about other people or aware of what is happening to the people around you. So if it's not something malicious, and they're also not doing it in an unhealthy way, they just need to get a prod of like, hey, this is a little disrespectful, and it's not great for everybody. Maybe their attitude will change. And also, especially if you come at it from a place of compassion, where you first ask, are they doing okay? How are things going? You know, you're learning about why they might be doing it ahead of time. You're coming at it from like a layer of compassion and understanding. You're trying to like get a grasp on what it is that's happening to them and in their life. So that way, you know, if there is something maybe they want to talk about, or maybe something's going on, you can have that conversation, and it doesn't just have to be like, hey, stop your behavior because it's bad and we don't like it.
I have a message for you.
That being said, it also gives you the opportunity to learn about what they're doing. If you approach somebody with that type of, you know, you give somebody that grace and you approach them with this type of topic with calmness, and you try to understand where they're coming from, and they are belligerent, they are argumentative, they are defensive, they don't either don't want to change or don't think it's important, they don't care about your opinion or the other people around, that will give you a tremendous amount of insight into how they actually think, and whether you should just go, you know what? Yeah, you should get out of the group. I'm sorry. And so you get, by waiting and simply asking, not waiting like doing nothing, but having a conversation, and then letting them talk, asking some questions, but letting them talk and going slowly about it, you give them the opportunity to show you the type of behavior that you can expect from them in the future. Again, it could be entirely a possible situation where maybe they're having a lot of fun and they don't realize how disruptive it is or how it's affecting other people, and they'd be open or willing to change. Or maybe they don't want to change and they don't think it's a problem, and if they're not willing to listen to reason, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, so as I said, I would recommend, number one, just having a quick chat. Don't even bring it up right away. Just be like, yeah, how you doing? How are things? You know, how's the kids? How's the wife? You know, what's going on here and all that. And then once you've gotten through that opening segment, then you can start working on what's going on in the D&D game.
You push open the door to the apartment.
Also, I missed some other things as I was talking about this, so I apologize. Did somebody ask me a question about it? Do you have a strong... Oh, yeah, strong opinion about that. That was how we do in responding to things. Okay, good. Give staff casters 25% chance to double cast at no cost. Oh, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I need more critical damage. I need more, like, flat damage per hit. Imbue dice will help me out tremendously here, which would be nice to have. But, like, non-crit? Look at how sad my non-crit damage is. It just, like, does nothing. But then I actually critically strike, and then all of a sudden, boom, everything explodes. Although not critically hitting on, like, multiple hits in a row. I have a 20% crit chance, I believe, right now. Ugh, need more. If you get AoE auto crits, it's a good idea. But yeah, that's how I would approach this. You know, human beings are complicated, and life experience is
The
complicated,
doors to the
and
gambling hall are wide open.
sometimes these things can be difficult to handle. But the answer in almost all cases is you can mitigate a lot of damage and hurt, both to yourself and to the other person, by just coming at it with an open perspective and be willing to listen to what the person has to say.
This was no robbery. You can tell that there's more to this than meets
Like,
the eye. The incriminating
just taking the time to
information
listen to,
is
because if you
allegedly
listen to
worth a
people
pretty price on the black market.
about,
You wonder
you
why
know,
the
if you
murderer
ask somebody what they
was
think,
found.
and then you
find
listen
a
to them,
crossbow
they
bolt
will tell you what they
lodged
think.
in the victim's side. You
Um,
also notice
so
several
yeah.
gashes
But those situations are always difficult. It's obviously easier to be on this side of the table, you know, this side of the monitor, and say, yeah, dude, just like talk to them and have a civil conversation. And then if it doesn't go right, tell them to go fuck themselves. Tell them to take a hike. Tell them to fucking take a boat up shit creek or something. Like, yeah, obviously that's a difficult conversation to have as well, and it's not as easy as saying, yeah, just go do it. But like I said, at least you'll get some insight. You can get started from there. Also, it's a lot easier to muster up the courage to be mad at somebody and tell them to go straight to HE double hockey sticks if they can confirm to you, to your eyes, that they just don't give a shit. You're like, hey, some people are made uncomfortable, and they're like, yeah, well, I don't care. It's like, oh, well, that makes that decision a lot easier.
Alongside all the other cast-offs in her shop. A different body, but the same song. A crossbow.
I have had situations like that where I have had to have conversations with people in my party, in my pen and paper D&D party, about different things, not about alcohol, but about talking over other people. That's a big one. Some people will talk over others, and so I've had to have a conversation with somebody who had a habit of doing that, who would just get excited about something, and they didn't mean it maliciously. They would get excited, and they would just start talking over other people sometimes, which is incredibly rude and frustrating to have to deal with. And so I noticed it happening, and so I addressed it, and they were cautious of it, and they monitored their behavior going forward. It wasn't like, you know, a big mark across their report card being like, yes, you have done this thing, and now you will be remembered as the guy who talked over everybody. But yeah, it's just a thing you got to be mindful of.
With a face you remember from your recent adventures. Despite your own shock at meeting him again, you hope that Zolkis is willing to answer your questions about the murders.
I need more damage.
Steps through a dimension door, his face glowing
Yep.
with the smug triumph of a man who thinks he's won, though you're too busy dealing with his troll body.
Although sometimes you do have to recognize that if you find, especially in a D&D group, that you're getting talked over, if you can find the pattern of behavior is that everybody is talking over each other. For example, they're more like a casual group of friends where people aren't afraid to interrupt each other if somebody has an idea or like to kind of add to a conversation. Sort of like somebody adding to a joke where they say something that kind of sort of cuts off what somebody's saying but is also adding to it, so the person now starts listening to what they're saying. That can also be the case where maybe you just have to develop the skills to be able to be more active in this type of environment. Maybe the conversation space is a little bit more competitive, and so you have to be a little bit more chatty, which can also be another thing. But also, the hardest part about all of this as well is Discord is the worst for this, because in person you can see people and you can have two conversations at the same time. Person A and person B can be talking to each other. I am DM talking to you, the player, whereas player B and C are like on the table sitting at the edge going, yeah, I don't know about this move. Do you want to do this? Yeah, I think we should do that. And you can't really do that in Discord. You can, because you can like type in text chat, but it just doesn't have the same feel as like leaning across the table being like, yeah, I think we should go kill that guy. Yeah, what do you think? Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. And you're like conferring with somebody else. And so sometimes you want to have those types of conversations, but if you're like, just say it through Discord, it overwrites everybody regardless of how loud you're talking, because that's how Discord works. So yeah.
But as you turn to confront Zolkis, the goblin suddenly rises. Zolkis quickly
So that's kind
casts
of the
dimension
issue there.
The tiefling and the goblin disappear through it.
Zulkin. There you go. Enjoy. If it matters, but you can see a couple lines of in-game chat. It probably doesn't matter. All you're learning about is G&B. Moogles. D&D would be better with Moogles Kupo. Would D&D be better with Moogles? Also, you can just add Moogles to your D&D game.
Begins in a tavern. You're supposed to meet a disgruntled
Like, I can't necessarily say I like Moogles, because I find Moogles so frustrating.
Raconteur of the nearby warehouse. Victor asked you to wait for him outside.
But you have your command.
Looks like getting inside his
They're
way.
definitely not something I like. Although I will say,
Leans over and whispers.
in Final Fantasy XIV,
Use my job
the fight against King Mugglemog
when it's time for us to part ways. What you do
has
up
amazing
there
music.
is no
The fight
right
kind of
business.
sucks, but the music is amazing. So good. It's so good. My Twitch VTuber avatar is a Moogle. I'm not going to change what I said.
Victor coughs and nods at a flimsy-looking grate.
It's okay that you like Moogles and I don't like Moogles.
Disappearing into the night.
That's perfectly fine.
That
What's a
must
Moogle?
be
It's like a little fairy-like creature in Final Fantasy.
investigate the web.
And they talk like, the best way to describe them is they all talk kind of like Yoda, and they say Kupo all the time for no particular reason. Like it's a nervous tick or something. Oh my god, I can't critically hit this thing. That hurt way more than I thought. Chocobos are better? Chocobos are not bad. But they're also like rideable birds, so they are in fact better and
All
different.
of the blueprints have been moved to the office upstairs for shredding. You need to get in there.
Again, my experience with the Moogles is the video game Final Fantasy XIV, in which point most of the Moogles are not helpful. Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, in which the Moogles are just like regular people. Like they're not like fairies, like they got legs and arms, and they like walk around and do stuff, and you get them on your party. And they also get Mog Knights and Gunners as their unique classes. Oh, and Gadgeteers, which are pretty fun. Good old Gadgeteers. Gadgeteer is like the worst class in the entire game. It's so great. The way that class works is all of their abilities apply a status effect
Surrounds the
to
handsome
everyone in the battle,
to be their leader.
but it's a coin flip.
Let's pick up the pace, shall we?
So
Still have to destroy
you'll have, there's like, they have one called Green Gear. And what Green Gear does is it either makes
Take the stairs.
everyone on the enemy's team sick, or like poisoned, or it makes everyone on your team poisoned. And it's a 50-50, and there's nothing you can do to change any of the odds. Their stats have no effect on the odds. It's amazing.
Burn, Father Hugger! Burn!
Elysian Moogles are great. It should have been the standard design. Yeah, they're pretty good. I like them.
Somewhere nearby. It's Victor acting surprised.
Oh, good. The door's not open. All right, well, they can deal with that. That door only opens if you let the monsters run through. You ever done that one super long dungeon that is based on actual evening adventure that can be accessed in Evening Star? Do you mean the Haunted Halls of Evening Star? Yeah, I don't know how to do it that well. Oh, shit. Die. Nice. Yeah, I like the Elysian Moogles the best. I agree. Look at this. We're just at odds eternally. Nobody does? It used to be run all the time back in the day. That was where you used to get plus 7 tomes. Because for those of you that don't know, the final boss of the commentary edition does drop plus 7 tomes. Not like all the time. They don't drop it like candy, but they do drop it. And also the Lantern Ring used to be extremely good and used by all sorts of people. The Purple Dragon Knight Shield is interesting, not just because it's a very cool looking shield with a lot of really good stats on it, but it also has an energy absorption where when you block, you take half damage from all elements. However, for the longest time, that also applied to the cosmetic. So you would make a cosmetic copy of that shield and then put it over yours, and then you would get the effect where you took half elemental damage on block.
Victor mashes the button on the
They did patch that one, but that was in the game for like 4 or 5 years. And now you see that all the time. One, because the shield looks really cool, and then when you block, you get all these stats. F14 right up there with DDO and Dark Age of Camelot. So I did not really play Dark Age of Camelot, but I have played a fair amount of Final Fantasy XIV, and I do like it. The thing about Final Fantasy XIV is that it has no character building at all. There's no character building. You do not build a character. You don't have a build. Every single character is identical. Races don't provide any stat bonuses, so it doesn't matter which race you pick. You just pick the one that you like, or that you think looks the best. And the characters, or like the actual classes, when you pick a class, you get all of the skills And when you get the items, the best items to use in the game are the ones that come from the most recent content. That's pretty much it. And then every class will have a stat priority of which stats are best for them, so you just go with the stat priority that are the best stats for them, depending on what character class you end up playing. So in general, there's no character building in any capacity whatsoever. So why is Final Fantasy XIV very good? One, the classes are really interesting. Visually, they probably have, in my opinion, the best looking character animations of any MMORPG on the market, which is pretty cool. All the animations in that game look absolutely fantastic, and they really nail down on like a lot of the class fantasy of several different classes. Like if you play a black mage and you want to cast like all the big fire and thunder and ice spells, you do, and they look amazing. Visually, they just like when you crush an enemy with a giant flare, oh my god, it feels good. So again, they really land on some of that class fantasy and stuff. And where they completely give up in terms of character building complexity, there's literally no character building in Final Fantasy XIV. Instead, it's all mechanical complexity. The dungeons are hard, the bosses are hard, but the mechanics are really finely tuned. There are very few scenarios where you get hit by something that feels unfair, where it's like, oh, this was bullshit. Like everything is telegraphed, you can see what's going on, and it's all about your mastery and skill with what's going on. Which the downside of that is that every time you fail, it's almost never contributed to RPG or like to RNG. It's almost always contributed to somebody made a mistake. Which is nice because it means you can always get better, and not nice when there's somebody in your group who not so good. So yeah, it's a bit of a problem sometimes. And they make 1 or 2 or 3 too many mistakes. Alright, let's do it. The day and had to shut down a conversation because they just kept talking over me, changing the topic.
Suddenly attacks. Clearly, they want to prevent you from enjoying a night on the town.
There's not going to continue to tempt the conversation. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. Like I said, especially if you're with people that are more, I don't want to say like, more assertive maybe in terms of conversation. They're more than happy enough to walk and talk over you. Yeah, I like Final Fantasy XIV. It's a good game.
The bouncer opens the front door.
Like I said, it doesn't have that build crafting itch. Story's really fun. Story's great. Characters are interesting. And like I said, the gameplay is... It has probably some of the best MMO-style gameplay, like that classic MMO-style gameplay of you have a bunch of action bars with a bunch of stuff going on in it out of all the MMOs out there. The modern ones, anyway. So like I said, I have a lot of things that I really like about Final Fantasy XIV. And they really hit on the mechanical complexity. But if you want to, like, build your own character... No. It's like, it's really difficult to put out a tier list. Like, let's say the best players in the game wanted to put out a tier list about, in DDO, about what the best classes were for DPS. They would need to put so many qualifiers all over the place, it would be insane. Both based on your past life, not just like on the specific breakdown of class or whatever that you're using, but on your past lives, on so many other things. There's so many micro elements to change about your character. It's like borderline impossible. And so even if somebody managed to make a list like that, there's no guarantee that list is like good or accurate, just because somebody could come up with a better idea, a better list, a better reorganization. And that happens also all of the time. People are constantly innovating and looking for the best thing. Which is not a bad thing, or see me saying that people can't have good opinions or good ideas about this, but that it's not like you get the same amount of guarantee. Versus like, if in Final Fantasy XIV, if you're playing like Red Mage and the average parse for a boss is 50,000 DPS, and you do 35,000, the only thing you can do is get better at it.
More dimension doors have opened nearby.
If you have the gear already, the only thing you can do is get better. It's not like, oh, this person's better because they have a different build. They're just hitting the keys in a better order than you are, and you have to figure out how to do that. Which, to some, can be very dismaying, because it means that, you know, again, it's the mechanical complexity component that comes into it, where it's like, yeah, are you good at the keyboard and mouse? Because if you're not that good at keyboard and mouse, you might run into that problem. I need more attack speed on this character.
Rings throughout the nightclub. It's encore. The main stage must be under attack.
Go.
The defeated gargoyle cackles and rasps. I have failed.
Was it better than the epic gloves? Yeah. You know what's better than both of those? Legendary Greensteel.
Forever.
LGS is the best one. Just go get LGS.
For now,
It's really easy to get. The hardest part about getting LGS is just finding a single shroud group. That's all you need is
notice a
one
sign on
shroud
the
group.
door. Rat infestation. Exterminators have already been contacted. Do not open. The magical alarm triggers once again. Dusk's attack on the nightclub has resumed.
Die. Oh my god, the double ones. It's so annoying when a monster has like 1 hit point left on an archer and you roll 2 ones back to back. It's fine. It is what it is. Because I just feel like melee characters get more leeway.
Open nearby.
Alrighty. Okay, so now we have a Medusa here.
Harsh sound
Where we have
issues from the
snakes.
direction of the stage. You hear panic shouts, screams, and
Snakes. Ah, shoot, she's like around a wall. This lady's good at hiding, man. She just keeps herself on the other side of these little pillars, can't be hit.
peaceful quiet descends over the nightclub once more.
Skill
Now,
issue? True. Literal skill issue. Yeah.
for your
If I was better at the game, I would roll fewer ones.
encore
Fact.
alive. Regina has promised to do everything
I don't know
she
if
can to
Zulkin
cut
wants this.
ties
I'm just
with
gonna give all my named items that I don't know if anybody wants to Zulkin specifically. Because he might want them, I don't know. I'll take 65 bonus XP, 65% bonus XP. This is going pretty good. This is going well for me. I don't think that Sharn is going to cap me out because I'm still pretty far away. But we also have like all of Cogs to do, and I don't know if we're going to do... I assume we'll probably do Cogs maybe, but I don't know. I'm going to have to end up doing Cogs for sure. Gonna have to end up doing the Cogs.
You arrive in Dava Gate, one of Sharn's many business districts. The streets are almost deserted at this hour. A lone figure stands idly on the platform next to a sky barge.
About time you got here.
Grumbles
Are we done
the
here?
man.
Nice. Oh, nice.
We've already
True seeing.
started. Get on board quick like and I'll ferry you up to their window.
Honestly, good call. The group leader's like AFK during the dialogue. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water. Good idea. This guy's a genius.
Was turned down.
Guy's a genius.
Due to your lack of subtlety, shall we say? Yes, well, I prefer audacity to subtlety. I admit that subtlety has allowed the Aurum to do as they please with the Five Nations for many years. But what I have to offer your organization cannot be ignored. What cannot be ignored are those Zendrick bloodhounds sniffing at your heels. You're exposed, Mr. Vort. Not for long, my friend. Allow me to demonstrate. Isabet, please come in. Now, Isabet, I know you invited our mutual friends from Stormreach. Don't cry. I said, don't cry. This is just business, Isabet. Just business. I'd prefer that you do your house cleaning when I am not present, Mr. Vort. A necessary demonstration of my device. I wanted you to see my improvements firsthand. Not quite dead yet. Calibration issue, perhaps. No matter. Urk, Gesh, take Isabet outside. We will adjourn to the yacht. It's time for the next act to begin.
Vaughn's henchman releases a strange whooping bark, and the darkness around you erupts with a choir of menacing responses.
An ambush! Damn us for fools!
Shouts Casper. The old man produces a bow from somewhere as giggling shapes descend from above. Dispatched Vaughn's first group of assassins, but they're surely not the last.
Do you have a go-to farmable named item for sentient XP? No. I don't farm sentient XP. I think it's boring.
Ooh,
So I get sentient XP on my characters by just playing the game a lot. That's the solution. I just play the game a lot.
Come here, we gotta talk about Isabelle. She's still alive.
I probably could do a sentient XP farming guide. It's basically just run around in Saltmarsh, because Saltmarsh drops 1,000 sentient XP items. So if you just farm the rares in Saltmarsh in like a big circle, that's the easiest way to solo do it, and or just chain run Saltmarsh on Epic Elite. And every single chest in Saltmarsh has a chance to drop 1,000 sentient XP. I can't tumble, dude.
Another wave of gnoll mercenaries bursts from the
Show those brutes they can't mess with my girl.
cries Casper from behind you. A motley crew of creatures
We got it all dead.
position on the bridge, spoiling for a fight. The low bellow of an
Yeah, and the Abishai always spawns. Also, if you want to check it, the Abishai and the lady.
goblin glides up above the bridge.
The
The limp form of Isabelle.
the swamp lady made of plants.
Shouts abuse at his gnoll
Like, for some reason, it's not a dryad.
But he's made mincemeat out of your
You guys know what I'm talking about. The swamp lady made of plants. You know.
The direct approach wasn't gonna work. I'm gonna go beat the hook on my plan.
The Kelpie, that's it. Yeah, the Kelpie. The thing that kills you. It's like the harp, the Harpy of the lake. No, Siren of the lake? Yeah, it's like a Siren of the swamp. A Harpy. No, a Kelpie. Kelpie, Siren of the swamp. Yeah. She sounds hot. She could be. Sentient stuff worth running right at level 20. Well, if you want to go fast, and you don't mind using Sentience toolkits, it gives you a shitload of power. Like, consider that Prowess gives you 50 melee power whenever you use an action boost, which is a lot. Or, like, you can get a bunch of, like, spell power boosts, so you can get, like, over 150 universal spell power just from your sentient weapon alone.
Some kind of metal glints on their bodies as they flit about, blocking your
So it definitely can give you a lot of stats. I'd say for probably melee and range characters is the biggest impact. Like, for example, if you get a sentient weapon, you can get a sentient weapon to give you 75 or 80 ranged power, just flat, if you have it set up properly. And then that extra range power is just really massive.
This mess to the city watch come the morning.
I'm gonna explain this best to the City Watch. Yeah, features of Kelpie or something. Everyone goes, nah, Algae Lady. Yeah, Algae Lady, exactly. Yeah, not the horses, dude. Get 'em, lads. All of them? No, come back. Why are you running around? Here we go. I'm just gonna stand here and then just start shooting people. I don't need AoE. You can just shoot from here. What's that? One at a time?
A mage fire cannon. Must have been holding that in reserve. Those things are expensive.
It is hard to land critical hits on the guys with fortification, though. It's not impossible. I could just mark them, but I always forget to mark them. Kelpies are horse-shaped plants that can take a human form. I mean, yeah, that sounds good. Also, that's fine with me.
Once you get rid of it, this may prove to be a good place to catch your breath.
Maybe it's an acquired taste I haven't immersed myself into. Yeah. Probably a lot better. Yeah, basically there's an issue with the game where when you did this, it caused your game to crash out, or that's what was dropping the frame rates last week. And so they fixed it, and now it's done. And you might be like, well, wasn't when I went through loading screens? Yeah, when you go through a loading screen, it loads and unloads your UI, which caused the same problem. That's why you'd see it there. So yeah, the frame rate issue is fully gone, which means instead I can just shoot this mage fire cannon. God, I wish I did more damage.
Casper
Anyway.
gasps in surprise as he reaches the wreckage of the mage fire cannon.
Res Shrine, Rest Shrine, nice. Use the Rest Shrine here. I'm like the first person in the room, and I'm gonna be heading around the corner. They gotta do the talkie-talkie to those guys over there. Berserk continues to Cogs or after. Nice, we are doing Cogs. Let's go. 'Cause I need all the XP I can get. There's also a major XP bonus going on right now, where you can get yourself a whopping 10% bonus XP per party member in your party, and 15% total bonus VIP XP, which means if you have a full party of 6 players and you're a VIP, you get 60% multiplicative, or 65% multiplicative XP. Now, why is that good? Well, an XP potion is only 50%, and that's the best XP potion in the game. So it's a good deal right now. Gotta be honest with you, it's a good deal. As much as I'd love to continue, I want to continue, so I will.
Completes his spell on a ledge above you. Gish vanishes, reappearing at the sorcerer's side. With another quick gesture,
According to the anniversary event at max level, that is a challenge, so that doesn't count.
the goblin's voice calls to you across the gap.
At time, you got it. Range still viable, and some AoE viable wording wrong. It's so much more fun, dude. It's so fun. You just blast stuff. Like, when you're fighting kobolds and you get surrounded, you just hit them with Elemental Inferno, and they go bam, and they explode, dealing damage to everything.
Come on over.
High above the construction yard.
No, because it doesn't go in the action thing.
Elizabeth's body lies upon the sled.
Buddy bonus is never applied to challenges.
The goblin is nowhere to be seen.
Get him, lads!
Screams Urk as he tosses.
Ah, I have a damage over time effect on him. Hello, jerk.
More goblins.
You're like, isn't his name Urk?
Like fish in a barrel.
I hate slow bow attack speed. The only downside with bows is this area where you can really feel the slow bow attack speed. Even though, like, the bow is generally still doing a reasonable amount of damage, because of the slow bow attack speed, it just doesn't feel as good. When I get into epics, I'm gonna get a bunch of attacks. Or like the ballooning HP where monsters suddenly have like 17,000 is not ideal for this character. Where is he? There he is. Because he goes to minus 1,000.
Now that you have time to catch
The
your
trigger this
breath,
fight, I can't imagine doing it now. Oh, so you mark him with mark target, so he always spawns in the map, and you go from there.
of Isabet. You've reached Isabet, but
Yeah, VIP always affects all of it. So VIP will apply to your challenges. Gold roll? You know, I actually didn't do it yesterday, and nobody bothered me, which is weird. People usually like freak out when I don't do the gold roll.
Gone!
says the goblin.
Bossman ate up her soul with his new improved vaunt.
Yes,
Why
yes.
use your own when you can use someone else's?
Taking 17
Sorry,
quick.
sweethearts. Them's the breaks.
Yeah, also the fact that they're doing this XP bonus, this giant XP bonus after the issue,
Remember this.
is kind of nice.
Gibber's blade.
Gold's every day for VIP for March? No. So, they did a really bad job of explaining people. On the last month of every month, the next bonus will kick in. So March's bonus is the VIP gold rolls, which kicks in the last week of March, because that's when the bonuses come in. Which, when you say, oh, the last week of every month, that makes sense, but their marketing was March's bonus, which is also technically true, but then people would obviously think, oh, so it starts in March, like the beginning of March. But there's no way for like the average consumer to like know that. So yeah, that's always good. Anyway, so there you go. You learned something. Daily gambling soon? Yeah. I can put up the Gould roll. Committed skipping giant hold? Yeah. XP too good. It's basically 1920 versus 1995 kind of marketing. Yeah, basically. I think that was like a screw up in terms of their part, because they get a lot of people asking them that question, and it's like not a small amount of people. Glod roll. Here you go. You guys want Glod roll? There you go. Go for it. They announced the VIP changes. That's later this year. They said they wanted to have the announcement for Q1, but they don't have a guaranteed set end date. So there's no set date for the VIP announcement.
After making your way into the ancient goblin ruins, you find yourself in a dark chamber.
All right.
Creatures loyal to Dask are stirring up trouble in these ancient hobgoblin ruins. Perhaps if you
Go attack speed, get them. The downside of these goblins is they all stand like apart from one another. The upside is that they all stand relatively still, so I can just shoot them to death. Look at those dodges, dude. I'm invincible. Displacement, dodge, miss. It's not the fastest at chipping through all these, just because they have 1,800 hit points, and unless I crit, I don't do 1,800 damage. But when I do crit, I actually do like 1,300 damage. I was gonna say. And the other thing that's nice is because I went with mana on this character, and I have mana scaling on both Ranger and Paladin, and with Wisdom. I need spell points for Elemental Inferno, but it also gives me lots of spell points for healing, which is convenient. Bam. Slam them out. Look at us. Let's go. Look at that AoE. Let's go. Yeah. And I'm excited. I'm going to be... So, my goal is, after stream tonight, I will be writing the build guides for all of the... so, for all of the characters I'm going to be playing. So, I'm going to be putting together 5 build guides tonight. And I'm just going to be posting them on the forums ahead of time. 2 archer builds. The standard free-to-play arcane, like Strumtom's Acid Arrow, as well as the more modern version that I'm playing here, which is this character. I think this character is better, but I do think that this character is not free, so it's that's why we're gonna have the distinction there, as well as 3 Dragon Lords, a free beginner Dragon Lord, my Dragon Lord I'm going to be playing, and the Critzilla. I'm going to be posting all of those on the internet tonight after stream is over, so that way. When people ask me, do you have a Dragon Lord build? I answer yes and no. I have a build that I haven't tested at all that you can try to use, but it is it's guaranteed to be reasonable, like at least fine, and we'll see how it gets better.
The last Dask
So we'll see.
crumbles at your feet. Now you have a chance to find out more about the strange artifact that they were.
Where's Zolkin? I need my XP! Dragon Lord, its buffer. It has buffs in it.
Triggering an explosion that flattens the remaining debris as the roar of the blast dies away. You hear a familiar voice coming from the platform above you.
Yeah.
Is that Malik?
Hope Thanos VIP changes soon. I spent most of last year's VIP because of hardcore, and I fear I'll miss the XP gains if I don't have it. Well, I mean... So when it comes to the VIP changes, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm actually really curious to see. I have no idea. Sometimes I have some type of insider information. In this case, I have literally no clue what they're going to do, but I'm curious to see. Because I want the game to be good. You know, like a lot of you guys, I want the video game to be good. And so we'll see how it actually ends up coming out in terms of the VIP changes. And hopefully they're interesting and stuff that makes people want to use it. I've said this before. I think that just over time, the value of VIP has gone down because a big chunk of that was getting all the quests, and they give them away so often that you could basically consider that as not a value for VIP. And that is a bit of an issue. A lot of stuff that used to be in VIP is gone. They need to really like tighten up what the program does and make it a better program. Again, especially when you consider some of the VIP stuff that's in the game.
But wait, another portal in its place.
Wraith Colors, yeah. Some of the VIP stuff that's like in other video games is so much better than DDOs. One of the biggest examples is Lord of the Rings Online. So in Lord of the Rings Online, one of the VIP benefits you get is called the Subscriber Town Services. What is that? It's an item in your inventory, but it might as well just be a UI piece because it's one item slot. And what it does is you use the item, and it says, do you want to open a vendor window to sell? So you can sell anywhere you want. Do you want to open your bank, open your shared bank, go on the auction house? Also, the mail is on your character in that game. You don't have to go to a mailbox. So you can buy something on the auction house in a raid. And then, so let's say you came to the raid and you're missing like an augment. You could just open up your town services, buy an augment off the auction house, then open your mailbox from your, because it's just a keyboard command, and then you get it. As well as like other forging services and stuff. So the VIP town services is a insane draw, as well as the fact that if you are VIP, you don't have any item wear anymore, so you never have to repair. Which is just, like, so nice and so convenient. And I was hoping we would get something kind of comparable in DDO, and we did not.
Harsh, disturbing chants can be heard through the sealed metal door.
Yeah, they just need to find a better way to incentivize people to actually want to be VIP. Because, like, the reason why I'm VIP is because I like the extra XP bonus, but also because I'm stupid and I bought an extra year of VIP by accident because I was clicking around in the menu and I accidentally clicked buy another year because I am stupid. And so now I'm subscribed till somewhere deep into 2025 or 2026. And it is what it is.
By the sound of massive machinery.
Yeah. God, the attack speed. I will say this, like, especially in Sharn, the attack speed, like, not having a lot of it is very noticeable. And I'm not used to the increased attack speed from haste boost. I definitely should have gotten that sooner, so I'd be more used to it.
Seems strangely untroubled by her imminent death. My spirit will only make our master stronger. He cannot be evaded. He cannot be bargained with. Vengeance.
So yeah, just got really VIP changes. Think of anything they would do that would be really cool. Of course, would do more work than they would have time people to do. I don't know. They've been have like over a year to do it.
The cult is destroyed, and the city is now safe.
Like I said, I am hopeful, but we'll see.
Yet this was not the only Forge Wraith. More still lurk in the cold,
now
driven by their never-ending thirst for vengeance.
Smash and burn. Okay, never good. Ooh. Afternoon stream literal functions, it seems, and DDO doesn't. I have a clue with the visual C++ thing, but I have no clue what should be deleting just to reinstall. I have no clue. The problem that you have right now, Caledons, I completely do not understand. And if I was you, I would also be tearing my hair out. I'd be screaming. I'd probably, like, throw up, although I did do that yesterday because I ate that foot-long cookie. So, like, yeah, I'd be in a place, you know, I'd be having a time and a half. So I feel ya. Yeah, because free skip on Saga. I also like that as well, yeah. That's a pretty good bonus. I use that all the time. I feel bad for people that join me and you can't. Cookie that bad? No, it was actually not that bad. I would give it a 6 out of 10. The issue that I had with it is that I've had stomach flu for the past several days. And I wasn't feeling hungry that morning because I've had stomach flu. So the first thing I ate was that cookie at 8 p.m.
In the distance,
and that did not sit well with my stomach. And so I had to reverse it. So I ended stream a little bit earlier, and then I reversed the cookie. I had it, we walked it back, you know what I mean? We walked it back a bit, that's all.
Or perhaps you can find another way to proceed. You jangle the iron padlock, but the door remains.
Where it's better to just do those quests I normally skip? Yeah, there's no way you can make me do the quest with the giant purple worm. The quest can go straight to HE double hockey sticks. My friends can enjoy it at the same time. The thing about Lord of the Rings Online is that if you are trying to play with your friends, the game is like way too easy. For sure. Like the game will pretty much never challenge you. Because it's designed for people that like really enjoy the story of the Lord of the Rings and then want to play in the world that Tolkien wrote, which it does a very good job of doing. So it's not going to really challenge you. So if you want to play with like 2 of your friends at the same time, like your friends are gonna body all the monsters. If they've ever played any other MMORPGs, they're not going to struggle at all with the video game. However, the game does feature difficulty modes where you can just turn up the landscape difficulty. And honestly, I leveled my most recent character because they recently added the Mariner to the game, and that was like a day and night changer.
To take care of the special cargo.
It's working. Nice. Yeah, Belly of the Beast. That's the one.
Remaining halflings.
Like, just for total transparency, I am still currently playing Lord of the Rings Online because the new raid is coming out in like a week or 2, and so I'm getting prepped for it. My Mariner's fully prepped, my Runekeeper is almost prepped, and then my Guardian is also almost prepped, so I need like 3 more pieces for both of those characters, and like 50 essences, but don't worry about that. So we're working on it. Trap bonus. Any better than it used to be? Well, Coil is immune in the 15-minute quest, which is nice. So he's just completely immune in that one. Like he gets knocked unconscious, he can't die instead of dying. And instead it's an optional to prevent him from getting knocked unconscious by the enemies. So it is better in that regard. However, for the other escort quests like Durward has 78 hit points in Thrunel West. So you have to get him out of there, and he has 78 health. So if you do that on Reaper mode, he gets touched by anything, he dies. So you still have to have somebody babysit Durward. And same thing with the other Cainith guys in Thrunel East Part 1, where you have to bring them... Or, sorry, Thrunel East Part 2, where you have to bring them to the library. Those guys, again, you have to have somebody babysit them, because if you don't, they just get their butt kicked. And it is what it is. Oh god.
The last Forge Wraith.
So, like, they've improved it, but it's not, like, better. But it's, like, improved. It's, like, a little better. It's, like, a little better. Destroy the special cargo. This is always the hardest part. Where did we not look? Aha, right here. I can just go get it. No, I can't. Oh my god, this video game is so hard.
The last of the special cargo crates is smashed into splinters.
Nice. Yeah, it was good. Good XP. 2.868 million. Gotta love that. There's a lot of XP. I'll probably be excited. I want to get onto Dragonlord soon. So we'll be gonna be rolling through with that when I get the chance. So take care. Somebody's leaving. Was that person just joined for Thrall or for Smash and Burn? Metal. Some people really hate Smash and Burn, so I do understand that. Some people just like, they really don't want to do it, so they'd rather just do nothing else. It's like, hey, these people are doing it, cool. Hey, I'm going to join your quest and say at the start. And normally, some people might be upset if somebody joins their party and wants to AFK, but I'm going to be honest. Right now, if you join somebody's group and you want to AFK, unless it's a quest with the gather point, now is the time to exercise that. You want to AFK my party? Go for it. I love XP potions. I love XP potions. Please join the party. You might be like, no, I'm not an XP potion. I'm a human being. I'm very sorry. Right today, you are an XP potion. Every person's 10% more XP. It's so good. There's the only one that I missed. Yep, there you go. Sometimes you gotta get it. Because, yeah, that one, a lot of people will skip Smash and Burn. I actually don't mind it, especially since I learned the tech, which is doors. Don't ever fight any of the monsters in these big rooms. Just run around, aggro everything, and then go wait on the other side of a door, and all of the range will just pile up right there, and you can just kill them in one big pile. Makes the quest like 100,000% more tolerable. It's so much better. Attention to misgathered body parts. There's very few quests that actually need that still. Sharn a Welcome is one of them, and so is the first quest, or Just Business. It's weird that there's two gathers in Sharn, but it is what it is. Based XP, I mean, yeah. It's sort of like when you're running, like Orchard Slayers, and you're like Piker's Welcome, because it doesn't matter if somebody AFKs in the group. If they're in the adventure zone, they're increasing the monster quantity, so you don't care if somebody AFKs in it, because if there's 5 people AFK at the start and you're the only one doing it, you're still gonna get it through fast.
You feel a chill in the air. The draft seems to be coming.
That's piking the Sharn Gather quest. Yeah, I've had a few people get caught piking in the Sharn Gather quests. Fortunately for me. God, I like that I can just like blast through these and start ripping through them with AoE. It's so satisfying. Again, I still have to deal with the fact that plants are annoying. Whatever, it's still good. Away plants. So when it's time to reset. Well, as long as people are like alt tabbed watching TV, as opposed to like you know, in the other room doing like 3 different things.
Temple, littered with the spores that create the red musk zombie. At the rooms, all of the spores responsible for creating these abominations have been destroyed.
Don't believe legendary Gwillins stand. I don't think we'll ever get legendary Gwillins, but honestly, I can see it happening. They're like DDO classics, so I can see people like really getting into that. Ooh, Enforcer's Coat. That looks like a Zulkin thing. I just have no need for any of that stuff. Sharn gear. As I said, I just run the quests a bunch, so I don't think about banking it. I know that's like a non-answer, but that's the approach I just take to video games, is that I kind of just like play it and I worry about the small details later. I don't worry about like the bigger things about, oh, what exactly do I need to keep, or what should I be holding on to, or what should I do? If I have the space, I hold on to it. If I don't have the space, I don't hold on to it. That's pretty much how I roll. Most things in most video games are replaceable with a little bit of effort, so I don't think about it too hard.
Familiar sound
And most of the time, that's fine. Sometimes that ends up not being fine. Like when I was playing Elden Ring, and I made the mistake of getting rid of the Ice Rapier, and then I realized I didn't have it for my character for when I wanted to use the Ice Rapier on a build later. Because I got rid of it, because I didn't realize that there was a way to get it. Which is actually one of the things I actually like about Bloodborne is in the Chalice dungeons, which I know is very controversial, but one of the things I like about the Chalice dungeons is that you can reacquire pieces of equipment that only have one source using Chalice dungeons. People have like codes for that online. And so you can just put in the code for the dungeon, and then when you beat the dungeon, you will get the item in the dungeon, which is kind of cool. It's actually crazy to think that there's like, not quite a roguelike, but there's like a randomly generated element of Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne. You think if they do a Bloodborne remaster for PC, they'll add Chalice dungeons? Or do you think they would just drop that mechanic? Yeah.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Yo, what's up?
How's your stomach doing?
Great. Yeah, yesterday I had a bit of an issue, but then I reversed that issue, reversed the order, and I was feeling fine. I didn't get a single crit in all my attacks against that guy. I am so upset he's spaghetti. Where critical hit? Where? Where is it? 17 to 20 is not that rare. And I used 2 shots of many shot, which is 16 to 20. My god. Oh god. Or legendary demise would be? Yeah. Great.
The Dusk Thief flees into the main trash disposal room. There's a blood-curdling shriek from beyond the door, followed by a...
I've heard a lot of very good things about
This massive chamber is filled
what do you call it? The Fatesinger Epic Strike with the repeating hit range characters. So I'm curious to see how it will go here, or if I should use a different attack.
The door to the west opens.
Enter the body, told him this unacceptable behavior, and it's all good now? Exactly, yep. 100%.
You've returned the missing
Magama.
arcane assistant to the gnome scavenger.
Playing the Elden Ring DLC? Yes. So, I have been fighting the urge to replay Elden Ring for the entire last year. You can ask anybody that talks to me regularly, and I will have said at some point, I'm really fighting the urge to play Elden Ring again. But with Shadow of the Erdtree coming out, I will need a new build to do it, because of course I will need a new build for Shadow of the Erdtree, which means I have an excuse to go play some. What do you need to get the second chest? You have to kill that optional that I killed like when I was like halfway through. My bridge. Yeah, it should be good. One of the Souls games. If you're going to pick any one of them, Elden Ring is one of the better options because it is the most accessible, as there's so many ways to play the game. So at the beginning, the first... this is not really a spoiler, because you'll encounter this right away. It's also one of the biggest comments. The first major boss you encounter is when you enter Stormveil Castle, which is where the game directly tells you to go. You encounter this guy called Margit. And Margit is very challenging if you're just starting out. He has a lot of moves, he does a lot of damage, his timings are weird, he's got multiple phases. and he's like the first major boss in the game. And so a lot of people will quit the game right there. Except Margit explicitly tells you, hey, you're not ready to face me. You're not ready to face me. What does that mean? The game is an open world game, like Zelda. Go look around. You don't have to go to the castle. There's so many other places. There's like 50 dungeons. There's a second castle. There's a giant swamp. There's like a lake. There's like a beast temple. There's like 100 million places you can go. And so I know people that played it, they get to Margit, and then they go, this game is too hard. I can't even beat the first boss. And it's like, yeah, but there's so many places you can go instead. There's like spells to get. There's different cool weapons. There's all sorts of things. You don't have to just start the game and run straight towards the guy. You can go everywhere else.
The wizard turns towards you, startled.
And then you come back after having fought other monsters with experience, with cool items, with all these things, and you go, oh, you know what? I've learned like 10 new spells. Now I got this meteor staff, or I've got these meteor spells, or maybe you've got like a weapon that shoots out ice, or maybe you've got like a big shield that takes less damage, or maybe you've practiced. And so, for me, I think that Elden Ring is the most accessible in terms of if you can learn that if you are getting stuck, there's always somewhere else you can go, then you'll have a pretty good time playing Elden Ring. But, that being said, Elden Ring is the longest of all of them. And if you want one that is probably, maybe not the longest, but the most complete, I would say, in terms of like just the shorthand experience of just playing the game and leveling up and doing whatever, then I would go with either Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3. Both of them have phenomenal music, great character designs, very cool bosses, but both of those games are also remarkably more linear. So yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, totally. I'm with you. Well, that's what I did. I just beat Margit. I lost him a few times. He's like, you're not ready. And I'm like, excuse me? And then I kicked his ass. And then I beat the whole castle. And then I beat the next area. And then I went and explored all the other areas that I could have gone to. And they were very easy by comparison because I was a little overleveled. Whoops. Damn. Yeah. Dark Souls 1 is a cool video game, but it's not my favorite. In terms of the games, for me, number 1 is going to be Bloodborne, and then number 2 is Dark Souls 3, and number 3 is Elden Ring, number 4 is Dark Souls 2, number 5 is Dark Souls, and number 6, at the bottom, where she deserves, is Demon's Souls. Don't get me wrong, I like Demon's Souls, but it's at the bottom for a reason. You full of Arganesson somehow? Can you log into any other server? Or is it just Argo that's doing this to you? Yeah, it is very hard to go back to Dark Souls 1 after you playing Dark Souls 3 with all of like the cool weapon arts and just the user interface changes to be able to easily read everything on your screen, and the mobility difference is huge. Sekiro, does it count? I haven't played Sekiro yet. I have to beat Sekiro. I own it. I just haven't played it yet. I will at some point play it. So I do want to. I just have yet to play it. I touched love and I died, and I said to myself, you know, I think I can live without this. Yeah, true. Good way to do it, yeah.
You've activated the Magefire cannons. That should help protect.
Yeah, especially when the game is designed in such a way where one of those ring slots is held on by the Ring of Favor and Fortune or whatever. But yeah, favor and protection, that's it. Yeah, you'll fap. Yeah, all the older GTA games, you can't really swim. I think you can in San Andreas. I'm pretty sure you can swim in San Andreas. And,
Looking outside in the distance.
because I remember there was like an athleticism skill you could get with CJ. Minstrel fun and Lotro. Minstrel is very fun, in my opinion, because it's like a healer class, so it's like pretty good. And also, not only is it a healer class that's like pretty good. No roll call. Double checking. Yeah, so Minstrel's fun, but also you think it's like regular healer class and does whatever, and then you start to play around with it and you realize that the damaged Minstrel shoots beams of light at their enemies with all these calls to the second age and calls of greatness and all this other stuff, and they become like auto cannons that start blasting out magic like crazy, and you're just screaming people to death, and it's very satisfying. Also, Minstrel is far and away the #1 DPS class in the game. It's not even close. So they're probably going to nerf Minstrel a little bit, which will not affect you on the landscape, but for like it only probably affect like the end game, because at the end game it's crazy. Brawler is like bottom half. Just bottom half. Like just under half. Incredible for damage or for tanking. Still one of the best tanks in the entire game, but for DPS they're bottom half. A change, the auction house in DDO would be awesome. What change? Oh, we're doing roll call. Oh, nice. The VIP skip it, but no problem. Okay, roll call. All right, I'm on it. I'm going roll call. I was just asking the question. Now we're doing it. I was not paying attention. Yeah. Minstrels used to be worse than they are currently, but yeah, right now they are like gods that rip apart everything on the landscape, and then when you get into a raid, oh my god, yeah, they're like far and away #1. It's, as I said, not even close. Literally not even close. I think Minstrel right now, people are parsing 211,000 damage per second, and the next highest is Red Burglar at like 155. Absolute madness. Not even close. Good. And bagpipes and cowbells exist? Yeah. I have a flute. It's good enough for me.
You expected to find Forge personnel hard at work in this wing. Instead, you see an old woman pacing
I like
back
the
and
flute.
forth while muttering to herself.
Oh, I rolled a
Small security drones
2.
patrol the pipes. It looks like
I
the
see
Lost
Dune
Studios
2. I didn't even see
have
Dune
an
1.
alarm system.
I honestly don't know much about Dune.
You teleport the hapless student back.
I'm sure it's good, but I ain't read the book or watch the movie. And before somebody says, wait a minute, Strimtom, you didn't see Dune 2, but you saw Madam Web? Listen. I don't have good defenses for my own actions, okay? I don't know. I do stuff, you know.
Back to the entrance.
You watch Morbius? Yeah, of course. I also saw Morbius in theaters. Where did Zulkin die? Question mark. Did Zulkin go down the hole that you don't go down? Was the lady hot at least? I'm gonna be honest, Madam Web was kind of a blur. So here's what I will say about Madam Web. Is that it's not a good movie,
With energy from the Kenneth crystals used to power the facility.
but while it isn't a good movie, I liked it more than I liked the Marvels. I don't know if that says anything, but the main reason I say that is because my biggest problem with the Marvels is that the characters basically never actually like develop or do anything. It's my biggest complaint with that entire movie, is that like the characters have some interpersonal conflict, and instead of solving their interpersonal conflict by like talking to each other or like having an emotional character story about the different trauma each person in the group carries, Instead, they have a 2-minute or like a minute and a half montage where they like play table tennis and they roll around. And now they're best friends. And I'm like, that's how I like my character-driven stories too.
Dane tells you
Where
that
we
the
just get rid
last
of all
step
of the
taken
character
time to
development.
forge the
We don't have anyone talk to each other.
to a holding cell.
And we just go kind of roll over all of that.
Situation.
So that was my biggest problem with that film. The action looked cool. The scenes look good. There's this part. Oh, whoopsie, this is the wrong way. There's this part like close to the end where I'm gonna spoil some of the marvels for these that didn't see it. Where like the whole point of the movie is that the three characters, if they use their powers, they change places because they're like quantum linked or something. It doesn't matter. But basically, if one person shoots a laser, they swap places with the other person if they use their powers at the same time. So only one of them can use a power, but if two of them use a power at the same time, they swap places. That's kind of the idea behind the movie. Now, other than the fact that there are very obviously a bunch of scenes where two people are using powers at the same time and they don't swap places, that doesn't matter. The big payoff is at the end, during the big fight against the big bad guy. The scene is really cool where the camera is like doing this big 3D pan around and they're like teleporting all over the place and they're fighting each other and they're fighting the bad guy with all these cool moves. And I'm like, it just looks really, really good. They just did a great job with the visuals on that one. Really knocked it out of the park. But the rest of the movie was pretty bad. Again, at least I found the characters and the actors in Madam Web were a lot better. Like the teenagers, the people, the grown-ups who were playing teenagers played really believable teenagers. They did a good job of that, which I liked. And yeah.
The barrier
and
vanishes.
You know,
Quickly.
would I rate it as a good movie? No, but at least it was kind of entertaining.
Get out of here. Careful though. Pulling the wrong lever will
Like 80s Dune, the one with Sting in it? Yeah, I never saw any of the Dunes. Shrimp paid money to see Eternals in theater. That is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
And escape before he gets you into any more trouble.
Eternals was so staggeringly bad, I don't even know what to say. I literally don't know where to go with that one. I don't know what happened. It's not a superhero movie, it's a family drama movie about superpowered people. I don't even know what the movie was about. I will say, bold move of the studio to have like Salma Hayek as like the front runner for every single press tour. She's in front of everybody. She's all over the place. Salma Hayek this, and you know, it's like she's in Eternals and blah blah blah. For her character to die in the first 5 minutes and be absent the rest of the movie. They definitely got their money out of the press tour. I'll tell you that much. TV shows just kind of fell off. Yeah, a lot of them aren't the best. They're definitely they don't have the same cohesive nature. The problem is it's like not like one direct story. It feels like none of the stories really connect that much, which is the main problem. Which I'm like okay with, but the problem is they like have these weird like, ooh, it could connect sort of deal where you think that there's going to be something interesting happening, but then they don't like commit. That's the main problem I have. It's like, well, what if we did connect A to B?
Dear Strime Tom, hereafter known as the Cancelly, we, Twitch chat, hereby deliver a succinct edict initiating the prompt suspension of our mutual enjoyment protocol due to your flagrant disregard for the cinematic landmarks known as Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2, henceforth referred to as the Essential Epics. Your voluntary engagement with Madam Web over the exploration of these narrative pinnacles constitutes a dire violation of our collective cultural accord.
Oh yeah, well,
Von Darkano Technic is dealing with the security.
suck it, nerds. Got him.
For your own safety.
Shang-Chi was good. Yeah, I actually really like Shang-Chi. I thought it was a fantastic movie. It literally hits all of the beats that you want. It's a great film. I would definitely recommend anybody to go watch it. It's
the
good.
Cancelly is required to undertake an
There's several very
urgent
good scenes in that
cinematic
movie.
Re-education course. Failure
Re-education?
to comply will result in the immediate revocation of
Oh,
our shared
no, what is
digital
happening?
amusement conveniences and an indefinite hiatus on all snack sharing treaties. The restoration of full partnership privileges
snacks?
is
What?
contingent upon the satisfactory completion of
never.
a Dune re-evaluation ceremony and the issuance of a
I
heartfelt
object
mea culpa for your
under
cinematic
Protocol 4
transgressions.
and quote Strimtom versus Game of Thrones as precedent, as it can be shown that just because something is popular media does not require any engager or entertainee to have viewed all relevant media to a subject. So yeah.
You dare enact Protocol 4 on me? Error.
Yeah.
Error.
Don't make me enact Protocol 69. Like Loki and the WandaVision shows, yeah. I also very much enjoyed Loki season 2, although I did find it was weaker than the first one. Where the first one was like the second one was meant to twist your brain all around, whereas the first one was just like a good story that keeps going and twisting. And the second one, they did not do enough of a job of reintroducing the characters because it's been like 3 years since the last season. And I was watching it and I'm like, there's this scene where they're like talking about like, yeah, we got to deal with Renslayer. And I'm like, who the fuck is Renslayer? I don't know who that is. Like, I watched the first season, but like that was 3 years ago. I don't remember the name of this character. I couldn't remember. And they do that for 2 episodes. So on episode 3, when she finally shows up, you're like, oh, you're this person. Oh. They didn't have like a season recap or something, or like, you know, just anything to like show you that character. They just don't bring her up before you go like, well, no, it's because there was a reason. There's no reason. They just didn't bring her up. And I'm like, so and there was like a bunch of pacing issues, and it has a very confusing end. So like, the second season's not as good as the first one, man. That first season, that was so good. Yeah, because they kept saying it, and I was like, who was this person? And again, it's not because her character like wasn't memorable from the first one or didn't do anything interesting. It was that just it had been 3 years and I hadn't seen the show, and like they throw a lot of other stuff at you, and the Loki stuff is kind of outside all of the other Marvel shows that they had. And so because the whole point is it's literally outside of space and time is where it takes place, and so none of the other characters there, nobody else interacts, and so it's all disconnected. So I'm like, who the hell is this like minor character? Yeah, I know who that is now, but I just didn't remember that at time of watching. Like I said, but I liked the episode. The episode, like, or like the actual show. Like, I still like this season. It was pretty good. Move. I wonder, you ever think they're gonna make like a Magic the Gathering? Wait, do they have a Magic the Gathering TV show or movie? Because like they have like D&D as like a movie now, like an actual popular one with like lots of monies. I wonder if they'll make a Magic one. Because I bet there would be nerds that would go see that. It's kind of cool lore. Well, that's just it, right? Like apparently if you look at the cards and stuff, they'll like tell you stories, and each pack, like the different card expansions have like stories in the flavor text and stuff, which is like kind of cool. Made her memorable? No, they just needed a scene in the first episode where they showed her fucking around. That's it. Where somebody goes, yeah, and Renslayer's still out there. Then they cut to Renslayer doing something, and then they come back. That's all they had to do.
Card by the door reads Huslav Noller.
So you're not like confused, and then it brings up all the memories of what happened.
You'll need a key to get in.
Yeah, like it's just they mentioned it, and then they didn't bring her up for 2 episodes, for like till the 3rd episode, which it, like there's, I just don't get it. Like if you watch season 1 into season 2, like back to back, like if you haven't seen the show and you don't know what we're talking about, I guarantee you, if you watch like season 1 and 2 right next to each other, that you'll probably have a way better time with it. Because you won't have that confusion that I think a lot of people had. And I talked to my like other friends, and they said a lot of the exactly the same thing. They were like, I couldn't remember who that character was until they showed her on screen. And I was like, oh, right. Just a weird name. It's just weird. They said wait, so I will wait. Actually, we don't have to wait. We just kill the boss, right? Yeah, because we can kill the boss. You just have to not pick up the thing.
This isn't the jungle, Outlander. You can't just blunder around breaking things.
Wrong button. Whatever.
The city won't tolerate riots in their
And they're in. Nice. And it was Renslayer's the name of Ben Solo. If you just consider the Force kills the Knights of Ren, who is Ren. Yeah, I know. I don't. Yeah, that one's also pretty bad too.
The Sky Coast
Good old
is on
Star
one more
Wars.
uniformed security officers.
You guys remember Star Wars? You guys seen them Star Wars movie before? Yeah, that was tough. I don't remember a lot of that. I mean, I will say this. Whether you like or dislike the movie continuity of Star Wars, most of the video games are rad as fuck. Like, man, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, The Old Republic, fantastic. Rogue Squadron, Jedi Academy. The list just keeps going of like 6 Star Wars games. Cult of the Ocelot, you know about the old school Battlefront remaster, right? No, it comes out on the 14th.
2 hobgoblin corpses lie at the feet of a stern gnome.
Where they're remastering. Yeah, 1 and 2, one game, online multiplayer, everything. 14th of March.
The creepy gnome investigator nonchalantly gives you a head start, then goes back to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting on the weekend. That weekend, I'm gonna be getting the boys together, and we're gonna be playing some Battlefront 2.
Rises from somewhere below. You have a sense that you're
The details happened in Fortnite.
More so than you.
True, you gotta play Fortnite. Yeah, true. It's all about that cross continuity, you know.
This must be the place where
Yeah, also, I definitely forgot the gold roll. Again, I don't really care about the gold rolls. Like, I'm just forgetful. This is the reason why, like, I've mentioned before, that the, like, Elder Scrolls Online thing, where they go, like, yeah, there's the daily reward, login reward. Dude, I can't remember any of that shit. I don't know. I just forget all of it. Yeah, whatever, dispel my magic. Sure, whatever, fuckers. Shoot with the bow! Fuck! Sorry. I shot, like, 7 arrows and nothing landed. That still happens. That still happens. Holy moly. That was very frustrating. Just watching nothing, 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 nothing. Dude, they're standing still. What the fuck's happening? Okay, I'm good. So ranged isn't, like, perfect in this game. But it's a lot better than it used to be. Anyway, that's how you get the info? Probably, yeah.
You come across a crumbling shrine amidst what appear to be ancient ruins. It still gleams with the
Sorry,
magic
I apologize
of
for
the
screaming.
charm
I was very
long
agitated.
vanished.
I was excited by Battlefront. That's all it is. Also, Battlefront is going to have local split screen. Dude, I remember in Battlefront 2, sitting on the couch with my friends and doing the Wampa map. The Conquest map, where it's Wampas versus the Rebels. And then playing as the Wampas and just rolling around and just meleeing all the Rebels. Yeah, on Hoth. Yeah. Because there were a lot of good Hoth maps. But yeah, that was the fucking bomb, man. Tumble charges.
Strange. What's a treasure chest like that doing in a place like this?
Guy had 2 hit points left and he gets PK'd. Yeah, so there's a lot of good stuff. And all of that's coming back March 14th. Are you going to have to spend like $40 to buy an old video game from the past? Yeah. Are you going to do that? Yeah. Is it going to be better and bigger than Star Wars Battlefront, like the remaster from EA? Probably not, but maybe. We'll see. Because EA made a shitload of money off of Battlefront. Did Battlefront from EA and Battlefront 2 release on Steam, or was it only through the Epic Games Store? I want to be able to check accurate player counts, but I have no idea how to do that. Because console games are notoriously difficult to get accurate player counts for, because you can't see them online. Switching shooters was GoldenEye? Yeah. And you can play GoldenEye online with other people.
You should probably
There are
investigate.
public mods you can do that. Not like an official product, but if you do a little Googling and you use the computer and the internet and you look up some things and you do a little Googling, you can play GoldenEye online with other people. Although not the split screen. But if you play GoldenEye online with other people, you can actually play GoldenEye with keyboard and mouse at 60 FPS and proper resolutions. I don't know exactly how you would do that, but like, in fact, that may or may not exist. I might have hallucinated that. I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know who I am, and I might be a hallucination in general. So again, I can't really confirm or deny anything. Are you joking? Bosco's around a corner where I can't shoot him. Yeah, GoldenEye on Roblox. Yeah, Roblox. Get your V-Bucks, kids. We're gonna go play GoldenEye. Okay. That's the, yeah, Roblox. That's the video game that Tommy Tallarico made, which is kind of cool. Oh my god. I'm not moving. I don't want to lose my stacks. Race and selecting Oddjob? Well, the reason why it doesn't matter is because Oddjob was hard because he was smaller, which meant a lot in GoldenEye where you couldn't turn. But if you can keyboard and mouse GoldenEye on the computer, Oddjob being shorter isn't that big of a deal. Now it's just actually easier because Oddjob has a pretty big head. Release? There's a lot of things from shit show lead up to the release, yeah.
And you're done playing house. That's all of them, at least for today.
Even for labor exploitation? I mean, don't they?
Thora says, if you
I mean, at the end of the day, one of the things you learn about kids is that, you know, a lot of kids just want to help. They want to do stuff. That's why when you, as an adult, are doing something, your kids are like, I want to help, because they want to, like, be involved. They want to do something. They yearn for community, for engagement, for other things. Yeah, they want to do what they want to do, but if you're doing something and it looks interesting, they want to be a part of it. So yeah, children kind of do yearn for labor exploitation. But not in that direct sense, but they do want to do things. They want to do activities and be supervised. That's why it's so effective and why so many people do it. Yeah, that's why so many kids play Minecraft, dude. Because they yearn for the mines. It's the biggest sign ever. Okay, so we have basically all the feats I could possibly want for ranged combat. So I think I'm taking Quicken because Quicken good.
Everyone at Morgrave University is talking about Vecna and the Codex of the Infinite.
And the Codex of the Infinite Planes.
Morgrave University Air Shuttle in Sharn and speak to Sephelsa Stameth outside
Nice.
Lareth Hall.
Okay,
to
so we
learn
have
more.
that. That's good. Put your name in my acknowledgements. Thank you. I have Didor once every 10 minutes. Why is this once every 10 minutes? I need 2 more points in this tree. That's Tumble, right? It's not bad. Tumble spot. Listen. Okay, so I don't know how many more points I have left. I have quite a few. I think I have 12 more points to earn. Cool. I can take a lot of stuff. Interesting. I can take a lot of stuff. Interesting. All right. Deliberate age. After that, they have no desire to help their parents do anything. That sounds about right, yeah. Cooking meals from scratch. My 3-year-old came up to me 5 days into it and started asking if she could help. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, then apparently they stopped wanting to do that. I don't know. I don't have that many older kids. And by I don't have that many older kids, I mean I don't have any children. So, I don't know. What's the morale system about? Okay, so to answer that question is... there's no healing magic in the Lord of the Rings world. Right? So, like, in Final Fantasy, there's white mages. In World of Warcraft, you've got, like, all different types of healing magic. Druids, priests, and all that. In DDO, there's clerics and cures. But in Lord of the Rings, there's no magic to heal people. That's why when Frodo gets stabbed by a Nazgul on top of, like, the... what do you call it? Weathertop. That's a big deal, one, because they have evil magic. And also... it's just generally a stab wound in the chest, which is a huge problem. And so they went to the elves, but they basically rested in Rivendell for like a whole month to let him recover because he like, and they had to use special magic to like try to fix the counteract the other magic, but he needed time to rest. So it doesn't make they don't have healers in Lord of the Rings because you can't just like close people's wounds with magic. That doesn't exist. They don't have that. And so as a result, the way that they do health in that game, it's morale. So when you run out of morale, you lose to the will to fight, and you must retreat. So therefore, your character retreats. You don't die. You retreat, and then you can fight again another day. So you never actually die in that game. You just retreat when you run out of morale, which then explains why the healers are minstrels. They play songs and ballads to raise your morale, to encourage you to keep going. Another healer is the captain, who raises morale. They stand on the front lines. Yeah, so that's why it's called morale instead of health. Question from here. Anytime you play class where you pick up Quicken, is there ever time you don't have it enabled? Yeah, sometimes. I don't just turn on Quicken all the time, depending on the character class that I'm playing. In the early levels, usually before level 10. Go through here, fuck this. And what is this? Something. And everything's dead, I don't have to do anything. And alright, I didn't help. Nice. Here's from the wound. It's one of the main reasons he decides to take the offer to go to the Grey Havens. True, yeah. Nice, look at the crescent. Sick. Making the movies, the hand of the king is a healing hand thing with Aragorn. Well, it's difficult to say because a lot of you guys don't realize that there's a scene in the movie where Viggo Mortensen kicks an orc's helmet and then lets out a giant cry because you think it's because he's just a good actor conveying emotion. But what most people fail to realize is that when he kicked the head, he actually broke his foot in that moment, and as a result of breaking his foot, let out a real cry in anguish. That's right. It's a little known fact basically nobody knows about, but I figured I'd let you guys know just in case. Yeah, little known fact. It's crazy.
Somewhere nearby is the Stormreach Beacon, Vaughns protection against vengeful Forge Wraiths. The beacon
You know, Lotro, but it means your characters ran away from battle? No, it means your characters ran away from battle because you lose a lot. As somebody, me, who has the undefeated title, because my characters don't die because I never die because I'm a god, it's fine. And then you get to raiding. You die so many times. So many times. Oh well. Yo, what's up, Chris? It doesn't matter, is the answer to that one. Generally, it doesn't matter. Although I would say, if you're not planning on using Sunder, pick Acid or Lightning. If you're not going to use Sunder to bypass the immunity on enemies, use Acid or Lightning. Give me a recommendation there. But if you are going to use Sunder, then then you can pick whichever one you want, because if a monster happens to have immunity to your thing, you just bypass it with Sunder. Why did I do this? Whatever. Yeah, Buddy Boost is pretty good right now. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. They're like so close in melee range, I can't hit all of them because I'm like inaccurate. Again, my character still has the problem where like if I don't critically hit, I don't really do any damage. So like I hit these guys so many times, but I don't get a single critical hit. I have a 1 in 4, but you know, when you go 10 shots in a row without a crit, it feels it's not that unlikely, but it just feels bad. It is a raid in Lotro. That reality dies. You have to try again in reality. Also true, technically, like a lot of the raids in Lord of the Rings Online, you're definitely not like running away from. Again, as it was pointed out, like when you wipe against Shelob, you don't run away. You can't get away from the spider. She eats you. So, like obviously you retreat, and your character in game runs away from the spider.
It's a fine evening.
But yeah,
here in
that's
Sodom,
it's
says
a very
Lucian
separate
Holt,
thing.
his voice brimming with confidence. And
So
tomorrow,
you basically think about it that each raid,
will be truly
that I would assume the canon for each raid and dungeon is that they really only get done one time and you don't actually lose. You're just rewinding time because you're a time wizard, I guess.
On behalf of Vaunt Arcanotech, it is my pleasure to announce a revised and
Yeah.
perfected version of my device.
It's very non-poggers, yeah. Not called Buddy Boost, it's called Caneth mode. Hey man, I'll take whatever. There's the expression, I'll have what he's having, or I'll have what she's having. It's the same thing here. Oh, was this what it feels like to be on Caneth? Alright, sounds good. I'll give me 10.
Lucy
I'll take 10.
Boss, we have a situation backstage. If you please.
Goodbye, Guardian. I have you now. Marked. Mark reduces their fortification by a lot. Gives me power. It canonically cannot die. Oh, I have D-Door.
Even when misused in such a
Dimension Door.
wasteful manner. Cool, unbelievable.
Cast failed. Well,
The troll says, crestful.
see ya.
What's going on?
Destroyers will. Wait. If you die, the bees come and take you away to save you. The building destroyers will observe this, and since you're opting to trap your character forever in a place he knows. Oh no! Because he knows if he kills you, you'll just show up again. Hilarious. I mean, that happens. I mean, that's also part of like the Destiny storyline as well, where they do organize it fairly well into it. That the reason why you can be resurrected from the dead is because of these things you have called ghosts. And they do have circumstances where, not your characters, but main characters in the storyline, in like Forsaken, Cade has his ghost get shot and the ghost dies. So then he gets killed and he can't be resurrected. And then it's a big deal in, I think it was season of the, I can't remember, the one with the Cabal, where they were doing all the battlegrounds and stuff. And when they were having like a big meeting, one of the scions of the Cabal was like going against orders and tried to assassinate Commander Zavala, where the sniper showed up to try to take out his ghost. Or sorry, they disabled his ghost and the sniper showed up to try to kill him. And he was saved by Crow, who Secret Service literally jumped in the way of the bullet for him and saved his life. Because technically he's an immortal being, but he lost his immortality for a moment. Good story. I'm gonna go 30, then I'll TR on your final tank build, which is very poogers. Will it? I don't know about that, man. It's a Lich with a phylactery. It's not really a phylactery. You have like a thing that will resurrect you from the dead, should something bad happen.
Now, to return the artifact to Stormreach, where it will
It's not quite a phylactery, but yeah, kind of.
It is protected for thousands of years.
Because the ghosts are vulnerable, but as long as you protect them, they can resurrect you from the dead. It's great because then they use it. They use that excuse to explain away all of the weird stuff that players do since they're invincible. You can hide it. Basically, your ghost is not always with you, and you can use transmat, where you transmit materials from one place to another to move the ghost next to you. So the ghost is not necessarily with you, but you can hold out your hand to transmit your ghost to your location. Similarly, when you die, your ghost transmit to you to resurrect you. It's the reason why, like, in raids, players can't resurrect themselves. Thanks, boss. You have to have somebody do it because the ghost can't resurrect you because it needs cover. So that's why you have to go and help it resurrect the person. Oh shit, it's my party now. My party now. Let's do them dang old new quests in Grave 16's Grave. Starting with the skeleton one. Can't remember the name of it. But I'll find out right here. More Grave. Buddy. Bonus. XP. Once. And then we do this. And we go with Army of Eternal Night. Reaper. Enter. Go. Oh yeah, gold roll. I forget about this. All right, everybody, it's time for the gold roll. That's right. Many of you put in thousands, if not millions of dollars, hoping that you will come out on top and win enough Sunflats to pay off that mortgage. Well, I'll tell you what, you probably won't. But if you do win it today, guess what? You're going to win it right now. 3, 2, 1, gold roll. Ooh, that's a 19. That's a 19. I'm so sorry, everybody. That was not a high roll. That was a low roll. It is what it is. These things happen. Yeah, Destiny 2 is a pretty good video game. It's a shooter MMORPG. So it's a first-person shooter, but it is also an MMORPG. It's also free. And by free, I mean it is free and you can play it for free, but you shouldn't. You should not play it for free. Although they did have a thing, a Humble Bundle, which gives you all the content in the whole game for 40 bones. Which is pretty good. It's like the best deal they ever did.
The head librarian gestures to the man beside her. Mr. Sadler,
Look.
would like a word
Did I?
before you head out.
I didn't notice.
His generous donations make our expeditions possible.
It's actually probably better that I didn't notice, because when I get that, I get really distracted.
Door behind him.
And I stop
We've
doing
arranged
stuff.
Transport to the spot on the Braelish border where the manifest zone was detected. Good luck and good hunting. You've arrived at the Braelish border near the manifest zone created by the
Yeah, the weird thing about like the AoE attacks is because of their smaller range, when monsters are moving around, oftentimes they're in their shuffling, you only hit like one. Which is kind of weird sometimes. It's not that bad though. If I had more damage, this would be a different story. I just need more damage. More damage per hit. Please.
Someone carefully removed the wall here, revealing a vault beyond.
Or like when monsters just generally shuffle around like these guys, where like you only hit like one of the ghouls. I've said this before, I think it'll be nice in the future when we get more ranged AoE attacks if they like increase the width of a lot of them. I like them. I think overall they're really good. It's a huge addition to the video game. But as I said, I would like to see more innovation of different types of ranged attacks in the future. Like right now with these special ranged attacks, what I want more than anything else is like a class that's basically kind of like Gambit or like from X-Man or like Twist of Fate from League of Legends, who like throws cards where it's like when you use like a throwing dart or something, it turns the item into like a card, like visibly it throws like a card, and you have all these different like pick a card, throw a card sort of moves that have different attacks. You've got like the one that might be an AoE, but that's because it's an AoE, but it has like a stun rider on it or it has some other attacks. You still run into the problem of like sometimes your attacks just don't do anything because you're playing a ranged character, but yeah. This paladin? Yeah, I can see that.
Several gates seal off the path. Before you can
But yeah, something like that would be kind of cool.
skeletons claw their way out.
Love to see them explore more with those types of ideas.
With the ambush defeated, the gates are no longer an obstacle.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 levels of Artificer gives you a really good AoE attack, so you can definitely do that on Artificer, but it's only if you want to play Artificer. Also, I'm standing still a lot because I'm trying to get extra, what do you call it, Archer's Focus stacks, just because I need more flat damages. Undead are annoying because you can't critically hit them. The AoE is, like, it works really good. It's just, you can't critically hit Undead, which is annoying. Look at him go down. Look at that. Explosions, man. Very satisfying. Is this as good as a spellcaster? No. Is it as good as a spellcaster later on? I've heard from some people that the answer to that question is yes. Apparently, I've heard some people say that you can do crazy stuff in R10s with ranged AoE users right now, which is really cool. The idea that like ranged AoE is like a real thing that people can do and be effective with, I think it's kind of sick. For me, it's still a little bit slower, but it's not that bad. with a key. I love when they leave the key next to the door.
As the cell door opens, hidden hand prisoners make a break for freedom.
That magic missile person is actually going to be the one that kills me. I gotta get rid of it. Is it this? It's the palm? There we go. The one thing I can't stop on this character yet is magic missiles. It's very annoying. That, and also I can't wait till I have Hunt's End on this build, so I just have a button where I can just click on somebody and then they just instantly die. That'll be very nice to have when I get that. Get another benefit of being Ranger. Heal. Heal. I think am I 13 Ranger? Yeah, I'm 13 now. Use character outside of single target raids. Also very cool. Yeah, 100%. But overall, character, very fun. Can recommend. Like, look at that. I just ripped through that pack of monsters in an AoE. How cool is that?
With a pitiful wail of rage and despair. Quell dissipates with a final defiant cry.
Yeah, a lot of crossbow. Like, if you're a thrower, you pretty much have to deal with single target while leveling. It is what it is. Who knows? Maybe they'll add more abilities in the future. I was kind of thinking they would convert Fan of Knives into like an AoE attack, but they did not.
The skeleton hisses as you approach.
Oh, right. Mark this guy.
I won't sacrifice my plans to some paltry pack of latecomers.
He's dead.
As it collapses.
Also, if multiple people that are running Horizon Walker, something I didn't realize is that if somebody else marks the target and you have Horizon Walkers, you get the extra damage bonuses against marked targets. That actually applies to you, even if it's not you. We didn't search the Chapel of the Sovereign Host. Sick. Apparently I missed out on one of the things. The quest is not over. I missed a part of the chapel, apparently. Which I did not even notice. Also, what did I get? Got a sickle. Shadow's Curve. Slashing Evil Magic. Negative Blast, Human Bane. Double Strike, Mythic 4, Unholy. Honestly, it's a Mythic 4, which is kind of neat, but it's still a bad item. But it's kind of neat. It's alright. It's not that bad. Like, you shouldn't use it, because it's a sickle, and that's a whole other problem, but... I really thought I came far enough into this room.
A quick search of the vault reveals
Apparently not.
the Eye of
Oh well.
Maymar is no longer here.
Okay, so I need one more point here, so that's 1.
Must be somewhere in the
How many extra points do I have? I have 6, so I get to 86 points total. I have 73, which means I get an extra 13, which means I'll have 18 extra points. Which means I will be able to go... I can get Sniper Shot if I want, or I can go and get more Imbue Dice out of Assassin, which I also kind of want to do. So I think we're going to go Courage of Heaven. I think we're going to go with Knife Juggler, Acrobatic, Quick Reflexes for the double shot. I think I'm going to be going up Assassin. And I should have just enough to get the rest of this. So that should be good. Why running this quest again? Wait, why run... I'm not running the quest again. Do you mean, like, why am I running this quest in particular? Because I need experience points to level up in the video game. 8 ads? Yeah, is your first time on the internet, or...?
You step into the lavishly decorated entrance to Barrington Worthridge's penthouse suite. Apparently, he keeps the Eye of Dawn.
Why am I checking these? I know the answer.
With the rest of his collection of rare artifacts.
Yeah, I understand that, you know, obviously advertisements on the internet can be annoying to look at, especially when they... I've mentioned this before. I do think that Twitch does not the best job of, like, managing advertisements in terms of, like, they're very intrusive to the general experience of watching a live stream, where a lot of times they'll put them, like, over top of what you're actually watching, which is annoying. And unlike regular TV, where, like, if you're watching regular TV, it bisects what you're watching, so you start watching it, then it stops. Then you do watch the ad, then the thing comes back where you left off, whereas online it doesn't do that, but yeah.
The Eye of Donvi hovers above a pedestal in the center of the room.
To the Hamlin, you're running again? Yeah, no, it just didn't trigger, which is annoying.
Teleported you into a strange new place. Is this a courtroom? A huge sphinx in the back of the room nods its head in greeting. Welcome, stranger.
All right. Where are we going in here? Order in the court. Yeah, I don't use ad blockers. I just deal with ads. Sometimes when the exception to this is when I am looking at stuff on stream. I have a separate browser setting specifically for if somebody sends me like a video or something, so I can turn it on so that way I don't get to watch a bunch of ads before showing something quickly on stream. But like for personal browsing, I look at ads. I actually don't mind ads on the computer from the standpoint of like if I'm looking at something, I don't know when new stuff comes out. Like, if I'm being honest with you, if somebody hadn't told me that there was going to be the remake of Battlefront 1 and 2 coming out, I would never know that product would release because I don't really see ads on the computer anymore. Most of the platforms I go to, Twitch or YouTube, I like pay the subscription fee, so I don't really see advertisements anywhere whenever I go on the computer. And so I actually don't mind it that much if it would show me things. The main problem I run into a lot when it comes to advertising is that a lot of times the ads that you see on websites have like literally nothing to do with you, which is so frustrating. Where it's like, man, you know what I want to see? Ads for new video games coming out. That'd be cool. Why doesn't the computer just show me ads for new video games? I like playing video games, that'd be awesome. But instead it's like, hey, do you want life insurance? Not really. Do you want to buy a brand new car? No. It's gonna sound crazy, but like watching a commercial for like an Audi is like not gonna make me want to buy one. This is a crazy talk, but maybe. I don't know. So yeah. Dragon's Dogma soon? Yeah. Dragon's Dogma 2. I still have to play finish Dragon's Dogma 1. It's a fun game. Ad for Nini? Now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language. What's up, Alchemichael? How you doing? Great name, by the way. Love that. Unless it's just alchemical, but spelled differently, which would be even funnier. Yeah, I saw that trending on Twitter yesterday. Targeted advertisements? I want targeted advertisements. That's the only advertisements I ever want. I never want untargeted advertisements. That's terrible. The problem with untargeted advertisements is if they're untargeted, then they're for crap I just don't care about. I hate that. Like, we live at a time where without really strict like regulation on a lot of these companies, your information is going to get out there because there's going to be at some point in your level of vigilancy where you're going to falter for even a millisecond, and all of a sudden, boom, everything that's ever known about you gets on a spreadsheet or in a database and gets sold around the internet. So at the very least, I'd rather, that be tailored, or at least have some type of benefit to me. At the very least, I can have something that's like, oh, that ad is targeted. Cool. It's information for me. Welcome. We're in Order in the Court. I forgot to update the thing. So, yeah. Problem targeted is they are selling their information they gather to anyone and everyone. Well, yeah, exactly. That's 100 going to do that, yeah.
You re-enter the ethereal court.
Like, I'm not saying that people shouldn't be concerned about where their information is being sold to or anything like that. I absolutely do think that that is a concern that we as consumers should think about the future and be concerned about our use of data and all that. But like in the interim, if it's already happening and I've already spent this much time online and I say something near my phone and then my phone like literally can listen to me and is hearing my conversation already, even though it's supposed to be turned off, then don't tell me to buy Helldivers if I already own it. You know I talk about it all the time, so just don't tell me to buy it. I know that. You know what I mean? Give me better advertisements.
Worthridge shrugs. I've never heard of that in my life, Your Honor.
Like, I definitely think people would be less upset about ads if more of the ads catered to things that they cared about than the opposite.
No one's gonna believe a swindler like you.
Again, this is not me saying that I think that, you know, it is a good idea or it is good for society that people are harvesting your information and using that to target specific products at you. But people would be more receptive to the idea if it was more in their interest, which I guess is supposed to be the general idea.
You stand before the jury, ready to
Good question. Tiefling Fire Warlock taking 3 levels of sword for fire spell power is a bad idea because you lose access to the 30% crit. Yes, it is a bad idea.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your word.
Considering it's 20 fire spell power, which you get over 1,000 of, versus 30% spell crit, which you get like not even 100 of.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your
It adds Pokemon Go, at least it knows what you like. Yeah, 100%.
That's not what I meant.
They're trying to advertise Nintendo products to me who have never owned any console. But what if it's time? You might think to yourself, I'm like a 40-year-old man or whatever. I don't need to buy no Nintendo product. I don't know. Maybe it's time.
The judge finishes questioning the defendant.
All right, time to catch We're the Original Eye. I'm social, right? Diplomacy. There you go. 26? I thought I put points into diplomacy. Whoopsie. Oh, well. Whoopsie.
Do you know how hard it is to make it in
I thought I put points into that. Did I not? Oh, I only put 3 points in. Whoops.
This is not the time for complaints, defendant. State your case. While the Sphinx continues questioning Worthridge, you notice the jury growing bored and restless. You stand before the jury, ready to give your speech.
We should be good.
As you begin,
All right, thank you, Sphinx.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your words. You may continue.
All right, I am done. Thank you. Let's go.
Do it or else. I said,
The voice essence augment thing, I can't remember the name for the life of me. I'm not going to be on the wiki. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you mean the Gift of the Master, which is the augment that gives you 5% bonus experience points that is crafted from the voice of the Master?
You conclude your speech.
Is that what we're talking about?
Jury considers you deep in thought.
Okay.
You hope you impress the jurors
There
enough
were any consoles that have zero nostalgia for Nintendo products, so I know they're a really shit company I never want to buy products from. It's complicated because, like, I would say that on average, most of the Nintendo like video game products are quite good. They do make a lot of very good video games. It's the reason why they're like the name brand when it comes to video games.
Does not react.
I don't know.
Pack of angry jurors
Tacos? No, why aren't we talking about tacos? Because it's not Tuesday. I could go for tacos though.
As you begin,
I just wish there was a way to like deal with genies when they went in their invulnerability state. But they get the worst effect in the game knockback, and also they can't take damage. What a winning combination for a monster. Ain't got Taco Thursday, I wish.
I said, do it. I'll help. The jury finishes their deliberation.
A built-in coffee break mechanic. True. Yo, I could go for some coffee right now. Be pretty good.
With one last statement, delivered with aplomb. You conclude your speech. The jury
Wrong weapon type. Whoops.
Deep in thought. You hope you have impressed.
Damn, it's literally free tacos today at work, but I'm sick and therefore not at work and therefore no free tacos. Did you get the flu, Alchemichael? Because I got the flu. That's why I didn't stream Monday or Tuesday, because I was like hella bedridden with hella flu. It was brutal. This was not a great week start. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I was out with stomach flu. Big ass fever, vomiting. Ugh. And then I waited several days. And now I feel great. And by great, I mean I ate breakfast. What did I ate today? Ate some toast. It's pretty good.
Thought you could sneak in here and steal the eye without being known. The second you trip my security.
Of a company being assholes? Oh, yeah. My biggest problem with Nintendo is the fact that they take down a lot of emulation projects, which is annoying because while a lot of emulation is used for privacy or for piracy reasons, which like if you're somebody who like uses emulators and you try to be like, no, 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 it's not used for piracy, or that's not the majority reason, you're wrong. The majority reason is used for people for piracy. Because while I and many others believe that video game preservation is important, and a lot of video game companies don't do well enough to preserve their own products, and, you know, since Nintendo is not going to preserve 99.9% of the library, emulation is a fantastic way to preserve that library, and is one of the many reasons why it should be allowed to continue to exist, and why it is allowed to continue to exist. The main reason people download emulators and games is not because they want to preserve media, because they want to play it. It's like every 2 weeks. Not every 2 weeks. The opening of this year has been a tough one. I'll say that. Is it a service problem? It is a service problem. But that doesn't make you immune to litigation. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make you immune to litigation. Like, I agree. Piracy is a service problem. I remember when Avatar: The Legend of Korra came out. This is a very old story. I wanted to watch the TV show, but like it wasn't available on like any Canadian streaming services that I could find. But you could watch it. I could say you could like download the show through iTunes at the time. And I was like, "Oh, no problem. Cool. I'll just buy this thing for like $15 or whatever, and then I'll watch the season because I wanted to watch it. Because I liked the first Avatar show. Why is the second one's got to be good?" And after literally 30 minutes of me fighting with this computer program, begging for it to work, and struggling and failing, I then did a very short Google search and had the TV show on my computer in like 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Also, just want to make sure I put this out here.
Quest completed.
Very good to 100 subs. 100.
Quest.
Do you know how many that is? That's a lot. That's more than 10. That's even more than 30. Holy guacamole. That's a big number. And that's going to be going for a long time.
I shall attend to it in
So, Barry, thank you so much for getting 100 subs. That is a gigantic number. I have no idea why you did that. But you know what? I'm grateful. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing very good. I hope you're having a good day. I hope your week is going well. And I'd like to welcome Lightsaber, Zabilan, Morgissa, Mystic Dragon Little Mama, and Terminator, Sojkanth, Ricky Ticky Tarvi, RPG Dog, Hobbit Bardero, Oriel G, Fraggle DDO, Mesmerita, Awesome Person 91, Kyroon, Ziprexina, Brock and Friends, Agora Zomber, Eric Insano, Regut, Brekart, T-Kags, Draconica, Dillis, Angry Dave, Proc64, Rumbottom, Morthan, Rambo, JFBN, Killapries, Gilly Monster, Semsovo, Basement Warrior,
Quest.
Oxus Potato. I'm pronouncing that one wrong for sure. Mr. Rotterdam, Max Volume, Tame Hammer Rants, Ataksuki, Snarky Zero, Kititsugi, Darkseiki, the Medikai, Berlindal, Mr. Jet Ray, STN, Dalrista, Scott Hall, Sci-Fi Guy, Hastro Boy, great name. Eulakumis, Comrade, DDO Stream, Xanthmith Ranch, Mr. Tower Rush, Shade Royale, Amish Cyborg, Amish, Raji, Grizz, M32, Darth Dubious. I could go down there and fight these guys, but I'm not going to. Droden, Float.
I shall attend to it.
Devoted Domo Phoenix, Dove, Didomo. You know what? I don't know.
I'm a rogue.
Float, Lions Gaming, Ralphski, The Dog Chief, Radbug 85. The Hatebringer, Mad Melu, Need More Chai, Bro Hazard, Limited Mortality, Cozy Bean, Quickstick, so many people, Ancient Rylex, Wicked Crow, Dankies, Belgorat, Jings Saren, Fenrit, Mikey Geek, Fade God, Untalkative Wizard, X-Ban X, Phantomas, Sassy Sam, Abidran, Heidney, Utgard, Scathich, Lishkali Games, Druid Thick Halsing, Bergnan, Zorain, Risa Blue, We're in a Shade, Will Spirit Man, and Tag triple numbers. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I hope you're doing extremely well, Fairy. I hope you're enjoying the stream and welcome all these people. That is a gigantic number. I still struggle to understand it because my ability to count above 10 is limited by my fingers, and I don't even know how to feel about that. So again, I thank you. I really appreciate it. I just, you know, some people might seem it weird where like it's, you know, they might say like, oh, if somebody gifts out subs, because a lot of streamers don't do that. They'll receive gifted subs from somebody and they'll say, oh, hey, thanks for whatever. For me, I'm one, not that big to think that I can just shrug off people supporting my channel. And two, you know, it's a big deal. It means a lot. And I feel like devoting an appropriate amount of time feels okay. So again, thank you so much, Fairy. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing very, very well. I hope your day is going good. And you know what? I hope I can continue to provide the quality content that makes you want to go, you know what? Yeah, 100 subs or whatever. Not like in the future, but that like you feel like you've gotten your time completed and money worth and all of that. Thank you again and again. And I guess, yeah, now we buy the Audi, I guess. I don't know. Which is a joke, by the way. I'm not buying the Audi. No Audi for me.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
No Audi for me. No thanks. I've said this before, and I will say it again. If I do buy another car, if I do buy a new car in the future, that new car will be a electric car. Is there an electric Audi? I don't know. I honestly don't know anything about cars, other than the fact that, you know, the future car I would buy would be electric. Yeah, we would give subs to people who watch the stream in a certain amount of time. Yeah, it's recency and also and watch time. So yeah. Yeah, like I definitely, if I'm gonna buy a new car, it's gonna be electric for sure. Like that's just the direction that things are going, and they're just gonna get more efficient and cheaper. It just makes sense. Like if I could afford a new vehicle, I wouldn't buy a new vehicle with old tech. I'd buy a new vehicle with new tech. Lines, yeah.
I'm a rogue.
Honest Opinions of Dragonlord? Haven't played it. But if you want my I haven't played it take yet, because I'm doing that after I finish this character. Honest opinion of Dragonlord is, I think Dragonlord does a reasonable amount of damage. I do not think it's higher damage than previous builds, and I don't think it is going to change the meta when it comes to damage. But if you're an endgame ultra mega I hit monsters raider, you probably won't care too much for a pure Dragonlord build, and multi-class Dragonlord builds might hold some interest for you, but again, it's going to be a bit of a wait and see on that front. When it comes to, if you're somebody who's more like me, where you like leveling and a little bit more casual play, generally, Dragonlord's insane for Hardcore League. It's extremely powerful for the leveling process because of all the cool utility that it gets. And on top of that, it's just really cool conceptually. I've always wanted to play a character that focuses on the more tactics-oriented, crowd control-oriented parts of Fighter. That's something I've wanted to do ever since I was like a little kid when I first installed this game.
I'm a rogue.
And that is something that Dragonlord supports very well. And it actually does an extremely good job of being a powerful element of the character. It's not like, oh yeah, you could do that, but it's not good. You become like Stun God, locking everything down, stunning, tripping, everything else. It's very strong, on top of the roar being quite valuable. So it's going to be very good for multi-classing all over the place in all scales of play. It is going to be very good for providing a support character, fantastic crowd control, great solo capability, amazing for hardcore, very useful in R10s as an endgame form of content because crowd control is king there. Damage is good, but if everything is locked down, your damage can come at whatever pace you want, and it adds damage and does that, and it's no slouch for damage. And I think that it's not going to shake up what people are playing for the ultimate I do maximum DPS builds, but it's still going to be quite powerful.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
That is my honest opinion. Yeah. Didn't we have the EV argument, electric vehicles? No, I've never had an electric vehicle argument.
Quest completed.
I don't know cars or car technology. Okay? I can say that 100%. I don't know car technology But like,
I'm a rogue.
it doesn't take a genius to know that going electric is going to become more standard in the future. So, you know, getting in on that sooner rather than later is not too bad.
Quest completed.
Especially, you know, get a house, put some panels on the roof. Don't pay for charging the vehicle. Sounds kind of good. But this doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. I'm also not currently planning on buying a car. I said in the future, if I was, I would do that. Some people are like, yeah, but what about when you gotta haul your your truck, you know, and you gotta get all your metal scrap and bring it out into the middle of the forest for 700-mile drive. Can't do that on your electric vehicle. Probably.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
But I don't do any of that. I live in the city and I don't go anywhere. By taxpayers? I don't think that's true. But I can't argue against it. I don't have any of the knowledge behind it, other than the fact that current fuel-using vehicles have a limit of literal physical amounts of fuel.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
And it's not like a non-existent concern. That becomes a bigger concern as time goes on. Like, that's just like a real thing that's gonna become more and more prevalent. Especially because, like, rates of energy consumption don't go down across the world every year. They go up, which means the requirements everybody needs go up, which means you need diversification of different, like, you know, ways in which you're getting your energy. Not during our lifetimes. I'm probably a lot younger than you, dude. So it's something that I have to think about. Also, the idea that because something isn't going to happen in your lifetime, so you don't have to deal with it, is so short-sighted, I don't even know where to start. Like, oh yeah, well, it's not going to be a concern in my lifetime, but if I had a kid, their world's going to be literally on fire, so, but fuck them, right? Oh, dude. I can't wait till my, you know, my kids, you know, won't have a vehicle to drive because there'll be no oil left. Oh man, that's awesome.
After attuning to all three of the wards, the protections for the Eye of Shavrath fade. You can now take the artifact.
Again, I think that's kind of a narrow viewpoint. This quest is 3 paths to battle. It's in Lower Moorgrave. It's honestly from a really good quest chain called the Grip of the Hidden Hand. And it's some really good quests. There's some good storytelling, and it's pretty fun. A lot of cool items. And nobody's mentioned the shareholders. The shareholders, true. I need some shareholders. For each level you're behind? Oh, nice. Well, you gotta catch up then. Chug of 50, let's go. That's what you get for going to work during the day. Plant a tree that we will never sit under the shade of? Yeah, it's a good way to think about it. As I said, I'm not, like, the most knowledgeable on the subject, but if the argument is, well, I don't have to deal with it in my lifetime, so it's not a problem, which means you can recognize that it is a problem. It will be a problem for somebody, but it is not a problem for you. And it's like, it's kind of weird. Again, a lot of these decisions are made by, like, large major corporations, governments, other things like that. You as a consumer, it's very difficult to make the point of, like, oh yeah, it's like if you use the consumer, like, I'm gonna change the whole world, I'm gonna get rid of emissions in vehicles, or, like, you know, and change the environment by driving an electric car. Like, one, there's more individual emissions in the production of electric vehicles because the way that the batteries are created. So, like, the electric vehicles have more carbon emissions to produce than the standard non-electric vehicle, which is a thing that they'll probably still continue to have to tackle. But I wasn't even talking about that. My cousin has an electric vehicle, and it's much less expensive for them. And that sounds kind of rad. So buying a car that will be much less expensive for me in the future than a standard gasoline vehicle sounds kind of good. it's really hard to win the argument of like macro changes to the entire world and how things will go and all that, because again, I don't have enough of that information to really make a good point. But I know people that have bought electric vehicles in my area who spend less money on their vehicles because their fuel is less expensive, and that sounds kind of good. It's good for me. In the middle of the stream answering your question, you got some ads? That's right. Just read. You get my next vehicle, it'll be electric? Yeah, exactly, 100%. Yeah, it's like a thing I'll do in the future. Yeah.
In the middle of the damp corridor.
Doing tax breaks and subsidies? Yeah, that's literally how almost everything works in the entirety of society. A lot of things are less expensive because of tax breaks. Like how a lot of like food manufacturers and stuff get like tax breaks for providing like farms and food.
Stands atop an island of crates stacked in the middle of this oddly submerged storage room. There must be magic.
Price change. Anyone wants to do that? I don't. Shrimp buying a car? No. NHG loves it. Less vibration noise. 0 to 60 zoom zoom. Yeah. Not influencing my decision, but it is something that happened. I was in Boston in 2019, and I had just gone to a bar with some of the people that worked, or I was gone to a bar with some friends, and one of the guys said he was like, "Hey, I'll give you a ride home," and I was like, "Oh, okay, sounds good." And then we're on some secluded street in the middle of nowhere, and he goes, "Well, it was like an industrial park." Not the secluded street in the middle of nowhere. It was like an industrial park. It was like one of the streets behind some buildings in an industrial park. And it wasn't really that busy because it was like nighttime. Everybody had gone home. And he goes, "You ever gone like 0 to 60 in like, you know, however many seconds it was?" Like it was, all right, I don't know how fast it was, but it was like a few seconds. And I was like, "No." And then the car was stopped and he goes, boom, and just floors it. It was in a Tesla. And he goes, I felt all of my organs push against the back of my body and leave the back of my chest. Like they just leapt out of my skin behind me as I just got pressed into the seat. And then he stops the car afterwards. I was like, damn, that was cool. Which you can do that in other cars, but that was an experience I'd only had in an electric vehicle. I was like, damn, that was cool. That was just cool. That was cool shit. I was like, ooh, this is kind of spicy. I would never do that, by the way. I'm a very safe driver. God, I hate Kelpies. Let's have immunity to critical hits and tons of power and abilities. Yay! Its resale price value goes down so fast because of the batteries? Yeah, I can see that. So yeah, that's funny. No ramp up in the transmission? Yeah. I know what that means. Torque. Yeah. Again, I do not know, but yeah, there was some crazy stuff. Go bow characters, get these guys. Kelpies kind of plants, yeah.
You've taken the eye of Thelanis, bringing the Fae's little story to
Y'all done all of Sharn? Yeah. Yeah, done all of Sharn already. Do more stuff. But yeah, so anyway, as I said, that's the plan. I have no current intentions to buy a car anytime soon for 2 reasons. One, I like absolutely cannot afford a car. I don't make owning a car money. So that's always good. And then also, I don't really go anywhere or do anything. I kind of just like stay home a lot. I was keeping watch of a vehicle at the beginning of the year and at the tail end of last year. And during that time, most of the time the car was parked in the driveway because, again, I don't go anywhere. I stay at home and I hang out on my computer. I do most of my socializing on the computer with friends and other stuff. And then when I do see people, because I don't have a car, most of my friends end up coming here, which is very convenient for me. So I don't have to do anything. It's like, oh man, we're going to have like a movie day? Cool, everybody comes over and then problem solved. I don't have to do anything. It's great. Like D&D, it's in my house. So yeah, it's pretty good. Internet in your car dying? Yeah, if you have like something that's automatic. I don't think I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think electrical vehicle means controlled by the internet vehicle. That's the part of me that gets like kind of spooked out. Is like you know, like the idea of automated vehicles sounds good because like as somebody who's driven on the road before, there are, I would describe this as a lot of complete fucking idiots on the road. And so like you could probably swap out most of these idiots for bots and it would probably be a better experience overall for like for generally driving places. Or like they are already bots, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm sure bots could do better. It's like, you know, playing like a game of League of Legends, and then you're like, man, you know what? I played bot games where the bots fought harder than the people that are playing the game. That's always going to happen. So like, I'm not worried about that idea in the future. I don't really care one way or the other, and I don't really want to have an argument about that.
Saying EVs are more controlled by the internet is purely untrue.
Oh, 100%. I don't care about this discussion. It's not really important to me. Like whether or not something like that does happen, again, I don't care. I don't even care. It's not really important in terms of like whether it's going to be better or worse drivers. I've seen people drive on the road. People can't drive. Don't worry about it. But the thing is that spooks me out is the idea of like is being able to remotely, not like a computer doing it, but a human being remotely controlling a vehicle. I guarantee you when you see more AI driven cars and stuff on the road, you'll see horror movies and TV shows more related about people getting kidnapped where the car takes them places, which already happens in certain cases, like, you know, in your spy movie where like all of a sudden, you know, James Bond's in the car, but then the door's all locked and he's like, what? And now he's stuck and now the car is going somewhere else. You're going to see more of those types of stories popping up. Probably. What's a good quest chain to do? Give me a sec. You guys want to run a full Vecna? We can run a full Vecna. It's got a Saga in it. And I haven't done Heroic Vecna in a very long time. So the first quest, I believe, is not Vecna Unleashed. It's not it's Turn the Page, I believe. Yeah, let's run a full Vecna. I haven't done full Vecna in a long time. It's been a while. I'm going to sell, though, before we do that. The connections to the brains of the vehicle are run on a single Ethernet cable, the power line. Oh, yeah, 100%. Well, what always spooks me out is, like, I just remember when there was, like, a big deal when people started getting cell phones, and they were like, yeah, man, don't text and drive. Which I think most people can understand why, like, taking your eyes off of the road to look at a device that you have to focus on is not the best idea. We don't have to have an argument about that. That's just kind of like, you can, like, hear, that hits your ear, and you, like, kind of intuit why that's not the greatest idea when you're driving a metal death machine moving 100. But then all the cars got touchscreens for their interfaces and their intercoms or whatever, with like all these extra features and doodads and bobs on them. And it's like, we had this conversation, didn't we? Didn't that happen? Hey, it's just a part of cars. I don't know. It's weird. It's just neat how things change, I guess. Maybe people say EVs were controlled by the government. They're controlled mostly software computer driven. Oh, yeah. Being forced on people like me who don't like them or can't afford them.
Do horror stories
I mean, I think it depends on where you live. Like, no one's forcing anyone to get an EV here.
Where logic and science prevail. Yeah, we're talking old Trek, not new Trek. Will horror stories still be viable? I think about this at night.
I don't know anything about Star Trek. I have no idea.
The librarian suddenly grabs the book. What?
So that's a great question.
I won't let him do that.
Yeah, people can talk about it though. I apologize. I did not watch The Next Generation. Whoops. Also, what's up, Raji? How you doing? How are you?
Find your feet again. You see that
The librarian has run off with the Codex of the Infinite
Physical
Plane.
buttons again, which makes me laugh so hard. I don't know. I actually don't think that having some element of physical touch is a bad idea. Especially if it's like if somebody can prove to me that it's like a better or safer idea, then like I think I can get behind most changes that come into like vehicles and other things.
Snatches the loose Codex.
As long as there's like a safety reason and not like we need to sell cars reason.
Pages that was
Ideally.
torn from you.
Stargate is where it's at. Yeah, also same thing.
What's that? There are
Next generation in
more.
the holodeck. That sounds about right too. Yeah.
The librarian stops in her tracks.
Because there's conflict and bad things that happen in the show, so presumably people have the imagination and the capacity to make bad things happen. Also, I can heal this guy. Oh, heal Barbarian? Easy? By heal Barbarian easy, I mean 1600 hit points is a lot of mana. Yeah, I have no idea. With one hand and phone behind your back. Mm-hmm.
They're still after us.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore. I mean, you can. Just go buy a Nokia and you can get it done. Go buy a Motorola Razr and slap your SIM card in there. Hell yeah. Now we're texting.
The magically warded librarian makes her escape by crashing.
But yeah, I do think, I will say this, not knowing anything about Star Trek, I don't think people are going to struggle to come up with new ideas for scary concepts in the future, because like the technologies and stuff that we might imagine that solve problems for us, or like in the future, when they exist, will present new problems that we can't even currently comprehend or understand yet.
Pulled into the Shadowfell.
So I don't think we're gonna struggle with that, per se. So you're just gonna have new ideas and new terrifying problems. It's like there's a video game that's like a streamer simulator horror game where you play as like a live streamer who has like a stalker, and you have to basically try your best to not get murdered by the stalker while also trying to pretend to be a live streamer. It's a silly, goofy simulator game. But that's a reality that people have to deal with that didn't exist 30 years ago. Not stalkers, but like the same sort of public presence sort of thing where like a regular person can have some amount of notoriety without being necessarily famous. That can draw in this new problem that, you know, trying to explain it to like, you know, somebody in law enforcement they may not fully understand or be aware of, and you have to handle this problem on your own. That's a spooky concept and is a newer one. So I don't think like the future of technology or the future is going to like prevent bad things from happening or this sort of thing. None of us would ever try to murder you? Okay, that's good to know. Because, like, if you're not trying that hard, then maybe I could escape. That's the biggest thing. Because if somebody's really trying, that's a problem. But if somebody's, like, half-assing the murder, maybe you could escape. You can get out of it, you know? So, yeah. Besides, you already have, like, the classic horror stories. Stuff like, just, like the horror of being alone and stuff. And spooky stories. But besides, like any other every media is going to evolve in a different way. It's hard to predict. Yeah, it's like on the weekends, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I just, as I said, I'm not a, I always find that kind of weird. Where they're like, yeah, man, distracted driving. Don't have your phone in your hand, which you shouldn't. You shouldn't do that. Like, please don't text and drive. It's not good. It's a bad idea. There's tons of places to pull over if you got to send a message. You can have your car do a readout for you. So, like, if you get a message, it can, like, read out the message. You can respond without having to look at anything, if it's really that important. But taking your eyes off the road to read something is a terrifying concept. Try to avoid doing that when you can. I don't think this is very controversial. Yeah. It's also something that I personally do not do. Because it's just terrifying to me.
Foxpaw urges you to take the Codex page he was studying.
For me, it's mostly because I don't want to be, like, responsible for a car accident. I don't know. The idea of, like, hurting somebody in such a terrible way, I'm like, ugh, I don't like that. I'd be like, I'm ready if you let me. I mean, you never know, man. Oh, I can't get through that. So easy to not crash? It's pretty easy, but people are capable of doing all sorts of stuff. Oh. But yeah. That's pretty much always the way that I think about it. I'd feel too bad. Keep my attention. Got AoE arrows yet? Yeah, I got them at level 2. You see all the arrows, like all the numbers all over the screen? Exploding. Like, if we let AI drive us all, then deaths by cars will be very rare. Drive us all, death by cars will be very rare. I mean, that's probably accurate. Like, current AI is probably not true, but like, something refined, that's probably pretty accurate.
You're still hounding us? Then I need something bigger.
To your surprise, Kelfin Riek allows you to take the codex page the Aurum had collected.
Glad to see them forever. Yeah, there's a lot of numbers all over the screen. When you're fighting like monsters where you have like a decidable or discernible AoE. Here, like this stuff, I'm just single target man all day, which is really nice because I'm an archer and archers are really good for single target. So I can just go start blasting this stuff. I should have marked it, which I forgot to do, but whatever it is, what it is.
But then, a massive night crawler bursts out to attack you. You brace yourself for another attack, but none comes.
Okay, now we put the pages down. Put the pages down.
In her dialogue with the evil artifact.
They're captured.
No, that's 100 leagues away.
That's a lot of XP for this quest.
Where I am.
University Spell Shield's robe. I don't need any of these. Anyone? I will say stream 2 party members of Scattershot and Inferno Shot is loud. It is, yeah, it is. The attacks have like weird loud explosions, which is very bizarre. It's loud.
The dispelment field flickers to life as you pull the switch.
Talk to each other because they're using trademark systems. Oh, also very true. Yeah, it wouldn't be one system either. 100%. Yeah.
Doing out here?
Why isn't the
it would not be one system. Very accurate. That's like a true thing. Yeah.
Clear, you'll need to find a permanent way
Compete.
to deal with the codex and its corrupting aura.
Unless government mandates it. Yeah, but even then. But as I said, like, to me, the idea of, like, all of the cars on the road being controlled by robots as opposed to people is not, like, the craziest idea. And I say that because as somebody who's driven cars, just, like, look at some people driving sometimes. There's like the old saying where it's like, you know, a good driver will sometimes miss their exit, but a bad driver never misses their exit. Like, man, dude, I've seen some people drive before. I have seen people drive.
Climbing up above the guards will give you a place to hide. By using the checkpoints, you will find up in the rafters.
Or flying cars, so we can have flying traffic. Oh, 100%. Yeah, there'd be flying traffic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what we need. We need more traffic. That's what I could use in my day-to-day. I will say, you know, never dealing with traffic for the most part is really nice. Oh, the only traffic I deal with is when there's a new video game that comes out, and then you want to play the video game, but you can't because there's too many people logging in at the same time. You're getting put into a queue. That's the traffic that I have to experience. Ugh. So, yeah. Turns and they cross the 3 lanes. Oh, dude, I literally saw that the other day. My girlfriend has a car, and we were driving somewhere, and yeah, there was somebody who was in the left lane heading to turn, and suddenly decided on a 3-lane street that they wanted to turn right and just right across. Now, fortunately, there was no one there, but that's like a it was this wicked right turn, and terrifying, dude.
You open this grate into a cramped vent.
Like,
A
again,
surly wizard guards the front entrance.
that's why when people like, I understand where people get nervous about the idea of like control or having like not understanding the technology well or having apprehension 100% about like the idea of every vehicle on the road being controlled by a robot, because that makes sense. That does genuinely make sense. I can totally get that. I'd be apprehensive about that type of stuff too. But could we replace some of the people on the road with robots? Yes. It's probably a good idea to replace some of the people on the road with robots. There's definitely quite a few people you can replace with robots. Oh my god. Like there's I can't remember, it was one day where I thought I was living in a simulation and like something had happened where like I felt like the world had started to fall apart. Where like 4 intersections in a row, I was driving behind people who were in the left turn lane waiting at the light with their right signal on. So they had their right signal, but they're in the left turning lane in like a 3-lane road, like busy streets. And then they just make the left turn, but they had their right signal on. And I was like, wow, that's weird. Why would somebody, how would you even do that? But sure, whatever, I guess. Maybe somebody made a mistake. And then like, literally the next intersection, different person. And it was like 3 or it was like 3 or 4 in the same day. And I remember like I got out of my car and I just had to wait a second. And I'm like, am I in, like, is the simulation falling apart right now? What's happening? Why is this happening? And I didn't know. Right side of the car turning out needs warning light? Yeah, maybe. They're like, you never know, I might go right. Watch out. We're crossing 6 lanes of traffic. And so, like, as I said, you know, I understand people's apprehension about the idea of every car being driven by a robot. I think most people should be cautious about that because that's like a scary future that with a lot of unpredictability. And worst of all, it would be outside of anyone's control if it's all run by robots. But some people could probably get replaced by robots. It is a good idea. You can replace some people with robots sooner or rather than later, thank you. Oh shoot, which one did I hit? Crap. I hit all of them once and I did not. Okay, hold on. So, oh no, I fucked up this puzzle. I hit all of them once and it didn't go. I don't know what to do here. So let's just go backwards.
The beam of light from the mirror strikes its
So this is the order that I started in. Was it a different puzzle? Oh, fuck. I missed 7 on my initial run. Did I? I don't remember missing 7 in my initial run. Oh, fuck. I fucked up the puzzle. Give me a second here. Got it. I didn't get it. Fuck. I didn't realize. What do I do? How do I fix this? Oh, they added the lever for resetting? Oh, thank God. Okay, thank God. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? 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 Oh, don't hit number 2? It's broken? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Is it... Oh, this one's broken. Oh, shit. Yeah, this light's not on. Oh, the lever leaves 1 off? Off? Oh, shoot. Fuck. Okay, does that mean the quest is broken, or can we solve this? I don't know. Leave light 2 on and it works. Oh, I see what you're saying. You have to have it so light 2 is on. Okay, so that's why it's broken. Okay. Well, somebody else can try to solve this. I have no clue. puzzle this update, the note solution doesn't work. Okay, interesting. Feel. How did the puzzle break in the update? Damn, I don't even know. I'll let these guys figure it out. They're smart. They got it. That's interesting. So yeah. The deaths by humans versus what would be if I knew each other were in spreads trajectories, humans would achieve so many variables. Yeah, I would just do it. Again, I don't know enough about this subject to really have a good total understanding. I just can say you can definitely replace some of the humans with robots and it would probably be better for society. That's my argument.
Quest received.
So yeah. It broke when they added... Oh, did they add the lever in the last patch? Is that what they did to this one? Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. I see. Well, they'll get it. Ah. Wait, hold on. Can we just pull the lever and it'll turn it on? Is that how that works? Yeah, this quest is bugged. Yeah, I don't know how to solve this problem. This is a problem, eh? Yeah, I have no idea. Solve by leaving light 2 on only? Oh. Apparently, the solve is to leave light 2 on. Oh. So they fix it? Okay. I can probably get that done. Hold on. What connects to what? It's hard to see when everything isn't lit up. So this connects to this. And so then this connects to this. That'll turn off all of these. And that connects to this one, and which I can disable with that. I can do this, which turns on... Okay, so wait, hold on. So we want to disable everything except 2. This will affect 2, which I don't want to do. Oh, can I do that? No, we still have this problem with these 2 lit up. Yeah, it's not going to work with 2 people start trying to work on the puzzle, so I'm just going to wait until they get bored. Available for video points? No, it'll be later this month. Maybe it's good that it's not. Yep. Unfortunately, the puzzle be broken. That's okay. Run for a few minutes until it solved itself. Yeah, that might work. You could just try running on it. Presumably, if everybody runs on it at the same time, it'll get solved eventually. That'll probably work. Almost there. Look at that. Except we need to have number 2 turned on, and we have number 8, which is the opposite of what we want. Seven is the only one. Only that doesn't reset. Why not leave 7 on hit, then solve the others? The solution is all off except 2. That's the bugged solution at the moment.
The glowing tiles dim.
There we go. Somebody got it.
The red lever.
It's done.
The light beams guarding the lever.
Easy game. Let's go. I didn't even do anything.
Quick, create a GUI in Visual Basic to track the light's IP address.
Yeah, dude. I'm on it. Hold on. Give me a second. It's done. Amazing. Video games. Content. Yeah, I just had to watch. I didn't know what was going on. Well, thank you for letting me know that that is bugged. I did not realize how bugged it was. And now I know. Again, it's one of those things where, like, I'm glad that they did try to add in, like, a reset to make it easier for the general player base to be able to do stuff in. I think that's good, because being able to reset that puzzle in case you make a mistake is nice. And, like, what if you hit them out of order or something, and you don't know what the order is? So that's a good idea. The fact that the reset doesn't work is a bit of an issue. That's a small problem.
Open books and alchemical tools. Evidence of the mage's experiments line the walls.
Oh god. Well, I learned something.
Inside this room,
Not something I actually wanted to learn, but, you know, it is what it is. As I said, video games, hard, complicated, computers. I would like have some grandiose thing to say, but I also didn't learn anything from that either. I was kind of paying attention while I was watching somebody just bounce around until it was done. I can sometimes learn to, like, I'll learn to do a puzzle by, like, working at it, but, yeah, watching it, not so much. Now he's run across him and screws your order. Yeah, you gotta tell him to stop. You gotta say, hirelings, hold your position. And they go, yeah, no problem. And then there's a monster still in the room, and then they aggro it and run all over the puzzle anyway, and you're like, damn it, hirelings. Which is why you gotta clear rooms before you start doing stuff like that. Fully clear the room. We don't have to go that way, so we're just going up.
You at the end of this hallway, leading up to the top floor. The Inkwell of Orient.
Like the idea of the light puzzle being harder to solve? Well, yeah, it's a bit of a bug. The problem is, by having a puzzle whose solution is to hit all of the buttons once, because the order doesn't matter, you can just hit all the buttons once in any order you want. Reckless Devotion for some extra critical damage? I'll take it. Nice. 1 plus a quarter of the Dragon Lord's level.
Powerful magical artifacts are stored
I'll always take Reckless Devotion. It's good stuff.
Yet the Inkwell of Orient
I don't have Death Ward anymore, but it's probably not important.
Before you stands a group of hidden hand cultists.
Oh god, why are you behind me? Stop being behind me. But yeah, I don't mind if puzzles are challenging. I think that is generally good if puzzles can provide challenge for players, because that's kind of the whole point of having a puzzle, right? Something that's hard and memorable. Now, granted, a lot of the general player base would prefer challenging puzzles to be optional, other than like the main lines through a quest, which again, I understand why that's the case. You know, I'm not like confused as to why there are a lot of people that would much rather their puzzles be easier rather than harder, because some people don't really do very well with a lot of the puzzles in DDO in different areas. Amber Temple is a great example of a puzzle that I think is really cool, because it's the whole dungeon is a nice big puzzle that a lot of people absolutely despise and hate, which is why they reworked Amber Temple to make it significantly more linear. It's not perfect, but it is fairly quick, and I much prefer the new Amber Temple personally because the quest is faster, although I do think from a design standpoint, I think the original temple is much more interesting. I think that Amber Temple is the type of adventure that you can put much more easily into like a one-time playthrough RPG, like Baldur's Gate or something like that, than something like DDO, where the idea is that you repeat it multiple times. When you only do it once in the game, you go, wow, that was some crazy temple and it took me an hour, but damn, that was a cool temple, and you had a blast going through or figuring out the secrets or where to go or getting all the passwords, right? That's like the part of it. Or maybe you just went on GameFAQs and looked it up. But in general, I think that the concept behind having a puzzle like that works better in like a game where you run through it one time. Knowing that you have to do that every time you want to do Ravenloft might give people a sour taste in their mouth for the average person.
You're ready to return to Morgrave University and deal with the Codex.
Separates you and creates confusing routes to make it frustrating for group play. Yeah. Again, as I said, I like Amber Temple, but I'm not saying that there aren't a lot of very good and valid criticisms of Amber Temple, of which there are many. All right, Vecna Unleashed. Let's unleash the Vecna. Vecna Unleashed has a fantastic element to it, where after you get started, there's a guy here, the Sharn Watch Lieutenant, who says through the door and to the left, you're expected. But you can actually use the window. When you do that, he goes, you're going to have to pay for that. Or if you use it, sometimes he goes, why did you break my window? Which is just good storytelling right there. Vecna Unleashed.
Then the book settles into an eerie silence. But before you can congratulate,
I hate running in groups. Actually, I still like running in groups. The only problem I have with the Amber Temple is when you would get like old red alert on old Amber Temple. I actually don't know if you still get red alerted, but yeah.
There was always something calling to me in this world. And now it is within my grasp. Thank you, hero.
How do I do this? Hold on. I need to add a friend on the Steam. I don't know how to do that. Is this how you do it?
Even rob the Codex of its troublesome sentience, so it can no longer resist or offend me. In return for this service, I offer some advice. Flee this tower immediately. My underlings are
Anyway,
conducting
it was
a
hilarious.
ritual that will bring
First
crumbling
run,
to the
why did you
ground
break my window? Oh yeah, it's great. Again, those little touches are nice. Again, I like Vecna. I really like the music. I'm actually happy that they're finally uploading the Vecna music onto the DDO page. If you haven't seen that, they've been like actually uploading all of the music onto their webpage or onto the YouTube channel, which is nice. So you can actually just go and listen to it. They did that for a lot of the other expansions. I don't know why there's such a delay. I assume that it's just time consuming to make and produce the videos for it, for the music. I don't know. I feel like you could bang that out in an afternoon, but maybe there's something more to it that I don't really understand. Overall, though, I like the Vecna music a lot. It's got like this like generally frantic nature to it, which I feel like fits the element of the expansion quite well. Genuine Balrog? No, that was what's known as a Baelor. You see, in The Lord of the Rings, Balrogs are a type of creature that is large, demonic-looking, and has large shadows that wrap it as though to appear as wings. Although they are not, in fact, actual wings, they just have shadows that wrap them that appear, or that wrap them in the appearance of great wings. Baelors are called such because you want to use Balrogs, but Balrogs are intellectual property owned by the Tolkien company. And if you call something a Balrog, you get in a lot of trouble because you can't do that. Because they own Balrog. So it's a Baelor. And Baelors have wings. Because Baelors don't have shadows that cover their body in the shape of wings. They just have wings. Apparently, the reason why I was saying all that stuff specifically. Apparently, amongst the Lord of the Rings nerds, there actually is a fairly vigorous debate about whether Balrogs do or do not have wings. And according to Corey Olsen, who is the Tolkien scholar, he's like a guy who teaches university classes about Tolkien. He says that the text is very clear in that they are describing the shadows to be of wing shape, but not necessarily wings. And he's the fucking guy, so like I just implicitly trust what he's saying. Because I'm not gonna go read the book. Tell you that much. Ain't gonna do that.
A portal materializes.
Yeah, because you might be wondering, why are the shorter characters in Dungeons & Dragons called halflings? I just eat a 360 hit from this dretch. Why are they called halflings? And it's because they were called hobbits. But in early Dungeons & Dragons, thanks to something known as litigation, they are now called halflings. Because hobbits are a Lord of the Rings thing. A lot of the names, they have their own trademark, like Imperial Guard is too generic, but Astra Militarium, that's our stuff? Yeah, because owning intellectual property is a good idea. You can get a lot of money off of it. A skeleton? Unearthed bone rattler. Fantastic. There are still... Whoa. There's a Steam message? Oh, nice. There are still a lot of places that I could probably turn that off during the stream. How do I mute that notification? I'll figure it out later. I'm not going to get another message. There is a... oh, I got so distracted. There is a few areas where Balrogs still exist. For example, in Diablo 1, and I think it's just Diablo 1, there are the Pit Lords, which are Balrog adjacent, and one of the types of them is literally called Balrog. So they do in fact have Balrogs there, but there's a Balor here in-game. This character is also featured, if you've had the chance, in the raid Fires of Morgrave, as it is the final boss of the raid. And by final boss, I mean total boss of the raid. It's pretty good. That guy dies so fast. I get the mark on him and he's almost dead. Think him to trademark infringement, fantasy and video games, because internet and stuff? Yeah, 100%. Look, man, I just want cool video games. That's all I want. I just want to play cool video games. Again, the average consumer doesn't care about, like, trademark or copyright or any of that nonsense. They just want to play a cool video game. So, like, what's that? This video game is called this, or they called their monster whatever. They had to change the name, whatever, man. Just give me the new Dark Souls. I don't care. Give me Call of Duty 45. How many Call of Duty games are there? How many Call of Duty games are there? That's apparently commonly Googled. 23. I thought there would be more by now, but damn, that's a lot of Call of Duties. They just pump one out literally every year. Anyway. Yeah, the mainline Call of Duty games. Yeah, not like spin-offs or whatever. Yeah, I'm talking about like the mainline ones. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna give all my items to Zulkin. This is what I'm learning. Because I asked who wants an item, and he goes, "Ugh! Business model of a new Call of Duty game every year." Yeah, but people like that. They're gonna keep doing it until they stop selling Call of Duty games, and they're not gonna do that anytime soon. So they're gonna keep selling Call of Duty games. Yeah. There was a time when I used to buy all of them. Back in the day, when I used to play a lot of them on the old PlayStation. Bought Call of Duty 4. Oh, so good. Then I bought World at War. Don't really care too much about that. So then I got, after World at War... I will say, Call of Duty World at War was more fun on Nintendo Wii, because you had the Wii controls. Also, one of the worst parts for me about World at War were the big maps, where you had like tanks and other stuff rolling around. Because basically, it was just a race. Whoever got the tank first basically won the match, whichever team, and it wasn't very fun. But Call of Duty World at War on Nintendo Wii actually it didn't have enough like memory space to have the bigger maps, so they did 4v4. So they only had the smaller maps. So as a result, you didn't have any of the tank maps, which was fantastic. You didn't have to deal with it. And you literally aimed at the screen to shoot people. It was so fun. So a lot of like the weapons that you wouldn't use in regular Call of Duty because they were a little bit inaccurate on like the regular version, it's the Wii, you just shoot. So everything had perfect accuracy, which is maybe not the best design for a shooter for balance purposes, but God, it was so cool. You get the PTRS sniper rifle, which was basically like the Barrett 50 cal from the older Call of Duties, where it was like really high powered, but it wasn't the most accurate. But then if you just point and click, it's infinitely more accurate because you can just shoot at exactly what you want to shoot at every time. I played a ton of World at War on Nintendo Wii. Oh man, I'll never be able to get those memories back. Oh, I didn't spend enough time playing World at War on Nintendo Wii. That was a good time. Then I bought Modern Warfare 2. Then I didn't buy Black Ops. Then I bought Modern Warfare 3, and then I stopped buying Call of Duties. That was a long time ago. 6 of them with just 3 names? True. Yeah, Modern Warfare. That's 6 Call of Duties. Black Ops is 3... Is there 4 Black Ops games? Dude, I don't even know how many Black Ops games there are. Oh shoot, there's more of these. The numbers, Mason. The numbers. What do they mean? Vanguard. Oh, World War II. I forgot about those ones. Yeah, I have no idea. It's been a long time. Again, it's sort of like the true story of, like, a lot of people can complain about them, but I'm gonna be honest, they're not bad shooters. Like, if you pick up any, like, Call of Duty, they feel pretty good. They feel pretty satisfying. They have a pretty good sense of progression. Because of the way they do matchmaking, you don't feel like you get stomped every match. Like, even if you're, like, not the best at it, you're gonna have games where you feel good, you're gonna have games where you feel bad. They do a reasonable job of it, so I can understand why people will just continue to play and log in and buy the new one. Because again, it's just like, it's not, they're not doing anything really new or innovative, but they are doing something consistent and people generally approve. It just goes to show that if you just kind of keep selling people the same thing over and over, if it's good enough, they'll just keep buying it.
The wind whistles as it runs past.
I crunch all the time despite the releasing schedule. Yeah, it's honestly just a good idea. Like Mario? Yeah. Mario's a little bit more complicated because you don't get as many Marios. They don't release Mario as often as they do Call of Duty. Man. Mario Odyssey, what a good game. I wish I could, like, recapture the feeling of playing Mario Galaxy for the first time. I can't, unfortunately. I can't recapture that feeling because it already happened. But man, what a magical experience. I remember putting that into my Nintendo and then being like, yeah, this game's, like, kind of neat. And then, like, I never got all the stars in Mario 64. And I never got all the shine sprites in Sunshine. But you better believe I got every single star in Galaxy. And then they said, hey, do it again as Luigi. And I said, no problem. And I did it again. Because it was just so good the whole way through. Academy and start. Oh, they were the Jedi Academy guys. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. It's interesting how studios will change over time. Where you'll have, like, they'll be, you know, making one product and then they get roped into making others. Or you'll hear the name of a studio and you'll be like, oh man, what games are they making now? And then get surprised when you find out what it is. Sometimes they can surprise you. Also, when a video game studio is owned by a much larger company and they get told to make something that surprises you. Playing multiplayer ever since? Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so I think we missed a monster somewhere because we have to clear 2 more canyons. Oh no, we have to clear this room and the next room. Never mind, we're good, we're good. I thought we had missed one. I find this quest is annoying because you have to clear all the monsters, but they're also invisible. Which it's like, that's not my favorite design idea, but whatever.
Slide across the glassy ground. A cluster of floating stones.
Floating stones? Do you mean standing stones? I am curious. I don't know where the inspiration for Standing Stone Games has come up. Does anybody know that? Has they ever publicly said why they called themselves Standing Stone Games? I actually don't know the history behind that. Because they've used the Standing Stones as puzzles in many different quests, so I assume that the Standing Stones are relevant other than just like like an icon. Maybe it doesn't matter. Irish has them. I mean, maybe. I do know that this is conjecture on my part, an estimation, or like just me guessing at the future, but or the past. But Turbine, the company that produced this game, as well as Lord of the Rings Online, Asheron's Call 1 and Asheron's Call 2, that company, when they got started, they used their own proprietary engine for making their video game, Asheron's Call 1. the engine that they made is called the Turbine engine. Is that why they called their company Turbine? I don't know. But boy howdy if that wouldn't be just hilarious if that was the reason why they called themselves Turbine. So they could name their proprietary engine the Turbine engine.
You find yourself
It's a good idea.
where you first arrived. You're ready to return to the Lord of
Sandstones are long lasting? Yeah, maybe.
Iron Defender in tow.
Yo, welcome. I think we're on Bark and Blade. I don't know if I updated the LFM.
You return the Iron Defender to Doris after a successful day training on the
It is called the best. That's a good idea. Yeah.
I guess you're
The best business ever.
for something as simple as this. She opens a portal to the Lord of Blade's current location. I've kept up my end of the bargain, but it's not my fault if he obliterates you for.
Yeah, again, all this stuff makes sense. I'm not much of a historian, or I'm more of like a really learned sort of guy. I don't really know much about learning.
Could be heard issuing from further down this barren canyon. It's likely the Lord of Blade soldiers training. An army of the Lord of Blade soldiers bows under the scorching sun. The Lord of Blades himself presides over.
Wanted to make a Vistani Blade Forge called the Lord of Knives.
The Lord of Blades tells you that a group of
A Vistani Blade Forge called the Lord of Knives. You can still be the Lord of Blades, even if you use knives.
plundering what the Warforged consider one of their birthrights.
I think so, anyway. Oh, no, I don't know the puzzle here. Oh, shoot. No, they're piercing, so Lord of Needles. True. That would be a nice thing if there was a way to differentiate between piercing and slashing damage. I've always liked the idea of, in 3.5, how in DDO, the improved critical feat is split into categories of weapons. And I wish there was a way you could do that in 3.5, because 3.5 you have to pick one weapon type. And I feel like a lot of those feats have like a major failing behind them. Which is like the specificity of it. So like as an example, I'm playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, which is a video game I'll have finished before I die someday. And that video game is based off of Pathfinder 1. Pathfinder 1 is very similar to 3.5 in a lot of ways because it's based off of the same SRD. And so when you take like weapon focus, you take weapon focus with one weapon type. Well, I didn't know what weapon type to take, but I did realize that I could get dexterity to hit and damage with one weapon type, specifically the rapier with a set of feats. So I went all in on rapiers. Problematically, my characters are level 12, and I have found 0 rapiers throughout the entire game. Which is a little annoying. And that's something that I think is an issue with that style of game. If you don't look up what the powerful weapons are, the legendary weapons are, where to get certain weapons, you run into the problem of maybe not having the right ones. Especially if you run into a situation where you're like, oh, you know what's cool? An exotic weapon. You pick the exotic weapon proficiency, or whatever it is, and then you realize very quickly, oops, it's actually not very good at all, which is a bit of a problem.
Blocked by a magic barrier. The second set of wheels clicks into place.
61953. 61953.
You found the
Gonna do that, hopefully.
opens the door in the hall. The door grows open.
You're going to start for piercing and bludgeoning? Yeah. So, like, I like the idea of putting weapons into categories so you don't run into that situation. So you put it as, like, finessable weapons, heavy weapons, that sort of thing. So it's like, is your character good with daggers? Well, weapons that are dagger adjacent. Weapons that would be more dexterous than strength. I feel like that is a bit better. That sentient weapon for a lot of the playthrough. Yeah, same here. That's literally the weapon I'm using, is the sentient weapon. I have my completely normal guy with me. What's his name? I can't remember his name. But yeah, my completely normal human who helps me out and fights monsters with me. That's who I have. He's great. But yeah, it is just a... I like the idea of doing that, but categorizing it based on damage type is complicated. So yeah, that was basically two different ideas. Idea one, there should be some categorization, but the fact that DDO doesn't allow, like, daggers to slash. or swords to pierce, as an example. When like stabbing somebody with a sword is a word you would describe of like a thing that you would do, and you can't do that in a game like wait, does this have a set on it? I mean, that's not bad. Fine, I'm just gonna give it to Zulkin, whatever, fuck it.
Continue your preparations against Vecna.
But I do think something like that could be done a little bit better in like this type of game, but I don't know how you would do that, like a fighting style. Like imagine if the Vistani fighting style made it, because there's more slashing animations in it, that daggers you use with that count as slashing damage instead of piercing. Like that would be an interesting concept. I don't know how you would use that, but yeah, it's a neat idea. Was a big level 1 without knowing about the game. I saw out my weapon focus with the toy box. Yeah, I mean, I probably could do that. I haven't really downloaded any mods or anything, so I don't really have a lot of experience with that. So like, I haven't made any adjustments. I probably could make some adjustments to my character. Like, I realized that I'm playing a Sword Saint Magus without realizing that I was doing that. So if I had played one in the first place, it would be better. However, I'm playing on a higher difficulty, which does not allow you to make changes once your character is made.
The unexpected sound of shouts comes from the room you were just in. Intruders. To your amazement, Lady Ilmarrow emits a burst of deadly magic that cuts down the intruders.
And I like this one more. It's a bit funny though. Yeah.
They enter here.
Yeah, I do wish I had been playing as a Sword Saint, but like I said, I can't change it. I could probably get like a mod or something that allows me to change stuff whenever I feel like it, but in the base game, there is an NPC you can talk to who allows you to reroll your classes on the lower difficulties, but I'm playing on, I think, the core rules, which does not allow you to do that, so if you make a decision, that's your decision, man. You're locked in, you're set up, you're ready to go.
Take this portal. It will bring you closer to the vessel.
Well, I've said this before. I think that pen and paper D&D is really fun, and I think that Dungeons & Dragons Online is, in my opinion, one of the best translations of pen and paper D&D into the live action medium where we've ever had. And the reason why I say that is because this game is not just a video game about Dungeons & Dragons. It uses the D&D rule set. That's like how it works. Where like, you know, you can go out there and you can play video games like Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance and play a video game based on D&D, but it's basically just a video game. Like, yeah, you get to play as Drizzt and other characters no one remembers the names of. And like, that's kind of neat. But realistically, it's not really based off of like the pen and paper rule set. It just uses the intellectual property and themes. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly cool. But if you want a game that try to take the pen and paper rule set and turn it into a video game, Dungeons & Dragons Online is probably the best live action, in my opinion, incarnation of that. But, you know, if anybody else has some better suggestions or things that might fit better, maybe that could work. Too much. Eventually, no more fights. Your army is just forced into negative morale mode. Yep, 100%. I also downloaded that same mod. Honestly, it made the game 1,000 times better for me. Getting the morale mod, so that way it's just you don't have to worry about when you do the fights. You just do the fights. Is 100 million times better.
Maybe you can find a way in and around.
Absolutely. Ugh. And somebody can be like, that's not the real way to play the game. I don't care. How is the army at low morale? We're winning the war. Shut up, army. There's lots of food and water. There's lots of stuff to do. Go have a beer. Chill out. Go learn a craft. Go train. I don't know. I guess maybe it has something to say about like if you're in a war but you're not making any moves, people can feel like there's a sense of stagnation. Like if there hasn't been a recent victory, then, you know, that's true. People will kind of maybe lose focus, maybe lose their desire to continue fighting in the war if they think it should basically be over. There's like a level of realism to that, which makes sense, but I don't want that. So get it out of my video game. Thank you, mods. believe, and I could be wrong, isn't Neverwinter Nights 3.0? I feel like Neverwinter Nights is 3.0. Not 3.5.
The traveler disables the portal. The door
They're 3.5? Okay, it is, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Knights of the Old Republic. My bad. Yeah, no, you're right, you're right. I was thinking of Knights of the Old Republic, which is 3.0. Which is really weird to think, because it's Jedis and stuff, but yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right, you're right. You're right. You're correct. So, I am a card-carrying member of the I Hate Ranged Characters Club. I'm having so much fun playing Bo. It's awesome. It's awesome, dude. It feels so good. I've only complained once today about my character not actually feeling like I'm doing anything, and that was because there was a assassin standing entirely still. I shot 6 arrows into the assassin, and none of them connected, and I started shouting. But, like, outside of that one circumstance, God, it feels so good. Look at this. Boom, AoE, boom, AoE, boom, AoE. Look at the damage! Do you not see the damage? Oh, I'm not killing as much as this guy. Is this guy also a ranger? No, he's a melee. He's melee! But yeah, it feels much better, especially when you're playing by yourself, because you can just start mowing big targets down. So it's great. I cannot wait to get Legendary Rally on this bad boy. Whoa. Oh, whoops.
As you take hold of the
Yoink.
Lady Vol's voice fills the room. As you can see,
Neverwinter Nights 1 is 3.0? Okay, I was like 99% sure that Neverwinter Nights 1 is 3.0. And I can kind of prove it. Let me see.
the power
Hold
comes
on.
from within. Lady Vol addresses you. You have obtained the vessel, keeping it out of the hands of that foul interloper. I wish you the best of luck in your attempts to
That's why I'm
thwart
glad I have
the
this here.
Whispered One.
I got this bad boy, which is the Neverwinter Nights Platinum book here. And if I go to the feats section, I believe under feats, I believe this will have ambidexterity in it. Yes. Ambidexterity. Ambidexterity is a feat that gives you, reduces the penalty for using an offhand weapon by 4, which is a feat in 3.0 and not in 3.5. It's basically the easiest way to tell if you're in 3.0 or 3.5. If you have ambidexterity, then it's 3.0, and in 3.5 they got rid of ambidexterity. They just put ambidexterity into 2-weapon fighting. What quest is this called? Shoot. The devil you know, right? Yeah, the evil we know. Whereas, like, in 3.5, you don't need ambidexterity because I got rid of that. Yeah, Bo currently, in my opinion, feels way better than did before. I'm, just enjoying the hell out of this playstyle. Like, oh my god. And especially thanks to the fact that you can just dodge away from everything. So, like, it's like, oh no, I'm being attacked by a bunch of monsters. Dodge. And now I just got, like, dodged one of those combos. I'm talking, so I'm not dodging as much. But if I was, like, playing without talking to the camera, I'd be a little bit more attentive to when I need to dodge. Which is fantastic.
You enter the chamber of the fury.
Alright, so now we just stand here and snipe them all down, because I can. Second edition? I don't recall there being ambidex. There might have been an ambidexterity in second edition, but 3.0 is where they kind of streamlined some of the feat process, and that's where you see ambidexterity showing up in there for sure, as like an additional feat to go along with all the other feats that you needed. Animal empathy, yeah. In 3.5, it's just animal handling.
Final and quite confident competitors take to the arena, bent on battle.
from OG Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights has ambidexterity and is based off of 3.0. Which is very similar to the other game, which is also based off of the same thing, which is, oh, he's doing that one there. What do you call it? Knights of the Old Republic, which is also based off of 3.0 and also contains the feat ambidexterity if you would like to dual wield lightsabers or whatever other weapons you'd want to dual wield. Yeah, there is one problem with the AoE attacks, which is you do still have to hit, and that is where ranged attacks don't often work all the time. You still do have, like, just connection problems with ranged weapons, which I will say does get in the way sometimes. But if you're playing, especially with other people, like, you don't have to be in melee like this. Like, right now, look at the monsters. They're just, like, shuffling all over the place. Most of them, because these guys are trying to, like, you know, they're training for the Indy 500 on their feet. It's very difficult for me to hit them with the bow attacks, but yeah.
The sounds of magical incantations, bubbling potions, and whirring machines.
Okay, hello. I'll give it a shot. Heal.
In the center of the room, motions for you to step up and speak.
Hey, what's up? Pleasure to meet you. Appraisal. Fuck. Repair. No. Haggle. Okay, I do have Haggle as a skill. Well, I tried my best. I rolled a 16 and I failed. That's okay. Swim. What? 4 plus 40 is a fail? Damn, man. Ambition. Hello. Disable device.
The mummy nods in approval after you finish his requested task. You've completed the trial of the gnome nods. Then she barks an order, and the golem next to her rises.
Ooh, that stings. I surrender. I surrender. Whoop. Teleport. There's one proficiency point in them? Yeah, you do.
And the wizard defeated. You have completed the trial of the shadow.
Brent told me D&D 3.0 came out, and pretty quickly players found issues and problems after the 3.5 came out. Yeah, I think 3.5 was pretty close to that. Like, that sounds right, but this is also difficult for me because I can't confirm a lot of, like, what you may be feeling because I am not a gaming historian. I just remember what I personally remember. Fuck. Oh god, what is that? Red. Okay. Okay, turn this. And this will open on its own. Nice. No, don't go behind me. Why the fuck did you go behind me? I hate you, video game. So, like, this is where it gets into a problem, where, like, the monsters have a lot of hit points, and if I don't critically hit anything, nothing really dies. So I use all 3 of my attacks. I hit 9 times with a 25% chance crit. I don't get any crits. Everything lives, and then I'm just still surrounded. That's really where the problems come in. Fortunately, again, in the future, you'll have attacks that you don't have to deal with that. Things where a lot of the trash will get instantly deleted, and then it's just not a non-issue. Or like this Raven, who is just too fast. Ah, well, fuck it, whatever.
The barrier, maintained by the Salwagan spellcaster, dissipates. The captain chortles as you approach. He gestures for his minions to attack.
The captain chortles. Fucking die, you bastards! Oh yeah, perfect. Oh, you're about to die and you have no hit points left? Yeah, now we get their critical hit. I love video games. Can I even do this last section? Hold on, maybe not.
Quest completed.
Okay, let me see what I got.
Wow, I can't believe Streamtom got level 18 to celebrate specifically this 18-month sub.
I can't believe it either. That's crazy. Damn, dude. What a guy. I can't believe you would do that just for you. Damonson, welcome back to the stream team for 18 months. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. Happy 18-month sub-anniversary. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Misty Step from? Misty Step comes from the Horizon Walker tree.
The conch of secrets emits a deep, echoing laugh as the sound of rushing water comes from the center of the room. You are under attack. Standing among the statues in the Hall of the Traveler, you are surprised when they suddenly begin moving.
Yeah, also, when you don't have the attack speed boost from action boost haste, God, it still feels bad. Are these guys robots? Are they constructs? No, they're humans. I'm over 100 to hit. That's crazy. One. Hold on. What happened? You're here. Where did this person die? Person died here. No, they're alive. Where's this person dead? They die here? Enter the Hall of the Traveler? Oh, I can't go back. So whoever's dead is stuck, unfortunately, because we can't go that direction because the quest is over. It locks all the doors. Well, they'll figure it out. They're smart. Okay, I can't believe Mr. Shrimp and extra quests that are being capped couldn't be me. Oh, yeah, the reason why I'm doing this is just because there's other people in my group, and they also probably still need experience points. And, you know, it's, like, kind of fun to run a couple extra quests. Like, I set up, I was like, I'm going to do the Vecna Saga, and I'm just doing the Vecna Saga. The old roll of one when you need it to. Probability, baby!
You step out of the portal and into a small
anyway.
cavern in Shavarath, the plane of battle.
I'm very excited to move on to Dragonlord, let's just say that. Oh, right, I have to talk to both of them.
Pair of allies, the Archons and their sworn enemies.
Back to work.
The Devils. The Archon and Devil commanders agree on one thing.
Cap is 3.8 or 3.9? 3.8.
Help them against their common enemy, the demons.
$3.8 million is the cap.
You've arrived at the Archon's fortress, now overrun with demons. Judging from the ground, the Celestials did not give it up easily.
Like, yeah, you still have the, like I said, it's just the monster health bar is still causing me the main current issue here. It's all crit damage, so the monsters have a lot of health. Is you still dangerous? Nah, it's just the hit points. Alright, let's go. I'm trying to, like, maximize getting stacks in here as opposed to just shooting the monsters and dodging everything. So as a result, it's just taking a little bit longer. This is where, like, spellcasters really start to do really well, because you get access to your 9th level spells, which deal a what the fuck hit me for 100 damage, or like 800 damage. I honestly don't know what hit me for 800, but that's cool. Anyway, what happens in that range is that spellcasters get, like, their 9th level spells that end up dealing, like, 2,000 to 4,000 damage a hit, and so they don't notice that as bad. But as a melee or a ranged character, you really start to feel it, where you haven't gotten any ranged power yet, or melee power, and you get most of that in Apex, which is not the worst. It's like, as a melee character, the difference for, like, a ranged character between level, like, 18 and level 26 is unbelievable. It could have been the Ice Cleanser. I thought I saw fire damage, so maybe that was it. Too much scrolling? I can check the combat log. I'm just lazy. Especially since I kept fighting after that. Oh, that guy's doing that? Nice. He's got it. 6 con damage, rolling a 1. Whee! There we go. Not my constitution. He was a champ? Yeah. Now we go this way. Again, I'm still doing more damage than if I was playing solo, because I have to shoot all these things one at a time, whereas here I can just keep AoEing everything off of this one target. Oh, I can't tumble, though, because of the Reaper here. Now I'm just down to 2 monsters. Oh my god, please die, Reaper. There we go, it's dead. Although, something I will have to try in the future is repeating Crossbow Artificer. Also seems pretty good with the AoE. The fact that you get it so early and you just go like 1, 2, 3 and rip through packs, that seems kind of cool. Yeah, you still have a lot of like, whee, just moving around and stuff. Again, this is where having mobility is really handy, because it gives me extra dashes, so I can just get more dodge here. Got it tellies you out? What tellies you out?
Quest completed.
Did you wait? Did we have 2 people release out of this quest? I'm not repeating this one. Sorry. This is probably my least favorite quest in the expansion, so I'm not doing this one a second time. Also, Bookworm, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I did not let the cookie keep me down. For those of you that don't know what that is specifically referring to, I'm gonna die. Not related to what I'm talking about, just like I'm getting eaten alive by Chaos Hammer. But the cookie that I did not let keep me down yesterday, I was given the opportunity. Yesterday, I was given the opportunity to eat the foot-long Subway cookie. And in doing so, I found it. I was very nauseous afterwards because I had the stomach flu, and it was the first thing I'd eaten the entire day at 8 p.m. Was that a good decision? No, but it was my decision. But that cookie did not keep me down. I'm still here. Easier to translate to video games due to the success of games in Fire. Not a single game came from that era that's worth mentioning. Which I totally agree. Like, 4.0 Dungeons and Dragons, from my perspective, as somebody who, when 4.0 came out, I was playing so much Final Fantasy Tactics. Dude, I used to play every mod for Final Fantasy Tactics that was being created. I literally just went through and scoured every single mod I could find. And played so many Final Fantasy Tactics mods over and over and over and over. And then when 4.0 comes out, and I remember playing with my brother a little bit, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait, there's an immobilized status effect? This is like Final Fantasy Tactics. This is amazing. And it was super video gamey. So yeah, it's very goofy. Okay, now I need a question, but in Last Epoch, does anyone else have the issue that in loading into an offline game, always starting with no health potions? Interesting. I did not have that problem. So I'm only playing online right now. So I have not been playing online. Or sorry, offline. I've only been playing online. And in my online experience, I haven't had that happen to me. But that is interesting. Somebody else might have that experience as well.
A blast of freezing air announces the presence.
Yeah, I'm still enjoying my characters. I'm probably going to slow down on Last Epoch because Last Epoch doesn't have a whole lot of endgame. I think I'm going to wait until they get like a couple more things added in before I like really go hard in. I got to try out a bunch of stuff and I enjoyed myself, but I'm definitely currently weaning off of the Last Epoch as I'm getting more into Lord of the Rings Online with the release of the Dungeons and Raids coming out soon, which I'm really excited to do with my guild. As I've got all my characters like prepped up, and I'm doing like 3 hours of dailies every day to get prepped up for that. Fucking hit the monster, dude. It's like chipping away at not even 10% of its hit points in attack at 1 attack a second just feels brutal. Haven't died to it, but it's super weird. Yeah, especially if you're a build that really relies on health potions.
Glaring down on what appears to be its infernal.
No, nothing. None of the stuff that they've promised has shown up yet. At least for me. So I haven't gotten any Twitch drops, and same thing with like where they were like, oh yeah, the capes for like the refer, or not the refer friend. There's the Twitch drop cape, the cape that they said they were giving away because they're like, yeah, the servers are shit, but here's a cape, everybody. I still don't have that. I don't know. Oh, did they patch it in a recent patch? I didn't check yesterday, so they might have added it in. I don't know. Oh, never mind. I have an update queued literally now, today.
Perhaps this portal will lead you to them.
Where do we go now? Oh, it's this one, right? Demon Stronghold. There it is. Bees and more bees. Yeah, they give the bees everybody.
Collapse. Its flailing claws carving grooves into the floor. You're somewhere in the ruined demon lands of Shavarath. Now to find.
Oh, they fixed the when you die in a dungeon, you disconnect from the game. That's good. It's a good bug to fix. Oh my god. Vanish. I missed. I rolled a fucking 1. Suck a D video game. Fuck, I'm gonna lose to this thing. Oh my god. Okay. This is very hard for this character. This quest line, very hard. Again, the monsters suddenly having 33... Like, these monsters have more health than early epic elites. Woo! I was wondering why I never really ran a lot of Vecna other than the level range, and this is also a pretty good reason as to why you don't really run a lot of Vecna. It's very hard compared to other content. Just like a regular monster with 3,500 life. Damn. Really went crazy on the hit points. It's not impossible. I just need more prep and to pay attention more. Oh, we got that. Nice. Level 18 quests? I don't know either. I also don't know why they keep jamming level 18 quests that are literally harder than level 20 quests. Like, Vecna is harder than Lords of Dust. I don't know what to tell you.
You can stop me from conquering Shamrock. You are strong. Soon, the armies of the Abyss will be at my
Die, Fire Reaver.
With the Codex pages that Vecna has promised me, countless demons will be at my disposal.
So MD is at least 13. MD. Oh, Myth Draenor? Is that the new... That's the new stuff?
With the demons' plans thwarted and the fortresses reclaimed.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's time to report your success to the Celestial and Imperial commanders.
Yeah, apparently if it's in the Wilderness tab, there's Myth Draenor is in here. Yeah, Myth Draenor Outskirts is level 13. That could be like a placeholder, but yeah, that's what it looks like.
Mistake in this expansion.
Wait, Sharn was an answer to maximum players a little bit too rough for the casual gamer. Do you feel SSG is making the same mistake in this expansion? SSG makes heroics too hard. All the new more modern heroic content, the monsters are just, they are overstated, and I don't know why. All over the place. And the problem is, it's their big ticket expansion items is the things that they're overstatting. So you buy an expansion and you get your friggin' like character ripped to shreds. So you like buy new content that just came out and then it's like brutal. I guess, but yeah. I don't understand it.
Your allies have already begun their attack on the
If I worked at SSG, I would be screaming from the top of my lungs, like, literally go to Saltmarsh and cut the health of every monster in half. Right now. Just do it right now. It's the introductory thing. It's $20. I guarantee you Saltmarsh is probably one of the more bought expansions by people getting into the game because it's $3. I just cut the monster's health in half right now. I don't understand it. I guess they're like, oh, well, it's new. We'll do the new paradigm. No, it's new, as in new players are doing it. As in, it's like level 3. Fucking cut the monster's health in half. What are you doing? I said that then. I complained about it, and they reduced the monster's health. By the way, if you don't know, I complained so hard, they reduced the monster's health. Okay? By 1/3. He used to have 1/3 more hit points. But I made a very loud and active campaign, and I helped convince some people and helped other people get really loud about it to be like, reduce the health of the monsters. I still think they could cut it by another 50%. Just across the board. And this is me saying, I want Saltmarsh to be really easy to do in low levels because I want it to be faster to level. Dude, you know what's fast to level? Waterworks into Shanticor. It's fast. I skip Saltmarsh all the time. I don't even do it. But like, the monsters just, they have way too many hit points. Like, I just don't understand why we need 300 health monsters at level 3. It blows my mind. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me, but whatever. This guy's 5,300 health. What's happening? Yeah, anyway. It easily hit 90? Oh, yeah. On elite difficulty. Dude, I took 154 damage, or 74 damage from an elite caster. From a champion bullywug on elite in the quest Down You Go. Yeah, so it definitely is a problem. Like I said, I think for the end game player base, I don't think most of the people that are doing that care too much because they have the really well geared characters. It's just silly for all like the other people. Oh, you get wrecked in Saltmarsh? Yeah, Saltmarsh is really hard in Heroics. That's why people don't run it. That's why I never do it. Yeah. In Epic, it actually follows a pretty smooth curve. Yeah, and also nobody runs Saltmarsh and Vecna in Heroics. Also true. I run Epic Saltmarsh. Epic Saltmarsh is tuned really well. And I like Epic Vecna being like a step up in difficulty over similar content. But yeah. Yeah, I do Isle of Dread every time. I just like Isle of Dread. So I've been running Isle of Dread for the most part. I'm not saying the game should never have any challenge. Or there shouldn't be any challenge in the game. But like, God, some of the health numbers are just madness. It's so confusing.
You'll need to defeat the Eye of Vecna to open your path.
Again, it's not that I can't do this. It just takes a while. And there's a lot of people that can't. One quest level since it's a bit higher? I don't know. I said the closest thing we have is that it's in the Adventure Compendium right now already at set to level 13. Is it going to be level 13? I don't know.
The Eye of Vecna falls, allowing you to access the lever it guarded.
We don't actually know what the health value is going to be. Yeah, I don't hate 13. Like, it is what it is. If it is 13, the benefit to it being 13, if the content also isn't fucking, like, more health than this quest chain, then that means you could just run Ravenloft and just do the whole thing and then go directly into Myth Draenor and not have to worry about, like, running the desert or trying to go do, like, other weird level 10s or things like that. You just kind of do things a little under-leveled, and then you can do it. Is it better? No, I don't think that's an issue, at least in my opinion, because I think you're just going to cover up some of the lower level quests that you don't want to do. But yeah, it's also going to, again, come out to how brutally difficult is it and how much health do the monsters have. Again, if they have like 5,000 hit points per monster, I don't think anyone's going to run it. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do the desert this life. I don't want to do Ataraxia's Haven this life. I don't want to run Von 5 and 6 this life. Yeah.
You've reached the heart of the fortress.
Like, that's all, honestly, kind of how I use Isle of Dread. Is, like, recently, I just go to Isle of Dread. Like, I'll just take 9, holding no XP, and then I'll just go run the entirety of Isle of Dread, because it just gets through all of it, and it's one consistent path. Is it fast? No, but it feels good. You just go into an area, and you do all the quests, and you come at 2 levels higher. It's just nice. Okay. Hey, bud. Get out of here. Eye of Vecna.
You've defeated the resurrected hand and eye again. This
So that was revamped for the level range? Yep.
leader, the heart
Quest
of
well capped. Oh, because there are people in my party who aren't capped, and I kind of just feel like helping. And also, I said, guys, let's run a whole Vecna.
A secret door slides open in the eastern bar.
And you can't type into chat, guys, let's run a whole Vecna, and then not run a whole Vecna. To quote Strim Tom himself, somewhere in here, hold on. Blah, blah, blah. You guys want to run a full Vecna? I typed it in the chat, so I gotta run the full Vecna. That's how it works. I'm a man of my word. Which doesn't mean a whole lot and isn't worth a lot, but I hit that chat box, dude.
Where is Vecna? You find the answer in the heart of Vecna's desk. Vecna has traveled to a fortress in the
Do them where Reavers reach?
conduct a
Yep,
ritual.
100%.
A ritual that will give him dominion.
I don't know what they're going to revamp next. Give me Threnal. Just make Threnal level 10. What they should do is they should make all of, just make all the quests. They don't even have to change them. They don't have to change them. Just make all of the entirety of Grey Moon level 8. Just make every quest in Grey Moon level 8 and make every quest in Threenal level 10. Don't change the quests. Like, they could go in and do the work to change them, but they don't have to. Just move the levels. That's it. Have you not done everything on this game yet? No. I still have to play the game with my hands crossed over as well. So I'm still working on that one.
You find yourself in the alien vastness.
Also, they just added a patch with a bunch of new content, so I'm playing around with it.
Ancient fortress looms in the distance.
The benefit and detriment of live service games is they basically never really end, because there's always something more to do, because there's always people developing more content for the game until the game like goes into sunset mode and starts getting shut down, and then they stop developing stuff for it. Also, what's this one called? Vecna Denied. Vecna Denied. There it is. Each of my life depended on it. The ship, obviously. Yep. I will say I don't appreciate having to like roll around all the time to still line up the monsters in like the melee AoE, but it is what it is. Because you can't ground target the area of effect attacks. So if you're trying to use the area of effect attacks into like a pile of monsters, you actually have to have a hard target with the monsters moving around you while you're moving. You still have the range desync issues, which doesn't solve it. So when like other people go in first, it's not that bad. Goblin Death Yell? I mean, yeah. He's a big skeleton corpse. Or big goblin corpse. Like, you know, one of those tall goblins? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. My posture's terrible. I do need to drink water, but my posture's bad.
The traveler explains that this fortress is a trap he built for invading gods. He asks you to sabotage Vecna's ritual by pulling special levers inside. Of course, only those worthy of representing the traveler will.
And we did all of the quests, so I actually have all the blessings, which is always fun.
Clearly, Vecna and his
So I can turn off all the debuffs.
And the God of Secrets has brought more than just the hidden.
You can deal with the trap thing. Sure.
The traveler asks you to choose between
I don't really remember how this one actually works, if I'm being honest.
You have chosen a path.
There's still a fair amount of lag here, though. Oh, God. Yeah, it's a laggy day today. Is there traps to disable in this one? Or, oh, I guess you don't disable the traps, you just run through. I guess I could disable the traps. I'm not sure if you disable the traps in here. I've actually, like, I don't think I've ever gone through this room. Oh, whoops, I forgot how long this takes. Gauntlet Slayer edition? What? I don't know what Gauntlet Slayer is. Song of the Mysterious Sword Sings in the Feywild? Oh, most of the dialogue. I mean, a lot of the older quests I know a lot better. But there's a lot of classic lines in DDO. Lines like, my ancestors' bones. It's a classic line. Jeet's waking you up on the beach, asking if you're undead, attempting to confirm that you are in fact not undead.
Has been pulled. Now to find the rest of them.
Also, the hatchery. There's, outside of just the hatchery as well, there's also a couple other classic lines in this game. One of which is, this place smells of dirt and unwashed kobold. You wonder if washed kobold would smell any better. The sound of the bridge dropping is then immediately followed by the much less distant sound of the door slamming shut behind you. Another classic. You hear a door yawning open in the distance. Another good one. There's a lot of good lines in this game. A lot of good lines. Oh, right. I gotta go this way because I got the thing. What's over here? I don't remember. Oh. Oh, did we already do that? I don't know what's going on. So yeah, a lot of people have a lot of good memories. Good voice acting can get you in a lot of different ways.
Word on the street is you got sticky mitts for the flyest threads in this pad. Keep it chill, yo. Don't be dropping low-key shade on the drip in this Airbnb, fam. We see you eyeing that limited edition vase.
That is, of course, a reference to the quest Endless Revels in Feywild, for those that don't know. It's a classic retelling of a line. Oh, these guys just don't notice I'm here. They're like, hey, what's up? I don't even care. Just hanging out by the fire, just chilling, having a nice day, telling stories around the fire. It's beautiful.
The traveler gives you some.
I mean, yeah, my character definitely would fit the vibes of like being inside of some horrid cult. Absolutely. See, this is where having like dire charge would be nice. So I can just dire charge these guys down and stop them. I might try range dire charge. We'll see. I don't know how hard it's going to be to get stunning DCs on this character, but maybe it'll work. Maybe I'm going to start with Fatesinger. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what epic Destiny stuff I'm going to be using. I get the feeling that it's still going to be better to use Karate Champion for the most part. But I do want to try out Legendary Dreadnought and also Shadow Dancer. The problem I have with Shadow Dancer is I just don't really have a lot of sneak attack dice. I have some, but I don't have a lot. So Shadow Dancer does look really appealing. But as I said, I have 2 levels of Rogue, but I didn't take Deepwood Stalker, and I only have like 1 point in Assassin. So I'm not really going to be doing it. Nope.
You must be prepared to make a sacrifice.
Oh, good. He's actually doing it. Nice.
Next trial.
Have to be made for more than a decade. I think it's dialogue and a bit of the character building. Well, again, for me, I really like the character building element of this video game. Like the fact that you can build exactly the character that you want is something that will pretty much always captivate me towards any video game. Video games that have very like specific and direct forms of that type of storytelling. Oh, dude, absolutely. Anything that is like, hey, do you want to make exactly the character that you want to make? Yeah, I do want to do that, and I'm glad the game is going to let me do that. Because you can multi-class whatever you want. I think that's so cool in this game.
Shrimp, this bow build of yours looks shrimply amazing. Shrimp.
What a way to spend $1. Thank you, Horse. Appreciate it. Anyway. But yeah, overall, like I said, the character building element of it is something I really deeply enjoy. Again, it's one of the reasons why I find it easier to engage with a game like Last Epoch, where there's lots of character building, versus a game like Diablo 4, where there's not as much character building. Or a game like in some of the older Elder Scrolls franchise, like Morrowind, where there's lots of character building, versus a game like Oblivion, where there's, or not Oblivion, Skyrim, where there's no character building. Again, I like games where there's like a lot of character building elements mixed in with some RPG elements and a reasonable story. Half-orc bard or a two-handed weapon gnome? You can play a two-handed weapon gnome if you want. I like games that give you the flexibility to make the exact character you want. You can play another video game, and then you can go come to DDO and say, think to yourself, how am I going to build it? How would it look if I played it in this other game?
Vecna cries out in anger as the last of his followers
Nice.
falls.
58,000 XP. Nice. Nice. There's a lot of XP here. Hey, Skyrim is an action game with RPG elements, not an RPG. No, it's an RPG. It is an RPG. It's a role-playing game. It just doesn't have, like, again, that deep character customization. I agree there's no character building in Skyrim, but I agree it's not very complex. It's true. It is unfair of me to say that Skyrim has no character building, because it's not true. It has some character building. But it's so much less than the previous games. It's like, dude, they got rid of stats. You don't even have stats anymore. Party quest. I literally don't remember the name of it. Party 101, I think. Does stats make every RPG? No, you don't need to have strength for your game to, like, be an RPG. I'm not saying that. If your game doesn't have the strength stat, your game's not an RPG. But, you know, why doesn't it have a strength stat? Like, why did we remove it?
Several students still linger here, though classes have been over for hours.
As one class uses boasting sound is broken, yeah.
You've arrived
Every
at Holtz's
and that was like a big departure for me, because the stat that I always used to max out and whenever I play characters in Oblivion and Morrowind, more than any other stat in the game, was luck. I always used to get luck. I'd get a luck enchantment, because luck just affected a whole bunch of different outcomes all over the game. It affected the loot that would drop. It affected the some of the outcomes with when you would talk to people. There'd be like gambling outcomes in games and like in the games that were affected by luck. And I was just like, that's just a cool stat.
Counterpoint, Final Fantasy XIV has almost zero character customization and is one of the most popular RPGs being played.
Yeah. Counterpoint to what? Like, I assume you're using that to counter me, but I don't disagree with anything you said, so I don't understand. Like, what's your counterpoint to? I don't get it.
Arcanist's delight in the kitchen and a magic loot.
Yeah, but you can do that in all the Elder Scrolls games. I will say the only game that really locks you out of multiple options is Morrowind.
I'm not quite sure. It just felt right to type.
Sometimes you got to do it. You got to hit the key. You're feeling good, and you just go like, just get that text down there. Think for the bits. Your turn to one-shot territory. You can.
Students are working with iron defenders in this classroom. When you enter the room,
well,
they look
alchemy.
up with a shocked expression. and
Good
send
old
their
alchemy.
iron defenders after you. The student apologizes for sending their iron defenders to attack. They thought you were an intruder.
Every time I feel good, I'm like, yeah, man, bow character. And then an alchemist joins. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
The globe of light
Counterpoint,
glitters in your
Final
eyes.
Fantasy XIV has almost zero character customization and is one of the most popular RPGs being played.
True. You know what? That is a fair counterpoint. That's a fair counter.
Though these aren't just any bards. They're
Fair.
barbarians. Their leader nods at you.
Oh God, barbarians.
Gotta say that did feel really good to type.
You guys have a pretty advanced form of shitposting over here that I gotta respect.
You were the guest they were expecting to spar with them in a practice fight.
I have a high amount of respect for your advanced shitposting.
But warns that only a
Thank you for
skilled
several
fighter
dollars.
could play
Appreciate it.
You wonder if something strange might happen when you pick up the loot. But nothing does. You don't know what's worrying Valencia. This seems to be
Daggerfall, that was the best Bethesda character creation so far. So my problem I ran into with Daggerfall with trying to play it is that it's fucking old. And I don't mean old as in like the visuals are bad. Like, because I didn't buy the game like a hard copy, I own a copy of Daggerfall, but it's a PC copy of the game. And so because I don't own the hard copy, I didn't get the fucking 3,000 page manual that definitely came with it when you bought it at the store. And so I am missing for sure some of that information of like, oh, this is how this stat works and this is how that stat works. And trying to play it the first time with none of that, like hoping the game would teach you. No. That is not a video game where it's a tutorial where it teaches you these things. That is not how that works.
So that ends well. So long as he stays away from magic instruments.
So yeah, you definitely need to read the manual before you play. Which I've said this before. I actually don't mind games that ask you to read a manual before you play if they provide the manual. I don't have an issue with that. It's when I don't have a manual that's what I don't like. So what I mean by that is this. Neverwinter Nights manual, okay? This comes with your game. This comes with the video game. They want you to read this before you get started. Why? Because it's really fucking complicated. And if you don't read it, you're going to run into a lot of problems. But it's cool. It's got lots of cool art in it. It gets you excited about the game. It's filled with little story details and tidbits. And also, it took hours for that shit to download on your computer. So all you got to do is just sit down and just like... while you're waiting for the thing to go on, while you're learning about the game as you go. Again, I don't mind this, but again, a lot of the modern video games that you play, you download it off of Steam, you click it, and you're waiting for the tutorial. Now, something that was pointed out to me when I was trying to play Baldur's Gate is that if I just go here, if you actually go to Baldur's Gate 2, Baldur's Gate 2 is in here somewhere, Bald Man's Gate, where the fuck is Bald Man's Gate? Oh, there it is. So if you go to Baldur's Gate, there actually is additional content. The manual is in here. So you can click this, and it brings you to a web page that actually has the manual that came with the game. Which is really useful and really good. But this, so I would have loved to have just read through this before I started playing, but that manual's not in the game. And also, when I started playing Baldur's Gate 2, I literally didn't even know that was an option in Steam. Like, I didn't even know that you could do that. So, again, my issue that I ran into with Daggerfall is not that I think Daggerfall is a bad game, but when you buy Daggerfall on the computer, you don't get the manual prompt, and you definitely want to, like, you want to have the manual for that type of game. And I'm not saying that games, like, this is not me trying to put a blanket statement of saying games should require you to read manuals ahead of time. This is not me having a blanket statement of saying, oh, games should have better, like, you know, better tutorials and blah, blah, blah. But, like, you have to pick your style. And if you're saying, okay, we want you to read the manual before you play, I don't mind that as long as I have a good reason to want to read it, which is my game is complicated and it's going to be worth it in the long run because it's going to save me a lot of frustration. So I generally don't mind that, especially if it's, like, provided. Because physical memorabilia is cool. Now, granted, even if it's not physical memorabilia, if it's presented in a good enough way on the computer, again, I also don't mind. Aaron, hurry up. Hurry up. Management schoolyard lunchtime reading material? Yeah, like, that's cool. Optionals? No, we're going. Come on, Aaron. Hurry up. Hurry up, have your dreams faster. We have a... Is that a melee cleric? What is this? No, it's not. Oh. Done. 150 hours in, 50 of multiple gameplays. Yeah, why not? Alright, let's go. Oh no, no, not my professor.
That something big is coming.
Oh god.
Now would be a good time.
Professor Feynman Dinos.
Huge gnome appears before you, looking down.
Well, well, well.
Well, well, well. Look at that, Aaron. You failed your exam, just as I expected.
Man, if only I could have a group of adventurers come and join my dreams when I had started having a nightmare.
It's not like you're using it anyway.
Correct. I didn't even get a crit. Alright, free me. Free me! Oh god, it's still here.
Aaron,
alright.
profusely for your help. And promises to get
Ow, I got nothing. I'd say I picked up nothing from these quests, but that's just because I gave everything to, Wait, where'd he go? Oh, gonna eat and take a break. Oh, Zulkin left. Damn, I can't even talk to Smant because he left. Rats. How many ranks, levels can we bank before you gotta take a level? 1 level. So if you're level 7, once you get to level 8, you can take level 8, and you can bank all the way up to 1 point before level 9. So your next level's worth of XP minus 1. Gonna verbally harass. No, I was just gonna say, oh, I was gonna, like, oh, I didn't find anything from doing all this content, but it's because I gave it to Zulkin, which is fine. I accept. And hello, Calliope.
Calliope says you can retrieve
Calliope?
the loan contract in one of 2 ways. You can
Doing build
open the
reviews?
front
Yeah,
door and
I am.
speak to the loan broker,
Feel
or
free to
you can
submit.
infiltrate through the side door, then look for
The
contract
channel is
on your
open.
own.
I have to do a build review for Triax.
One of the devils in
I should do that at some point.
Intruders! Shut the doors!
But yeah, the build review channels are open. Should you have a build you wish to get reviewed, submit through appropriate channels. If you want to get it reviewed sooner rather than later, you know, I do accept healthy bribes. 200 euros. It's fine. You know, do whatever you think is best for you. Just kidding. I don't know how much a euro is. I don't accept them. Ugh, euros. Freedom.
The records room is filled with thousands of drawers, and you have no way of knowing which one holds Calliope's contract.
Oh god.
Maybe one of the clerks has
You can do a 2.0 version of your sword that you did before, now with the new Epic Destinies? Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'd love to see. Yeah, reviewing people's new, more modernized builds will be good, because it'll help me like learn a little bit more about the different characters and what have you. Been 2 months and still no luck? Oh yeah, no raid gear? Easy. There's lots of good non-raid gear. The problem is, especially if you're a spellcaster, God, raid gear is so good. Oh, raid gear is good. I want to play Dragonlord, but I want to do Dragonlord with that new greatsword. The new lightning one. I have to get it from like Cruiser's Cold Dead Hands.
You find Calliope's soul contract.
How would I do that? I don't know.
Paper in this records room. Now to bring it back. Maybe you should also take their magical quill while you're here, so the devils can no longer do this.
Is somebody disabling all the traps? Dude, I didn't even know you could do that. Because I absolutely was not. Like, I know people complain about the tumble changes. I've been able to tumble whenever I want. I really don't feel the struggle of being able to tumble. It's very rare where I don't have enough charges. To be fair, I would be more aggressive with it if I could see them.
Stands between you and the exit. There's a rise
Also, there's 2
of
of them
girls
now.
across
She
that
cloned
room.
herself. What is
You realize
happening?
You're going to have to defeat her in order to escape the
Their room for 6 spa? Oh, okay. Got it.
She begins her attack.
Do you stumble so I never have charges? Yeah. I think it'll be easier when you can see them. Oh, this quest is bugging the fuck out like crazy. The bubble is not going away, and she still has a second copy of herself. Uh-oh. Is that a new bug? Because when we were farming that on hardcore, or with this quest on hardcore, I never saw these bugs. I do like how she has sunglasses on, though. Indoors. Gotcha. She's dead. She's dead. Study spectacles. Ooh, these are kind of good. Intelligence plus quality potency, insightful spell sight, Eversight, Mythic 3 for an extra 3 spell power. So that's actually quality potency, insightful spell sight, which is basically 24 stacking spell power plus 3 is 27. It's almost 30 stacking spell power, which is pretty good for this level. Anyone want? No. No. Came from the front and someone went in from the back. Ah, yeah, it's a classic problem.
Calliope is delighted to have her contract back.
Alright, last quest. The rat quest.
Owns Calliope's soul. So she is now forever free from the devil's schemes.
There we go. Paper trail. Last quest, because then I can take 20. Then I can start getting all my epic stuff. I said I was doing a whole Vecna. I'm doing a whole Vecna. Did I have to do a whole Vecna? No.
Books and papers.
Pick up manuscript.
Page from the missing manuscript.
Oh, I gotta talk to Halman.
Dropped it when they fled.
Halman Best. What a name.
Wants you to recover his stolen manuscript. Perhaps you could pick up the trail.
One of the hardest parts, in my opinion, for doing Dungeons and Dragons, like for when I'm writing stories in D&D, is names. Naming characters I find very difficult.
Your way into Sharn's sewers.
Trash swarms. Get out of here. Like when you have to name an entire town or like 7 different people, it's tough. Oh, good lag. Yo, good lag. God, I want level 20 so bad. Give me the stats. Give me the level. Read a book of baby names. Am I gonna read a book? Why would I read a book if I'm trying to do Dungeons and Dragons? That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? Madness. Yeah, usually what I do is I just kind of make up words in my mind and then I throw them onto paper. I just start making like mouth sounds and go like Joel Tolman. Who's Joel Tolman? Well, they're obviously Joel Tolman Fendel. That's who it is, Joel Tolman Fendel. That's the name of the shopkeep. Joel Tolman Fendel. Good job, everybody. Could be anybody. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, readings for nerds, and we're not nerds, you know what I'm saying, guys? Yeah, up top. Oh, yeah. Okay, alchemy. Nope, not here.
To your surprise, the were-rat on the couch nearby doesn't jump up and attack.
Alright. DMing for so long now, my players are conscious of my Mubikiki effect, where they can often work out if a character is good, bad, sneaky, trustworthy, but how I name them. Interesting. So I definitely don't have that. I don't think I have that problem of like a specific naming convention. My biggest thing is that usually if I don't know what to call a character, I will very regularly be like, what's this person's name? Steve. Everybody gets Steve, pretty much. Man, woman, child, robot, space, creature. Bob sometimes. I usually go with Steve. I'm more of a Steve picker. Yep. For all the gals, pals, and guys, gals, and non-binary pals in my D&D universe, it's pretty much just Steve and nothing else. Steve! Or sometimes you go with the coveted Steve. When it's like there's like a, they got something special about him, you give him the Steve.
You find an odd note addressed to you. It says something about a dog eating your homework. And it's
There's
signed,
that.
You know who. This must be the hidden hand member who
Give me the chest. It's done. Yeah, block. Classic block. Azure Rotella. It's a great looking shield, but I don't want it. So congratulations. Philip, you just transferred server. Fill up your shared bank with garbage. Oh! Done. Thanks. I'm taking 20 since I capped after the second quest.
You find the missing manuscript.
Okay, bye.
Inside a green-hatted iron defender.
Leave party.
It seems the traveler gave you a helping hand.
Exceptions.
Was this just one of the trickster gods'
magical item merchants. There's an called Bragny Bronzebeard, who is the 20th level wizard who's created a monopoly on the market by using simulacrum. Great idea. Alright, now let's go find the ranger trainer. Wilrick Greenwoods. Mark. I like that the trainers out here are actually doing stuff. You have the fighter and the paladin, they're ready to fight. You got the cleric and the ranger judging it, the rogue hanging out in the background. Again, little stuff like this, in my opinion, means a whole lot. It just makes the area feel better that the trainers are like actually doing activities, as opposed to just standing in a big fucking shithouse circle. I get listen now? Listen up. Could you have run this quest at 20 and still gotten full XP? I don't know. Probably. I probably could have ran those quests at 20 and still gotten full XP. I didn't really think about that, actually. Good call. Yeah, so I might have just wasted, like, 200,000 XP, but whatever, it's fine. Okay, what do I not have? I don't have Construct, which is surprising to me. So I should have that. So let's get that in there. And now, I have exactly 8 points remaining. So I've got Horizon Walker, which leaves me with 7. And with exactly 7 points remaining, that is exactly enough to get all of the Imbue dice from Toxic Affinity. So I have the Imbue dice from Toxic Affinity. I have the Imbue dice from Knight of the Chalice with Courage of the Heaven. I can also scrape the points out of here and get rid of Exalted Shot and just get rid of this if I want to. I have Vistani Night Fighter for 5 double shot. I have Arcane Archer here for the Imbue dice and what have you. I have Horizon Walker Capstone, so I have 5 charges of many shot now, plus 2 all ability scores, and a favorite enemy marked target, which double stacks. So for example, if I mark a construct, then I would take double favorite enemy damage. And because I have 4 ranger, I have 3 favorite enemies, or sorry, 15 ranger, I have 4 favorite enemies, plus Evil Outsiders 6, plus Vistani Night Fighters 7, plus, or Undead is 7, plus Horizon Walker Capstone is 8 favorite enemies, so I deal 16 extra damage and 32 extra damage to marked targets, which is pretty good. And then, out of here, I can get even more favorite enemies, because in Shiradi Championi, you can get favorite enemy with the Fae here, which gives an extra plus 2 damage, which is not bad, and there's a fair number of Fae in the game as well. Not bad. Yeah, I don't want to use Divine Crusader for sure. I'm definitely going to be using Shiradi Champion, because it's kind of good. I like the idea of using Dreadnought here, just because I do like extra action boosts. I do like the idea of using Dire Charge later, but I don't have it yet. And I really like the idea of Legendary Rally as a tier 5. So there's some good concepts here. Another good option is Fate Singer, because the Epic Strike is bananas. Pluck a String does a huge amount of damage. And I can just use it all the time for stuns and other things, which is pretty cool. Another option is Shadow Dancer, which gives you access to the Epic Strike for Shadow Strike, which does a bunch of damage. And it allows me to deal additional damage based on my sneak attack dice, and I get a bunch of sneak attack from here. I don't know what the answer is. What I do know is I have to use the bathroom. So I'm going to take a quick... I'm actually going to take a quick 5. Get some water, use the bathroom, grab a snack and stuff. I'll be right back. Hold that. Don't touch that dial. And don't run away or something. Oh, hey, what's up? Welcome back. Me. I'm saying to you. What's up, everybody? What are the odds? This is 15% chance to deal extra damage on hit. And it's extra damage. How many imbues do I have? What's up, dude? How you doing? How's it going, young? Need more chai. How are you? I have 8 dice. That explains why my imbue dice suck currently. Let's see what we can do here. Let's try new Sharadi. I don't think I need to reinvent the wheel right now. As much as I like the idea of Legendary Rally, let's try new Sharadi and see how it feels. But like, I think I will use some Dreadnought. Maybe I'll use some Shadow Dancer. Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility here. I can also grab Cure Serious, which will help a lot in the healing department. So yeah, that's probably a good idea. I don't need this. Do I need Pin though? Pin's an AoE. I think I might try Dire Charge instead. I don't think I need Pin, if I'm being honest. So I think we're not going to do that. I think I'm going to go Dire Charge. We're going to try that out. Because I do want to see if that's good. In terms of damage here, I mean, the force damage is cool. The sonic damage is probably the better option, so I think I will go with the sonic damage. So we'll do that. We've got the Phase Sight, which is not bad. I can get this, I can get this. I do want to go to Dreadnought, and I'm going to grab Dire Charge. Because I think, even though Dire Charge at the beginning is not as good, I think it could be useful. I will need Tactics DCs for this character, because I don't have any really yet. So we'll grab the extra action boost. We'll grab the Esoteric Touch. That'll move us up to here. And then the real question is, do I go Shadow Dancer? Because I can get access to Technician, which is pretty handy for leveling and stuff as sneak attack damage. Or do I go Fate Singer, which is tough?
Enjoyed the rest of your stream.
Take care, Endrek. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for tuning in. I hope I can learn you something about ranged characters in the future, because I'm very close to being able to start just rolling out the video here, so we'll get that going soon. I'm still just not sure if I want to run Harmonic Resonance. It's very powerful here since it does scale with Stay Loud, which is nice, but I could also just bank on somebody else having it, and then I don't have to use Fate Singer. I'm also thinking, since I have access to Dreadnought with Dire Shot, I might replace Exalted Shot with Dire Shot. Yes, it has a longer cooldown, but for spamming AoE, I still have Inferno Shot, I still have other attacks, and it will let me recoup some of the points that I've spent, 2 points being able to be spent somewhere else. Where would I spend those 2 points? I don't know, but I definitely don't think I need Exalted Shot anymore, so I can probably recover that. A ranged AoE attack? Dude, there are so many now, and they're so good. But I think Shadow Dancer is probably the best option. Macro Tech doesn't really do a whole lot for me, other than the fact that I can get some imbue dice, but it's like, who cares? Divine Crusader, literally nothing. DI, literally nothing. Unyielding, it's got Renewal. That's it. Magus is a Spellcaster tree, so I don't care. Grandmaster, I can't be centered. Fury, again, doesn't really do anything for me. Primal, I could get Cocoon. I could maybe get Spring to Summer or something, but I'm going to be moving away from Spell Power anyway. As my character, I would much rather, since I can get some reasonable amount of range power. Right now I have 147 Force for my Force Spell Power here, but I get 200% range power scaling. So if I swap to the Paladin Imbue right now, that counts as 106 range power, which is less than the Force, but that number is going to go up really fast as I get 5 here, 5 here. If I go Shadow Dancer, I get another 5. This question is answering itself very quickly. I think the answer is Shadow Dancer for the extra 5 range power, which is quite nice. And then I can grab Technician for the extra stats here, so I can disable every trap and open every lock, which is good. And then I'll probably grab Double Shot. I want Hunt's End, so like that's for sure. We're gonna get Hunt's End when we can at 23. And then I do want the Double Shot here, because Double Shot's a lot of damage. I think I'm gonna leave this for now, and then I'll come back to this in the future. But we're gonna go with Double Shot here. I think it's good. Fate Singer for Strike. The thing is, I don't have repeated attacks, so my current plan is to use Dire Charge instead, just as an AoE ability. And then, so I'm gonna go Slayer of Evil now, as opposed to the other strikes here. So we're gonna go with Slayer of Evil. So now I'm doing light damage on hit, and it scales with my melee power or my range power, which is nice. Yeah. Because I think Dire Charge will work pretty good on this character. However, DC 45, I'm gonna have to solve that problem. How do I solve that problem? I don't know. I don't know how to solve the problem. I'm still working on that. How do I solve that problem? How's it look? I can't use it in a public area. Well, that's good to know. And then Prism, of course, is now on. So I've gained a whole bunch of range power. Again, I'm going to lose a little bit of imbue damage temporarily, but it's going to very quickly eclipse my other damage. It also means I don't need to wear the Ring of Winter's Chill, and I only have to worry about positive spell power now. Every other spell power does nothing for me. Wisdom item? No, it uses dexterity. It's because I don't have stunning. Wait a minute. I don't have stunning, eh? Well, what if I go here? And what if I go, like, I look at this, and I go, level 20 items. Is that an epic bloodstone? Ooh. With a swiftness augment in it? That's pretty good. Let's put that on. And what if I continue to look around? Ooh, we have staunch bracers. I don't care, actually. Devoted of healing lore. I don't care much about that either. Wisdom, insightful wisdom, and dodge. Sounds kind of good to me, so we can grab that, put that one on there. I put that in the wrong bag, but I'll sort it out later, so we can get one of these. That's pretty good. Get some reasonable items. A necklace, Charisma, Insightful Charisma spell saves. Actually great, because it's massive for my saving throws, since I actually need Charisma for that, and I don't need this necklace anymore, so that's a good replacement. Con, Insightful Con, False Life. My belt is actually fine. I don't need to replace that, but the biggest one is the Celestial Ruby Ring gives Stunning 9. So now I can throw this one on here, which I didn't have. I also didn't have Ghostly, which I now have. And considering I no longer automatically get Ghostly, that's very convenient. And that gives me Stunning. Plus, then I can use No Misstep, and all of a sudden my Dire Charge DC is 64, which is perfectly good for what I'm trying to do. And I have Charisma 39. My saves are 40, 58, 37. I can now have enough UMD to no-fail on my Greater Heroism, which brings me up to 44, 62, and 41. And when I tumble, I'm over 100 on reflex saves for 1 second, which is very convenient because I've got evasion, and I can make myself immune to traps. Cool, man. Also, I have Reaper points to spend. Will this character feel good in epics? I don't know. I can also get a new bow as well, which is a big deal, so I'm probably going to do that as well. Yeah. This looks good. Oh, I can also get the +3 the tactics DCs. Duh. Oh. These are the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. No.
Why you gotta bring that up every time?
No. Can't see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I never will. You know what else I do need? Ship buffs. I didn't have ship buffs while we did that. Whoops. Wait, this doesn't take you to the ship? I thought it did. Yeah, now we have bow character. Bow character. In epics. I was very, very, very tempted to just go to just to reincarnate, but I can get this character to 32 pretty fast, so I'm not going to do that. But I just want you guys to know how tempted I was to do that. Just reincarnate. Shoot 5 bullets with these AoE shots when already is pretty fun. Oh yeah, dude, that's got to be awesome. I know the devs know about it, so whenever there's going to be like a patch 1, I would expect that to be fixed, like a U66.1 that'll probably come out in the wash. But you're probably going to be able to toy around with it for a month. Just have some fun. Okie dokie. Longbow. Silver longbow sucks. Ethereal longbow doesn't sucks. Yoink. There we go. Cool. Also, I have feather falling somehow. What gives me feather falling? I literally have no idea. Oh well, good for me. Because it's very convenient. Also, I have spells. I can go learn my spells. Let's go learn spells. I have 1,000 mana now. That's kind of cool. America and Cure Serious. So now we have Cure Serious. So I can go and heal myself for 200. It's not terrible. In combat doesn't work, but whatever. We've got America now. And I can get Swim. Resist Energy is also not a terrible option because it's good to have resists. But also I can just use Laziness and not have any resists, which is what I'm probably going to do. Although, what's my jump right now? 31. With GH. 32. I'm going to cap out on jump. I should have jump. I'm a ranger. Do I need swim? No. I kind of want resist energy. All right. I'm taking resist energy, but then when I get to cap and I don't need jump anymore, I'm going to get rid of jump. Probably. Maybe. Actually, I'll probably get rid of resist energy when I get to cap. Giving you something better than Magic Fang on a shifter. Is my race? Yeah, the fact that I'm a drow means I'm cool as hell. Spell component guy. I don't know where the spell component guy is. Do they sell level 20 spell components here? I genuinely do not know. I know there's a general vendor somewhere that does sell all the spell components. I just don't know where. I don't spend a lot of time in this area. Spirit Binder is a thing. There's a thing here. I don't think there's any other items I need to replace. I just need level 4 ranger spell components. It's okay. I know where I can get level 4 ranger spell components. The Portable Hole. They sell everything. Actually, it has occurred to me that they don't sell everything because they won't sell ranger components because that's not how that works. So let's go to the Jarasco Arcane Shop. Where they won't sell it, but they get me closer to a shop where they do sell things. Also, I should put my new bow on my bar so I can pull it up when I need it.
Who could teach you about what fate lies in store?
All right. So now I go to this guy and I go Ranger spell components. I get Nymph Tears. What a thing to think. Hey man, just go to the shop. Yeah, I need some spell components. I need to buy some Nymph Tears. And like, oh, you're casting Freedom of Movement, I see. And you're like, yeah, Freedom of Movement. Yeah, that's what I'm casting. And like, well, why else would you need the Nymph Tears? And then you get it and you just sucking back the Nymph Tears. Yeah, that'll be an order of 1,000, please. As you just make direct, very strong eye contact with the vendor. I need 1,000 tears. And they're like, yeah, man, fuck it, whatever. And they sell you the tears. Does your ship have all the vendors? Probably. I'm gonna be honest, I never explore the airship. Like, literally never. This is not important to me. Billion balls of bat guano in the back. Yeah, they're like, yeah, can I get some bat guano? And they're like, yeah, no problem. And you're just like, can I get 1,000 bat guano? They're like, yeah, no problem. All right, what groups do we got? We got a Lod Chain R1 on the second quest. I can't join because I was too busy being AFK. There's a Necro Slayer group. The Sentinels R1. There's a Vaughn 1-4. There's a Farming Quest. Do I want to join one of these groups or make my own group? There's a 28 in that group. I don't like that. No, I don't like that. I think I might just quickly make my own group and then get going. I believe that is the play. Let's go. It's a me. Make my own group, yo. 24, body bonus, XP, R1. Let's start with the keep on the border land. Treasure hunt. Let's go. Cap tonight? No. Absolutely not. I'm still currently recovering from having wicked stomach flu. I'm doing pretty good. But yeah, I'm not going to be playing for like 12 more hours.
Completed.
Oh my god, is that legendary Destiny 2 player Plopzor? Holy guacamole. Yo, give it up, everybody. Give it up. Welcome back to Stream Team Plop. Appreciate the support. I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. Glad to have you here. What's up, young man? I hope you're doing good. You just call me out like that? Actually, yes, I can. One time I was scrolling past your name on Discord and I just saw Destiny 2 underneath and I was like, oh snap. You get a Shamrock Shake? Oh, thanks. I'm feeling way better. You have to understand. So I couldn't really eat anything Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So the fact that like I ate that cookie and then reverse ate that cookie yesterday, I'm feeling so much better today. All the food that I put in my body today is staying in the body. It's sick. It's awesome, dude. It's awesome. It's been a jam recently. Yeah, I've been trying to get back in and play because I want to do the Guardian game so I can get that hoverboard like everybody else, which is looking cool. And also that big patch that came through looks like it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of guns I want to try. So I want to log in and play some Destiny 2. It's going to be a good time. The problem is I've been doing a bunch of raid prep in Lord of the Rings for the new raid coming out, and I have 3 characters I'm prepping: Guardian, Runekeeper, Mariner, and my Mariner's done, and now I'm working on the Runekeeper and the Guardian at the same time because they use different materials to craft with and different recipes, so I'm working on it. It's a process. And then once it's done, it's done. And then I can play as much Destiny 2 as I want. And then I just have to hope I'll be able to accomplish the goals to get the hoverboard in Destiny 2 before the thing is over. Because I think it's until March 26th. So I'm working at it as fast as I can. Oh, also, speaking of Shamrock Shake, I did have a Shamrock Shake. But I got, like, the small one. Because even getting the small, I still, like, didn't finish it. I like the flavor of the Shamrock Shake, but I really don't want that much of it. Like, I really don't.
Behind you seals shut as you enter. There's now only one way to go. Forward. That's fine with you. As
oh god, the lag. The lag. Video game, please.
A burly minotaur stands behind a magical
oh, dude.
barrier,
I'm having trouble here.
pile of treasure.
Here we go. I don't know why these guys are doing nothing, but it's very convenient for me.
The minotaur snorts.
Alright, whatever.
Greed draws you adventurers like
Yeah, there's some crazy lag going on.
Have fun.
I like that my Sunder is working, so it's kind of nice against these. And my AoE is, like, reasonable.
This crest
I don't have a way to get extra stats, but yeah.
Minotaur's barrier.
Mint is the best. No, I like the mint. I'm not saying it tastes bad. I'm saying that, like, for whatever reason, when I try to, like, have more of it, I don't know, I just struggle, I guess. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. Why aren't these guys attacking me? What did I do? It's like hitting them with Dire Charge stops them, but they're not even getting Dire Charged? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm Dire Charging them and they like stop moving after they get Dire Charged, but that doesn't make any sense because I'm not doing anything that would do that. It's like a weird bug. Also, I should mark this guy so it's easier to kill. Okay. Come on, bats. Please. Stop rolling 1 to poisons, Shrimp Tom. Okay. Yeah, I like mint chocolate, and I like just mint in general. It's good stuff. Welcome. So yeah, so I do enjoy those flavors, but yeah, I was just surprised. That's all. I was just surprised. Also, if you're like, oh, so like, how is it, Shrimp Tom? How's the AoE bow stuff? I mean, I'm doing damage to the guys that are nearby. Again, the main problem I run into with the AoE bow stuff here in particular is just that 20 every time I level up, I get 6 or 7 more range power, and I get clear and definitive spikes very early. So yeah, I get a spike again at 23, and I get another spike at 26 when I get a lot more power, especially when I'll be able to use Dire Shot. I don't have this one, so we can do this one. Oh, I got a booth. Zolkin. Zolkin, where's Zolkin? No, he's not here.
Hello stream, Brian here. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better. Hope you fill your stomach with many more things. But there is an important matter that needs taken care of.
Okay.
As you know, at Cruiser Zero is here, so the comeback cruiser. Cue fanfare. Cue air horn.
Cue it. Do I have Sharn horns? Oh, I do. Got it. There's your air horn. Thanks so much for the 40 months resub, Ludacris. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here. Hope your day is going good. That's right. We'll let him back. We'll let him back. We'll let him back. Did you get using your Artie Blaster? It was Blast? Artie Caster Blaster? Are you telling me the Artie Caster Blaster was a blast? Wow. What a glowing review if I've ever heard one.
You notice a small iron key in the corner of the room.
Rathalos flew away? Dude, just fucking hunt the monsters. What the hell? What do you mean Rathalos flew away? Are you blaming Ludacris
Sealed by powerful magic.
on your monster, for your monster hunting skill? Because if you say Ludacris is also the one who is responsible for you not getting it, that also means he's responsible for you getting it as well.
You hear hurried footsteps approaching.
You've given up control of your ability to acquire Rathalos to Ludacris. He is now the controller of your destiny.
You notice the glint of silver in the far corner of this chamber.
The extra damage I get per hit is pretty cool whenever it goes off, so that's not bad. I'll take it.
Crystal above it flares into life.
Abandoned quest? True. I don't know much about Monster Hunter, being honest. Like I said, my experience with Monster Hunter is I played one on PlayStation 2, and one of the first quests that you had to do was you had to go get these, like, eggs. It was, like, one of the first tasks that they asked you to do, and me and I didn't have a PlayStation, it was at a friend's house, and the friend, and I tried for hours trying to get it, and we couldn't beat it, and then we never played it ever again. That's my experience with Monster Hunter as a kid. We tried. We tried. But yeah, we did not succeed. We gave up. Oh god. Ezru. Paladin? In my video game? On this patch?
As the chieftain dies, you notice
The chieftain dies. He dies.
on the table in the far corner of the room.
A horrid pain. Alright. Welcome. Obstructing Urks next. Alright. Bugbear Bandits, Kaged Beast, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. All quest shared, party full, I'm done. Alright, time to do some more quests. So now it's basically just like, go. The thing about epics that I kind of both like and dislike is that it's really, really formulaic. So you can just kind of like start working on epics, and then as long as you follow the very like clean list, it really doesn't take that long to get there, to like finish out the whole thing, which is kind of nice, because it kind of removes a lot of the thinking. It's never like, oh, what quest do I want to go do now? It's like, no, you know what quest to go do now. Just go do the next one on the list, and then go do the next one on the list, and then go do the next one on the list. Which, there's like a bad side to that, but also, I don't know, you can like space out, watch some TV, do the leveling. And then your character also, like I said, you get a lot more powerful now when you level up in epics. It's one of the things I do appreciate about the new system with the different epic destinies, is that you actually feel the change in power as your character increases in level, which I found you did not get as much in the old system, where it was like you get all the power at 20 and then maybe you get a little bit more stats, but usually not. Oh. Must kill Rat Ash Tusk. 50k for this quest? Damn, that's a lot of XP, dude.
Gate opens somewhere.
50,000. You don't get 50,000 from these, I'll tell you that much. That's not normal. Alright. Kobold quest. Oh, yeah, I have Dimension Door. I should start casting Dimension Door. I didn't even think about that. Kobold one. Is that single weapon fighter Paladin Purple Dragon Knight with 4 Khmer? Because that's what that looks like. The 4 Khmer builds are pretty fun because you get all the benefits of like Paladin or Fighter, whatever it is. You have like a couple sacrifices because you have to spend a few more points in an area you may not necessarily want to. But then generally you get a absolutely massive power buff for you and your allies in quest. And when I say massive, I mean massive. Oh, that's Hork? Oh, it looks like PDK to me. I'm blind. I just saw the back of the head. I just assumed it was Purple Dragon Knight. Thought it was Purple Monkey Dishwasher, my bad. Alright, I'm actually targeting the guy. I have to remember that when I'm actually targeting the boss, putting the mark is a gigantic amount of increased damage for me per hit. So I actually have to put that on. I can't just like ignore that. I mean, I can just ignore it, but like I should probably press the buttons and do the thing. Learn how to do the things. That's the, I will say, the hard part about you know, starting up a new character build is like learning the procedure of it, like each individual piece. And that's where like a lot of the mastery comes in of a lot of different characters, is it's not just the things you do on the big scale, like do you have the right damage or like the right stats? Do you have the right items? Do you have the set bonuses? Did you put your points in the right way? But also the minor parts of it, like how are you optimizing your character build, if that makes sense? Because a lot of the like earlier your play patterns, because there's so many minor things if you watch, like get the chance to ever go through like one of the videos where people will post like their R10 solo runs or like different things. One thing you got to watch if you want to learn a lot about how to improve your play is the action bar. Watch the action bar and see specifically what people are using. Bar watching is a very, very good way to quickly learn like the tips and tricks of how people do stuff, because sometimes it's hard to articulate exactly what you're doing, and so it can be complicated. But like when I was playing Lord of the Rings Online, I wanted to learn how to play minstrel, but there wasn't any like good guides for how people were doing these insane DPS minstrel plays. Like I didn't know what to do, but there was a guy who posted him doing like a 3-minute parse on a target dummy. So what I did is I watched the video and I watched the bars and I looked at what skills they were pressing. And I realized that it's like, oh, wait a minute. You can, there's crazy animation canceling that I didn't realize you could do. And it's really aggressive. So I watched the animation cancel and I was like, wait a minute. This guy's like he's like triple animation canceling by double pressing a button. And it turns out one of the abilities, if you double tap it, actually animation cancels itself or you cut off its own animation, which is crazy, which I did not realize. And so, is it supposed to be like that? I mean, I don't know. But it was one of those things that I got to learn from, you know, watching somebody who was arguably like really good at the game, actually doing the thing. Put in the time, do the study. Which is obviously not the most exciting thing, but it's how you get better at a lot of games. Like when I used to play League of Legends back in the day, one of the things that I did, I remember I was in gold and I really wanted to go up to platinum. So I went into a lobby with me and like, I don't think I even had any bots. It was like a private match where I was by myself. And I went in there for 10 hours straight, and I just was last hitting the minions. I was just practicing getting the last hits, and then I would put in one bot and do it against one bot so I could get used to the cadence. I did that for 10 hours. And you just understand the cadence and the movement of the creeps and when you should attack and, you know, other stuff. And it was just a really good point to learn about. That being said, was it fun? No. But I got so much better so fast. Just having that much more economy than I did before, where I could buy so many more items and overwhelm people, it pushed me up one entire ranking right away. Now, granted, people are better than we were back in the day, so like that's probably not like that you should practice that, but those are fundamentals you'll probably learn a lot sooner in the game, because I bet they teach you that. But yeah, that was a big deal back in the day.
Making barely a sound. The hobgoblin chieftain bursts out of his throne with a roar.
Get him. Go team. Ring of Brutal Force. Anyone? I have no need of this, but it does have strength. I like strength. Vanguard? Venergand? I don't know. Alright. What are we doing? As I said, it's just a weird process of just learning a new build. It's, again, another one of the reasons why I don't really like to make videos unless I have, like, a good amount of time in the character, because the playstyle of a lot of different characters can be very, very different. And I feel like one of the benefits of some of the, I want to say, like, faster video games, like, if I wanted to make a new character build in, like, Path of Exile or something, I could be done the campaign in, like, 6 hours, and then start playing the character as it's supposed to be played within, like, 10 hours of making it, so you get a lot of practice time, whereas I find so much changes between the heroic component of DDO and the epic component of DDO and the legendary component of DDO, that to make, like, a good summary, you really gotta, like, dial in on that. Granted, if I had an unlimited supply of autos boxes, woo, that would be different.
Diary. The Outlander writes about losing her lucky rat bone. Finding it might persuade her to join your side.
Alright, I think we got that. I gotta ask Sark about Boomfoot. Do this.
Oros Sandcloak lets you in
Gonna
on
find evidence against Chief Bloodgleam.
Has been lying to the Outlanders about
Sure,
sending
somebody's
their
doing that.
comrades to join the cult. If you can prove that Outlanders are being killed as sacrifices instead,
Somebody's over there. We're good.
their loyalty to the chief.
Yeah. But then other times it's like, yeah, you just want to, like, play the video game. I don't have to think. I don't have to do stuff that's, like, kind of challenging. I'd rather just, like, log in and play.
You've convinced members
There's a lot of
the
good games
tribe
for
to
that.
turn against the cult of evil chaos and found
There was a time in my life where I was definitely a lot more casual about video games, where, you know, I enjoyed the idea of, like, you know, doing well, but I will say the magic of the internet age is you get to see what everybody else is doing and compare yourself to them. Like, this affects a lot of people in their day-to-day. People claim, or, like, you know, or not people claim, you know, there's a lot of people that are affected by social media apps like Instagram and stuff, because you get to see other people in the lives that they're having, or like on Facebook or something, you get to see the lives other people are having, and your brain is inherently going to compare their experiences to yours, because, like, you're staring at the same screen and you're like, well, how are they different from me? Like, you just automatically make that comparison in your mind. It's pretty easy to do. And I'd like to think that as a relatively antisocial gamer man, that I would never have to deal with that, but it's kind of the same thing. Like, you can feel really good about an accomplishment, like in a video game. You're like, man, this thing is really cool, and it feels good. And that's how I used to feel back in the day about doing a lot of things. But it's so easy to look online and just see other people making the same, like, you know, having the same accomplishment, or doing better, or finding a more efficient way of doing what you're doing. It makes it hard not to look, and it makes it hard not to care. It's just funny. I never thought that that was something that I would ever be susceptible to, because I don't really think about, like, you know, oh, what is somebody's appearance in comparison to mine, or how was their life going? But somehow when it comes to, like, minute video game accomplishments, I find it very difficult. Is it possible to transfer a character mode item to another character? Yes, technically. There is a item that is sometimes in the store called the Gift. It's not the Gift of Memories. Gift of something. Anyway, you'll know because they posted an announcement for it. Inheritance, that's it. It's 300 or 3,500 DDO points. It's got a big price tag, okay? Not great. I would not recommend it. But it is possible, and it is something you can do. Gotcha. Smoke. Did buy once, felt bad, never gonna do it again. I also did it. I bought it one time and I felt bad and I'm never gonna do it again. One, that feature should just be in the game. It should be called items should be bound to account. Just make items bound to account. I don't know why items aren't bound to account. It is confusing and baffling to me. I don't get it. But whatever, it is what it is. If I thought complaining about Easter items would actually make a change in how the monetization model is done and how that model is done is effective, I'd actually like push for something or care, but I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, it's 3.5. Fate items are a status symbol. It is completely baffling to me. They sell cosmetics. There are no status symbols. It's such a backwards thing to say. In a world where you can't get a cosmetic skin to cover over top of what you're doing, I can totally understand that. If everybody's equipment looks like what they have, then yeah, that's the reality. But like SSG sells skins in their expansions. Like that argument holds no water. And also just the fact that it also means nothing. I like it when people have cool and cohesive outfits. Don't get me wrong. All the time when recently I've been playing Lord of the Rings Online, and I gotta say, there's just been a lot of people fucking standing in town that look great. They have so many cool outfits. They've scoured all over the world for... Stop going behind the pillar, dude, please. And there's a lot of people with like a lot of really interesting characters and outfits and stuff that I've been enjoying very heavily. But like, that's not people's raid gear. There's people going around the world finding a bunch of random things and putting them together, and I think that's cool. Or it's stuff that people bought from the store, which is also perfectly fine. I actually don't have an issue with them selling stuff, but just the idea that it's like, oh, it's all about the status of finding a piece of raid gear, but also here's a costume that goes over top of your raid gear. Now you people can't see it. Also, the most visible thing that you would have, which is your armor set. Some people would argue the weapon, but weapons are often covered by auras. I would say armor is the most visible part about a character. The problem is all of the armor sets, raids never have armor for the most part because of the way they've done the armor set system, where you just use one of the armor sets from an expansion. It's very rare you're actually going to use a piece of raid armor, which is why they basically don't have any anymore. You have like... God, this lever's too hard to hit. High difficulty. You have like legendary red dragon scale is one piece of raid armor that you might see people using, and then you have dino bone chest, and that's it. That would have been interesting. No, I don't want it. And that's it. There's your accomplishment armor. And that's like the most visible part of a character. Well, let's just double check. We have store-bought cosmetic, anniversary cosmetic, Sharn store cosmetic. Hold on, I'm looking through everybody else. I'm using Saltmarsh cosmetic. We have blue dragon scale robe cosmetic. And who did I not look at? There's one of you in here. This Ultralisk guy, what are you wearing? He's wearing... I think that is a Ravenloft armor set. This is, it's like, it's black. It's like, is that Ravenloft medium? No, come back. Okay. Yeah. Is it Ravenloft medium? It's the Ravenloft set for sure. It's black, so I don't know what item that is in particular. I'm actually not sure what item that is. But it is using the Ravenloft item style. But yeah, so like, basically, in my party, 6 of 6 players are using cosmetics. So, like... I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with using cosmetics, but yeah, the argument of it being a status symbol is so confusing. I don't even know where to start. I would much rather hear, look, we want to make more money on the items, the timers. At least I would respect that. Yeah. Status symbol, very cool. Are they in raid? Like in WoW, World of Warcraft? The armor would appreciate it. Yeah. Again, it's just one of those things that like it just doesn't make sense inherently, but then also it like literally doesn't make sense in the video game that we play. Like, I don't get it. Oh, cool. You can pull off? Yeah. Like I said, if this game didn't have cosmetics, it would be very different. It's Vaughn 1 to 4. Red Fens Claw plus Fathom into Laud Chain into all of Evening Star.
This looks like the underground highway to Tharas Arena. If you search for Dirge's contact, keep your guard up. The spectators may not be friendly.
There we go. So I was just telling my party members what we're actually doing. Was in Classic WoW and Paladins got that cool art judgment set? Yeah. Like I said, it makes sense in a video game where you don't have cosmetics, but you can buy and sell cosmetics in the store, so the entire point is invalid. It doesn't make any sense in the world in which these things exist. Also, I'm totally boxed in by these guys. Excuse me. Trying to jump backwards over you while complaining. Okay, thank you. So yes, that's my issue. I do like the idea of like a cosmetic being, or like a piece of equipment being a status symbol. I think that is kind of a cool concept. It's just not in this video game. Against where you have like unique pieces of gear, right? So like things that kind of stand out as being like just one of a kind that also come from some type of like deep or difficult challenge.
Ahead, guarded by a well-groomed bugbear and a host of trollish enforcers.
Yeah, Kabasi make the cosmetic system any good? They did it for Latro? Yeah. A lot of things I would like to take right out of the Lord of the Rings Online and shove it into DDO wholesale with no changes. But you know what? We can't always get what we want, so it is what it is. I don't know what bluff you need for that. Apparently I have enough. I'll be very excited when I get the stuff. I'm not trying to be like negative about the system. Please understand, I do very much enjoy playing Dungeons & Dragons Online, and some of the reasons why I end up being critical about certain things is just because, you know, I want the game to do better, and I want the game to be better for everyone. And the consumer base, or especially from like my perspective as like a content creator and somebody who has a public platform, is to be realistic about things, and not to like be like, well, I like the game, so therefore I don't want to say anything critical of it. But also, again, I don't want to use like hyperbole as well. It's the reason why I just find it really silly when you have people who will like go on the forums and be like, dude, the fucking game is dying. They nerfed Dragon Breath. The game is dead. My 35 friends uninstalled their accounts. They put their life savings into the game, and now they have to go work on or live on the street because SSG changed this thing. It's like, you can just check on DDoAudit.com and see that the game isn't fucking melting. It's just the same amount of players we've had for the past like 3 years, and like, no one cares if you and your friends stop playing, except for you and your friends. But anyways, so like that sort of stuff, I get bored of, where it's like both untrue and also those people aren't going to stop playing, and also, not saying that you can't make changes, but be upset about things. But you know, you gotta be, and it's got to be plausible. You know, you got to be talking about things that make sense.
Ready room 1. Inside, scarred and muscular trolls wait restlessly.
At the time, though, WoW Transmogrified and Cataclysm, like 2011. I wonder, yeah, again, when it comes to cosmetics and things, and being able to buy cool cosmetics and outfits for your characters, I wonder how people generally feel about that.
Angry howls erupt from the crowd.
EQ2 had cosmetics. Because I like the idea of having a cosmetic outfit. If I'm being honest, I really do. A lot of especially because even in single player games, it's nice. And one of the biggest examples I can think of is Cyberpunk 2077. Fashion is a huge element of that video game because a big part of Cyberpunk is for people to have the ability of self-expression. Granted, it's self-expression within a framework of very, very strict, corporate like control. But that is a part of it, is that people express themselves, and that is a part of how they feel like they have control over their lives, when realistically they don't, and they have nothing that they can call control in any capacity at all. But the idea that's presented it's an interesting one. Except the problem is almost like you'll get an extremely good item that has like insane stats on it, and you want to use it because it's an RPG, so items have stats. And it's literally a COD piece. And you're like, man, I do want to use this item because it does give me more stats. But it's not necessarily how I want my character to look. I got this cool leather jacket, you know? I got these pants with there's like some holes in them, or like maybe they're like spray painted or something. I don't know. You got like cool, and you're like, yeah, I gotta wear the COD piece for the stats. And you're wearing the most clown costume thing ever. Anything in these slots? Since Tier 1 heavy armor is one of the best things in the game, a lot of people prefer that ye old patchwork look. Yeah. That's cool. Damn. Who could have massacred these gladiators in their prime? Slaughtered in their prime. Yeah, like I said, I don't hate the idea of cosmetics. But I also don't like being sold nonsense. Also, I bought lots of cosmetics in so many video games. Like, in Destiny 2, they recently had a promo where you could get the outfits from Mass Effect and Destiny. Limited time only. Did I buy the Mass Effect outfits for my character in Destiny because I think they look really cool? Yeah. Was it like $20? Yeah. N7 outfit. So I play Warlock, so I didn't get the N7 outfit because that was the Titan outfit. I got Liara's outfit from Mass Effect 3. Because I'm a Warlock, so you know. Don't act like you're ashamed. I'm not really ashamed. I'm pretty proud of that actually. It's a great armor set. It looks so cool, and you can dye it. Oh my god. That should have been Samara. Yeah. Samara's outfit is very cool. The striking like red and black. It's a very cool outfit. Oh, keeping them down here. I can't. I have to dash in. Fuck you guys. Goddamn melees. I don't want to give up my stacks. I'll never give up the stacks.
Now is your chance to seize the mighty axe.
Yeah, Samara was a very well utilized character. I think they did a really good job with their character and their design. Not Jack? No, not Jack. If anyone doesn't need tokens, I mean, I don't know if I need tokens, but you know what? Here you go, dude. You want tokens? Have them. Enjoy. Alright, on to. Scale of 1 to 10, how disappointed were you by Asheron's Call 2? Asheron's Call 2 is one of my top games of all time. I love that video game. How fucking dare you? You were teetering on the edge. You didn't realize you were actually on a car teetering on the edge of a cliff. And the slightest of move will get you to fall in the ocean of Bandsville. And you have no idea. You will sink to the abyss. How disappointed was I? Also, loaded questions. I hate loaded questions. Just in general, I think they suck. But, no, it's a great video game.
A beautiful elf maiden sits by the fountain, lost in thought.
Asheron's Call 1 and 2 are very different, and they're both good for different reasons. Now, is everything about Asheron's Call 2 good? No. And admittedly, if your question is, were you disappointed by a lot of the things they did in Asheron's Call 2 in the future of the development of the game? Yes. Yeah, there are a lot of disappointing things that they did while developing the game in terms of like the post-launch content and how they balance stuff. There were several changes that I wouldn't have made if I was at the helm or controlling everything. But the problem is that they basically came out with a game that had some very interesting systems and then very quickly replaced a lot of those systems, and not always in the best way. and I think they just couldn't capitalize on the market. They basically had a video game that was extremely pretty and was very high fidelity for the time, but then couldn't compete directly with World of Warcraft because World of Warcraft had a very specific art style, so it didn't need to be as high fidelity, and it had the Warcraft like license on it. So even though Asheron's Call 2 releasing before World of Warcraft, and with, again, having better textures and some better animation quality and other things, it was Asheron's Call. It had some confusing systems that weren't done very well. It didn't steal very much from EverQuest, which is a huge problem. They need to steal way more from EverQuest, which World of Warcraft did a lot of. And so there was just a lot of things they could have done better with Asheron's Call 2. A lot of things that I would definitely change about it. But no, I'm a huge fan of Asheron's Call 2. It was very sad. It was me, my brother, Torius, who was another guy who was playing the game, as well as Wrath, on the last day in 2017, January 31st, 2017, they shut down the servers for Asheron's Call 1 and 2 again. And because they brought them both back, and we were the last heroes in the game. So you had to do this big hero quest, and because we were at the right level range, like the entire server, basically everybody logged in and came and ran us through the hero quest. So we had like 100 people running us through this like quest to get us to be the last heroes. There's a big video of it on Torius's YouTube channel. It was great. I have fantastic memories. So I apologize that you wanted me to be disappointed by Asheron's Call 2, but I'm not. Plus, the classes were amazing. Like, we went from Asheron's Call 1, where there were no classes, and you kind of just built your character as you went with all these customizability, which was very cool, to having, like, this crazy, unique way of building a character where your race determined what classes you had access to, and the classes were really different with custom animations, custom skills. Everything functioned extremely differently. So as opposed to it being like, are you a war mage? Are you a sword guy? Are you a debuffer? It was like, oh, I'm playing a human, and then I'm playing a sorcerer, which has all these crazy skills and spells and different effects that are just different from everybody else. But two sorcerers might not be the same, because you might have a heavy focus in like the melee tree. Maybe you're doing what I did, where I played a Lugian Sage, which is the healer, so the Lugian magic tree, but then I ended up using mostly the melee tree, and I used it for soloing, because I could go and join a group and full heal, and what would happen is when you would oftentimes run out of mana on healers, and so you'd have to try to manage that, but I didn't have to, because I used the melee tree to get an ability called Reap, where I would run in with a sword and stab the enemy, doing a mana and life drain, so the danger that was posed from getting into melee was mitigated, because I would heal myself, and I was sword and board for the whole time, and I would drain full mana, and then get back up to full, and continue going in the fight. So for me, that was like a really cool experience. And it was this unique build that I had, and I just felt great. So yeah, I'm a big fan. It is very sad that it is gone. There are some ways you can still enjoy Asheron's Call 1 if you enjoy that video game. There are some people that have some servers that you can maybe find if you do like a minute or two of Googling. However, Asheron's Call 2 did not have the same amount of love from the general community, and so it's a bit harder to find. But not impossible. So, you know, maybe if you were looking around and that was something you were interested in, and you had like the ability to Google words and phrases in combination with one another to find things on the computer, you might be able to find some stuff. Honestly, I really don't know. It could be there, it could not be there. And it's difficult for me to say, in like a legal capacity, being observed in a savable video format, whether something like that is or isn't real. I don't personally know. And I can't recommend engaging with that type of content because really, there's no way for me to know. I'm not sure. But you could type strings of words and phrases into the computer and maybe find an answer to that. I'm not sure. Again, I haven't done it. I don't know how to do it. My fingers don't work. I can't type, so I don't know. But a lot of AC never gave AC2 a chance. Yeah, I'm still playing Asheron's Call 1. I have a level 100 something on Cold Eve. It's mostly because I'm writing a campaign based on Marie LaSalle, and I needed to get a lot of info about the story, so Cold Eve was nice because it allowed me to log in and just not so much like not just relive it, but also talk to characters, look around, find information and stuff, and really get a good sense of what was going on. So you forced to testify in Congress? I cannot recall. Yeah, I cannot recall. 21 is kind of nuts. That's barbarians, dude. So yeah, I never played AC2, but AC1 was my first time out back in the 6th grade, yeah. But as I said, yeah, it was a really, really cool game. It had a lot of interesting ideas and a lot of interesting structures and a lot of bad ideas too. They had this like crafting system, and basically the way the crafting system worked is you would, to craft something, you would require materials, and there were 2 ways to gather materials. Way 1 was to, whenever you would pick up an item, it would be made of materials, and you could break it down for those materials. So for example, if you picked up a human sword, well, human swords were made out of silver. So you could break the sword down and get silver out of it, and you could use that silver to craft something new. Or, so you could do that. Or if you wanted to just farm that thing, there were mines around the world, and by going to those mines, you could fight monsters, clear out the mine, and then start getting the individual resource there for built into crafting. This is a very basic crafting system, so there's more advanced and better systems in the future, but this is how it started in the game. They then followed that up with, instead, they changed the whole system, so you can no longer break down equipment anymore, and now, to actually get items, what you did is you had a surveying skill. You would survey, and you would create a map that would lead you towards the whatever resource you were looking for. So if you wanted silver, you would get surveying, you would look up silver surveying, and then you would get the make a silver map, basically, that would lead you to a silver node. Now, if you would choose what continent you made it on. So if you made it on the first continent, Osteth, you would get an Osteth silver map. Now, to get there, you would either have to go find it, which would be anywhere in Osteth, or you could go to a cartographer, and you give the cartographer the map, and then they teleport you to an area that's like pretty close to where it is on the whole continent. And then, once you have it, you would then double-click the map, and then when you did that, it would give you a text output of how close you were to the resource node. So it would put you somewhere on the map, and then you would double-click it, and then it would go, okay, you are pretty far. So then what you would do is you would move in a direction, and then click it again. And it would go, you are still pretty far. But you wouldn't know if you were actually getting closer until the actual text changed. The nice thing is it would actually leave an X on your map every time you used it, so you could actually make like a bullseye. But you would like basically go west 100 feet and then click it, and if it said you got closer, then you knew it's to the west. But if it didn't, or if it said you got farther, then you know it's to the east. And you'd have to play this game of like basically Minesweeper, where you're walking around clicking the map until you eventually found it. And then once you found the node, you would then harvest it, and you would get your resources. And that's how you would collect, and then crafting was the same. You would craft using the resources. And if this whole, like, teleporting around mining thing sounds worse than either breaking down the equipment that you picked up, or going to a specific location that had the resource you want, and then finding it, you would be right. It is worse. That was a point of contention. A lot of people did not like that change. Yeah. Yeah, it was a game that had some issues for sure, and it wasn't perfect, but the classes were so cool, dude. Like you had the human defender, which was kind of like a tank tree, but it was all chess themed, and so all the different attacks were based around like chess pieces and stuff, and chess moves and terminology, which was pretty fun. You had the alchemist, which had 2 sides to the tree. The left side of the tree was throwing like alchemy bombs. So you like mix up bombs, chemicals, all sorts of stuff. You could drop like fields of like clouds and death clouds, poisons, what have you. And then the right side of the tree was called Dark Side, where you would drink a potion and then turn into a big hulking brute, and you would melee people with new skills. And it was so cool because I was the alchemist. But the best part about it is that in that game, you'd have your 3 disciplines, melee, magic, and missile. And if you used a melee skill, or like if you're a melee character and use a melee skill, it goes against the enemy's melee defense. If you use a missile skill, it goes against their missile defense. And if you use a magic skill, it goes against their magic defense. And then you could get melee mastery, missile mastery, and magic mastery, which gives you melee and, or like, which would give you attack and defense. So basically, if you're like a melee character, then you have melee mastery, which then makes it so you're more likely to hit in melee and less likely to be hit in melee, which is obviously very valuable as a melee character. I don't really need to explain why that would be very good. And same thing if you're like a ranged character. If you're a ranged character, you take missile defense, and now if a monster like uses a bow at you, they're less likely to hit. Now, obviously you get hit more in melee, but the idea is you stay out of melee because you're a ranged character. However, the alchemist, when you turned into a melee creature, because you used your fist and you bashed people, well, the problem with that is that you're hitting in melee, but you're using a missile weapon, so it counted as a missile attack, even though you're attacking in melee, because it used the mastery for missile weapons, because alchemist is a missile class. And so what would happen is alchemists were some of the best damage in the whole game, but they had no melee defense, and they would get ripped apart by basically everything. So oftentimes, you usually have to have like a healer for your group and a second healer for the alchemist, who would stand behind the alchemist just shoving them full of heals. Because they did so much damage, they would also pull like aggro off of tanks and stuff. Oh, it was a good time. And of course, before the server did end up shutting down again in 2017, the highest level player in the game was an alchemist who did come with us to help us become the last heroes in the game in Dareth, and which was very nice. And he basically annihilated the boss for us because he walked up to it and just started ripping through it.
The clusters of giant mushrooms grow more sparse as you emerge from the...
It's actually funny, alchemists did have an ability that they would, it was like Vampiric Slam or something, where they would actually heal based on the amount of damage they did with one of their attacks. And it was really powerful and really useful. The problem is, then they would just run out of mana.
There will be no turning back.
Just a combination of people, combination of problems. Ugh, sorry, I went on a rant about Asheron's Call 2. That game is really good. The game is very, very good. Man, I miss it. I miss it every day. If that game came back, man, I'd play so much Asheron's Call 2.
A geyser blasts water into
I used to stream it too.
nearby. It looks powerful enough to lift a heavy weight.
And as I said, this is not me throwing any shade against, Asheron's Call or anything like that, the original. It is also a very, very good game. It has a lot of really good features, but they're very different games.
Huzzah.
Also, Machuk, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Sorry if I bored you guys with like a long-winded love story. It was my first and only true love.
Hale's forces have arrayed themselves for a last defense.
God, it was a good time. But welcome back for 20 months, Machuk. I hope you're doing very well. I hope you don't have some of your favorite video games being shut down in the tail end, or at the end of January in 2017 as a part of your memory. And I hope you're doing very good. Remember moat farming? Yeah. Good old moat farming. Did you want to buy a house? Hey, you need some Pyreal moats. Pyreal moats. They did add a lot of convenience features to the game as it got older in Asheron's Call 1 that made like a lot of the things that were more detestable a lot easier to handle and deal with. Yeah, there were still like a lot of things that weren't perfect about it. Here you go. Here you go. Enjoy. Alright. Von Fort. Nothing to do now on the rebuild laptop. You want to try this bow build? Mm-hmm. I will be posting it very soon. I'll be doing a duo build of Strimtom's Acid Arrow, free-to-play, plus this, not free-to-play. So you'll be able to have both of them there, depending on what you want to do, or somewhere in between. But at the very least, you'll have, like, something to, like, click on, sink your teeth in. I can take Hunt's End now? Oh, no, I can take Beguile. Never mind. Shoot. Is it bug? Yeah, it's bugged. Damn, I really wanted it right now. Yeah. But basically, if you want to play a bow character, if you have 2 levels of Ranger and then you take Elemental Inferno, you don't really need anything else. Yeah, Beguiling Charm is just set to 20. It used to... No, it was level 20 ability before. Makes sense. They probably just like moved its placement.
An earth elemental rises from the ground, blocking the only safe path to the Foundry's gate.
This bard does so much damage. The Damahe. It's off the charts.
Opens. A warforged worker beckons to you from inside the foundry. Viscous fluid oozes from
I'm going to be disabling all the tramps for the experience points because I like tramp XP. Up darts. Oop darts.
Sound appears to be coming from a stone face set into a wall.
Yeah, the AoE range attacks really change everything. Like, it feels so good to just be able to blast through big packs of monsters. I should probably go level up sooner rather than later, but meh, whatever. Yeah, the main character or problem I still have with this character is the fact that, like, I really am very crit reliant still. Although when I get the archery ability, I get even more crit reliant. Combat archery, I get a little bit more base damage, but yeah. I was hell diving. I grabbed Epic Ethereal Longbow. It's great because it's free. That's what like makes it so valuable as an item that you can get, is that it doesn't really have a cost. Like, yeah, I guess you gotta run like Epic Keep on the Borderlands, but I kind of do Epic Keep on the Borderlands every past life, so it's not really a concern for me. Yeah, it works well. You were hell diving. So, that I take it since you were hell diving, that means you're also very, very mad and upsetty spaghetti about the changes to the breaker and the railgun. I keep shooting this guy. I don't know how I don't have aggro on this. Oh well, whatever. Breaker's still fine. Doesn't quite snipe as well though. Yeah. Yeah, because they increased the recoil on it, so I guess you can't use it for as range as you can't use it as at high of a range. Dude, I used to use the breaker and I would look across the entire map and be like, oh, there's a spore tower over there, and just start shooting it from across the map. And it would still win. Good old breaker shotgun. Good times. It's actually kind of nice too. If you're somebody who gets started with the game recently, you wouldn't even know. Like, I had 2 of my friends very recently buy Helldivers, and so yeah. So if you want to play bow, get this. Elemental Inferno from Arcane Archer. So it's 2 levels of Ranger, or be an elf. But as long as you have Elemental Inferno, it doesn't matter what the rest of it is you do. Do you want to be a pure Ranger and go full Arcane Archer? That's a good choice. Do you want to play Paladin? I guess if you're Paladin, you don't care. Paladin Archer can just use Exalted Shot and Avenging Attack. But do you want to play Rogue Ranger? Do you want to do whatever? Like, yeah. As long as you have at least one area of effect, either 2 Paladin or 2 Ranger, you're gonna be singing. You're gonna be singing. I took both of them, and it was very nice. The one thing you have to be aware if you do decide to take Elemental Inferno, especially as a Ranger, especially if you're a pure Ranger, is that they cost 6 mana each use. So don't start with like an 8 Wisdom. You don't want to start with an 8 Wisdom. If you start with an 8 Wisdom, you're just going to have not enough mana. Or if you have past lives, don't worry about it. My character has past lives, and I started with a 14 Wisdom, and I only ran out of mana twice. And I played all Reaper the entire way down. Got its damage fall off adjusted down. That makes sense. Hey man, sometimes you just gotta feel overwhelmed. I feel like a lot of the people that are probably also very upset about the breaker nerf are also the same people that probably were using the strategy where you just do like the robot missions where you do them on Helldive and then you just do like the first 2 like kill missions using all turrets, and then climb on the ship and use that to level up to like level 35 or 40 or something. And haven't really played the game outside of that. Because I did a little bit of that in the sense that like I did those missions, but we actually tried to like beat the whole ones. But I'm like level 36 or 37 and I haven't done any XP farming. Just playing the game. That got nerfed? Oh, I know it got nerfed. Yeah, they doubled the amount of kills you need. Which is, I have no problem with that. That's perfectly fine. But I have a feeling a lot of the same people are probably people that did that, so they never really learned how to play with different weapons either. They changed the map? Oh, that's good. Yeah, it was just weird that the robots are so terrifying, and that mission is not. Oh, fun fact about Horizon Walker, if you use Misty Step, you're counted as still standing still, so you don't actually lose your stacks of Archer's Focus. You can still keep generating them if you move around with Misty Step.
Now it's time to end this madness.
Air is free. Air is free. Yeah. The Arc and Archer build is going to work well because with the new bow changes, I'm just going to change it. So you actually just, I don't know if I actually need to change it because opening shot or opening volley will be nice. But like, honestly, the way I had it set up before, you just, instead of getting headshot, you get devastating shot, which is an auto crit AoE, air effect attack. So honestly, I think you don't really need to change it, if I'm being totally honest. I think Shrimp Aster was probably still not going to use tier 5 of Air Nurture. Especially because I was looking at the math. The Arrow of Slaying is still bad, right?
Keep running until you reach the exit and hurry.
4 minutes.
Because I thought they nerfed Arrow of Slaying, where like they were planning on buffing Arrow of Slaying to make it scale better, but it's just they actually nerfed it, I think. Arcane Archer Heroics, it's not worth it, yeah. I'll have to confer with other people. It's a buff at cap, nerf till 26. Okay. Yeah, because I remember I saw people doing the math on it where they were like, yeah, not that great, or in terms of what it used to be. So yeah, I have to double check on that. I don't want to put any wrong information.
Haywire gestures to the glowing quarterstaff on the lectern. Take it.
All right, I'm taking these tokens this time. They're mine. Okay, taking 21 red fens, claw of Volkur plus fathom. I'm taking 21 though. Time to teleport.
3 minutes until self-destruct.
Okay, that makes sense. Because like plus 250% damage is a lot of fucking damage. Like that's a gigantic number. I can almost take 2 levels because I haven't leveled in so long. Combat archery +1 multi using old cross longbow or short bow. Why is that in the game? But it is. Okay, I can't still can't take that. We have this. I'm gonna take this for sure. Less threat, and I like sneak attack damage, and that's good. Okay, this is good. I'm done with what's here. I'm gonna spend some more points later. Also, some people ask me how come I bank points all the time. There's 2 reasons I bank points. The first reason why I bank points more often than not is I just forgot to spend points. That's it. I know that there's like a little message on the top left corner of the screen here that says, hey, by the way, buddy, you have points to spend. No last stand. Last stand slow. Wand of Bear's Endurance. Hell yeah. Wand of Fox's Cunning. Hell yes. Gimme. So that's the main reason I said you forget. The second reason is usually I like to bank points so I can spend all of the things. So for example, if I know that when I get to level 12, I want to take Moonbow and Arrow of Slaying and Opening Volley and this, that's 10 points. So I'll bank 10 points here, so when I get to 12, I can instantly take all those things. So I will do that with some amount of regularity. Whenever I can. So like here, I'm not going to spend any more points, even though I'm going to earn more points. And the reason why I'm not going to spend them is because I want to take a whole bunch of stuff here. And so spending them down here doesn't make any sense.
Flickering braziers
Oh yeah, 11.
now show that this
True.
marks the beginning of the Fire Giants' territory.
Which is more, I was going to say, but what if I'm multi-classing? But I'm going to be honest, I don't multi-class that often in DDO. As much as I talk about like, man, I love being able to make my own character builds. Like pure wizard and pure fighter. We all have the things we like, okay? I do often like playing the characters kind of as they're designed. Will come no further, slaves.
So Brian bellows,
Silence, slaves! Curse you and your
Murder.
insolence! Like the vermin you are, squirm before your master!
Talk to them. Scorpiones, where are they? No, come back.
Iona whispers
Nice,
from
we got
the
it.
backpack.
Artie Barty Warlock? Yeah, exactly. Like I said, sometimes I will do that. That's a solid sometimes out of 10.
Quest.
2 hours a week using your hardcore barbarian build, just hit level 12. Yo, congrats, Worlds of Terror. That's awesome. I hope you're having fun. I mean, it sounds like you are. But, you know, it's always good to double check, I guess. Stop. No, cease and desist. Silly giant. No more life. Not today. I'm just going for the traps. Get some exp. It's around here, yeah? Somewhere? Ho 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 ho! Traps. 10% XP. And these guys can just like machine gun their way through the quest, so. God, I hate these scorpions. Literally, in between each attack, they burrow.
A roaming scorpion spotted you. Watch out for ambush.
If this quest didn't give very good XP, I wouldn't do it, but it does give pretty good XP, so I have to. I have no choice.
Watch out for ambush.
No matter how frustrating I find it.
Whispers, you will have to kill the guardian to get through.
Nice. Nesting Scorpion dead. The reason why it's frustrating is not just because they're burrow. There's a type of scorpion here called a nesting scorpion, and the nesting scorpions heal nearby scorpions. But the problem is their heal works even if they're underground. So what they'll do is they'll burrow and still heal. So you can't damage them. They're completely immune, and they're still healing. And it makes me want to throw my computer at the wall and smash it all to bits. I don't do that. Those are just the intrusive thoughts, but I think about it a lot.
Iona whispers,
a roaming scorpion has spotted you. Watch out for ambush.
She might be like, wait a minute, Shrimptom, are you mob skipping? Are you not killing all the monsters? I can't, dude. They burrow. And they heal while they're underground. It's like how in Lord of the Rings Online, there's a type of monster called the Knickerbreaker. And they're like these little, like bog bugs. I don't know how to describe them. They're like bog bugs. They're like small. They're like kind of like scorpions. They're like scorpions mixed with... No, they're like cicadas. Yeah, they're like big cicadas that are ground bound. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They have a move where they burrow, and then they heal back to full, and then they come out. But the thing is, you can interrupt it. It's a spell. So when they start casting, you can just, like, hit them and interrupt their spell cast, so they don't actually get the spell out. And it's very convenient.
Stagnant. It must not have been disturbed for centuries.
Like, yeah, it is a frustrating move to have the monster burrow, but who cares? Because even if the monster burrows, or it starts to burrow, you just, like, stun it, you interrupt its ability using one of your interrupt attacks, and it doesn't happen. I guess technically I could stun the scorpion too, but I get that at 23.
There it is. We've done it.
Also, something which you might not know, you do not need to have the staff to step on this to end the quest. If you don't have the staff and you step on it, it will still end the quest, which is convenient. As long as someone has it. Someone in your party has to have it. If you left it somewhere, it doesn't count. Helldivers 2? True. Yeah, you get to deliver some freedom to the bugs. I got a 500 kilogram drop of freedom coming. $100 megatons of freedom.
A forest of huge mushrooms reaches up to the sky. The toadstools have grown to a gigantic
Professor Epic, but the
size,
zone isn't?
feeding
I
on the
don't really
rich
get
swamp
it.
Soil.
Oh. This was probably done fast. Add content. Or 20 plus. 20 plus. Want some drama from robots? Boy, do I have a game for you. Man, those robots.
Sahagin guard the top of the ziggurat. It's
I have done a
fishing
couple
rod trying to
missions
find something
on
inside the ancient
difficulty
structure.
7 on suicide.
Giant magical
a
barriers
couple
enclose this space, and the area beyond the barriers
with the robots.
is filled with seawater. The Sahagin
Most of them
have
fail.
made
I've never done a
themselves
hell dive with
home
robots.
inside this ruin.
Other than when we were doing hell dive with robots because of the the thing, like glitchy, what do you call it? I did that once or twice. Wish I did more damage per strike. That'd be cool.
The bodies of dead Raven Eye slaves litter the floor. The Sahagin are cruel taskmasters indeed.
He was no Heroic Zone got a new epic version for Necro 4, and this is a brand new storyline. Yeah, and that makes sense to me, honestly, in terms of like the way I think about it is the idea that it was just a rush job because they wanted to add in more content for epic levels because they just did not have enough. And making new content, there's no way it's faster to make or to do new content. They've said before that it takes almost as much time to update the old content, but I feel like doing a copy paste, changing around the numbers and the people you talk to or whatever, and then adding in some stuff. I can't imagine it would take like twice as long or like as long as doing a whole new dungeon. Not saying it takes a short amount of time. I don't know. And if SSG says it takes a fair amount of time, it takes a fair amount of time. So I'm just gonna have to trust them because they make the video game and I do not. But yeah. When Red Fence was made? Yeah, oh yeah. Still laggy on your end? Oh, jeez. Yeah, the frame issue has pretty much been fixed, the frame rate drop issue. So if you're still experiencing other issues, I'm not sure. I haven't had any issues with DDO all day, other than like just general Dungeons & Dragons Online lag, where like the video game exists, so therefore it is lagging. Oh, right, it was the original Epic, yeah. Where original Epic was insano difficulty. One of the few times that they actually had really, really hard content in the game as the actual endgame. Get him. Get Slomanik. I'm trying to hit him, but apparently my hit chance is not high enough with 114, so what are you going to do?
Defeated the Sahagin and ended their enslavement of the Raven Eye clan. You were unable to retrieve the planar fetter, and the Sahagin have taken the magical device back to their underwater base.
Alright, so now, what did I say? So now we do spies, then Laud Chain. So now we go teleport to House D. Actually survive and contribute in epics? Yeah, man. Yeah, for me personally, I haven't really had any, like, lag problems or whatever. But as I said, that's like, when we're talking about the frame rate, where you would do this and then your frame rate would go down, that's gone away for me. There's still other issues with DDO. It's not a perfect video game, but man, is Bo fun. So I don't really have a lot to complain about right now. And also the fact that they're giving out 65% bonus XP for having a full party is like, it's kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of good. I don't have a lot of complaints about this. I really don't. Feels good. registering, which is nice. Sometimes. They're sometimes registering. Not all the time. They're not registering as much as I would like. We'll say that. Like, when the game lags like that and the monster moves behind you when you're targeting it, it's like, well, you know. Yeah. It's not perfect. But it's not that bad either. Oh my god, look at that experience. Oh. I definitely would be a little bit higher level if I didn't do the entirety of Vecna, but you know what it is? It's good. It's all good. Tomorrow is an easy hit 30 reincarnate, and then I can start working on Dragonlord. But as I said before I hit 30, so tonight, I'll be writing out all of the builds that I'm going to be using. So the Dragonlord build I'm going to be playing, a free-to-play version, as well as the Critzilla. I'll be writing all 3 of those, as well as the Archer builds here. So I'll be putting that out on the forum, DDO forums, overnight. So if you want to read any of that, you'll be able to have access to that, and I'll throw it in the build repository, although video content will come out later. The video I'm probably going to do for Saturday or Sunday for the Archer, so I can go over that, but that will be coming later. Experiencing issue of incredibly slow downloads of the launcher? Not really. Usually if there's a slow download in the launcher, I literally just close the launcher and open it again.
I think I would trying to get Kalari completionist. Fighter is fun right now.
Yeah. Whenever I have slow download in the launcher, I literally just close it and open again. Also, Kalari! Welcome back to the stream team for 37 months. I hope you're doing very well. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. I like the fact that you're like, I didn't think I would like Dragonlord. Kalari, it's called Dragonlord. There's nothing not to like. Literally called Dragonlord. What's the plan for DL? So I've got 2 Dragonlords planned. I'm going to be doing 2 back-to-back. Dragonlord 1 is I need to know how usable the capstone is. So, of course, pure Dragonlord over here. Because I want to know how good the capstone is in the sense of, can you use it in combat? That is a very difficult question to answer. So, if you read the capstone, it says, kill a guy in front of you with no save. Now, it has a save, but it's a will save for an instant kill. So, realistically, it has no saving throw on it. So kill a guy with no save. Is that good? Well, it has the one caveat of they have to be sundered first. And it has a 30-second cooldown. Now, you might think, okay, kill a guy, 30-second cooldown, they gotta be sundered. Those are a couple things we gotta add in here. But why does 30-second cooldown matter? It's kill a guy with no save. Like, yeah, there's a condition behind it, but kill a guy with no save sounds kind of good. Well, the thing is, there's actually a character in the game that has kill a guy with no save built in. It's called Blightwolf. Blightwolf has an attack called Jaws of Doom, which you get at level 11. And what it does is it is an attack that, or an instant kill, that has a saving throw on it or the enemy dies. However, it's not actually a saving throw. It just works all the time. The saving throw is broken. So Blight Wolves have an attack that is a 100% success rate and instantly kills someone every 30 seconds with no setup time. And on Blightwolf, if you play a Blightwolf today and you try to do it, it's actually not very good because most of the time there are better things to do than killing something in one hit with no save. For example, you can use an area of effect attack that does crowd control, such as like a Blighted Charge or Dire Charge as an area of effect. You could use an attack like Go for the Kill, which gives you a damage boost and is also likely to kill the target, even on the highest difficulty because of the extra damage scaling out of it. As a result, it's like an okay ability. You will use it sometimes to kill stuff, but with the prevalence of death block and how much damage you do directly to monsters, a instant kill with no save and no conditional is like okay. Which is a really crazy sentence to say, but that is the current pace of Dungeons & Dragons Online. That's how fast the game is right now. So, how good is the capstone of Dragonlord when it has a setup cost? Can you actually use it ever? Like, when is it ever going to get used? Here, Jet. There's an air jet right here where I'm shooting. So yeah. And that's just it. So my plan is to go two-handed fighting, which is the worst animation. I know that, but it's not because it has the worst animation. That's not why I want to go two-handed fighting. I want to go two-handed fighting so that way I can get the strike through to land. And with strike through, that will allow me to hit multiple targets with Sunder, multiple targets with Sunder Soul, and hopefully see some success. So I can have a actual evaluation of that ability. So I can actually confirm, is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? So that's part 1. And then part 2 is the classic Crit Zilla build. Shadar Kai 16 Barbarian, 3 Bard, 1 Rogue. Except it's going to be 16 Dragon Lord, 3 Bard, 1 Rogue with Hand Axe. And see how it feels by comparison. Those are the 2 builds I be running. Also, my Dragon Lord is going to be a Warforged because when I was a kid, and one of the first builds I ever played in this game was a Warforged Sword and Board with 13 intelligence and 13 strength and the dexterity and all of that, so that way I could take improved trip and improved Sunder by level 4 and adamantine plating. So I had a Warforged fighter with improved trip, improved Sunder, power attack, combat expertise, lots of strength, and I wanted to do all the tactic stuff. And it was not good. It really didn't work. And poor young Strimtom was very dismayed by that. I really wanted it to be good, and it just wasn't, because it was really hard to trip like ogres and stuff back in the day. But Dragon Lord gives you like plus 50 to your DC. And I have the future. I'm in the future. I have tomes and past lives. I can do anything. And so I'm going to try to relive my young self's idea, except without the sword and board part, because I want to also see the effectiveness of two-handed weapons, and they don't get shields as a proficiency, so whatever. But I want to see how that ends up actually going, so I will be experiencing that as a young man, returning with a Warforged Dragon Lord, going full into the tactics, planning on giving people the what for with all the tactics as much as I can. And that's my current plan with Dragon Lord. You go two-handed or bow for Dragon Lord? Two-handed. Like, sometimes, for me, I gotta, like, go back to playing it, like, when I was a kid, if that makes sense. It reminds me of, God, this was a couple years ago now, but I remember Mr. Llama did a live stream where he played Diablo 2, but he played it as he did as a kid, which is, you gotta put points into all your stats when you level up, because you gotta make sure your stats are, like, even all the time, because I totally did that as a kid. Either I put all my stats into one place, or I'd like be like, oh well, I need more energy. Okay, now I leveled up. Now I need more vitality. Okay, now I leveled up. Now I need more dexterity. Like I would just go one at a time, you know, even them out. And also, he like equipped only the armors that had the biggest defense value on them because it's got a big number and that feels really good. And so, and he'd like wear every unique that he picked up, and I'm like, that's how I played the game back in the day. So yeah. Okay, Lord the Chain, taking 22. And so I was like, that's a cool experience. I'm like, yeah, I should do that with DDO. So this is me like reliving that experience of Warforged Fighter with all the tactics, going back to it. Oh yeah, dude, you pick up a unique, and you're 12. That's going on the character. I don't know what to tell you. It's going on the character. My Barbarian, you know, just picked up a unique bow. Well, got exploding arrows, right? Suppose Dragon Lord is more fun than I thought. Yeah, like I said, I don't think Dragon Lord is going to be #1 DPS, topping DPS charts, but I do think it's going to be incorporated in a lot of character builds, and I do think it's really fun. I didn't level up. Lord of Dust. Now give me a Lord of Dust. What the hell am I playing? I was about to take Perfect Two-Handed Fighting, but I don't think that's right. I need Holy Strike, right? Yeah, I need Holy Strike. Thoughts on 18 Sork 2 Sacred Fist? Sounds bad to me. Wood elf pretty and deadly. Yeah, the wood elves look really good. 6 top 3 goes with the +8 because I'm a psycho. Mm-hmm. Hey, you gotta top make each of your top characters or top tier. Gotta top them out. Not trying to like talk down your idea, Slime Dunk. I don't know what you're trying to do. But 18 Zork, 2 Sacred Fist doesn't sound like good news. Sounds bad. But unless you have like an idea or like specific, like I don't know what you're trying to do. Are we a spellcaster? Are we a melee? Are we a tank? Are you using a bow? Inquisitive? What trees are we using? What things? Bonus of Gnarled Root Club, and oh boy, it was dumb good. Oh yeah. To be fair, almost every unique in Diablo 1 is so good because almost every item in Diablo 1 is so bad. Dude, in Diablo 1, most of the items have negative stats. Because these geniuses were like, you know how you can roll plus to damage on your item? What if you could roll minus to damage on your item? So you have an equal chance to roll plus to stats as well as minus to stats on gear. Well, it's not equal. I think it's like 4 to 1 or something. But you see negative or like bad gear all the time. It'll be like, cool, it gives you +2 damage but -6 health, which is a cool concept. But man,
like an empty warehouse. A dank chill pervades.
there's been a saves for a little more survivability.
Clink and creak of hardened steel echoes from the corridor ahead. A woman's voice drifts up from somewhere below. She speaks Noman's name, and the Inquisitor himself replies,
You will do no such thing. The Silver Flame has caused enough trouble. Soon nothing I can say will throw them off the scent.
Specters of Evasion and Charisma for saves, a little more survivability. I don't know. You're giving up on the capstone for Sorcerer, and the Sorcerer capstone is like the reason why you play Sorcerer, because what it gives you is the ability to bypass all elemental immunities of all monsters throughout the entirety of the game. Well, I guess it's epic specifically, but bypassing elemental immunity is no small task, and being able to just be level 20 and then go all fire or all cold or all acid is really, really crazy strong. So that's the reason why you don't usually multi-class Sorcerer if you're planning on playing as a spellcaster. Now, granted, if you're just going to level 20, you still have to deal with the fact that your character is going to be 2 levels behind in terms of just general spellcasting. So, like, when you're level 6, you're casting spells as though you were level 4, so you'll be only doing 2/3 of the damage of a normal caster at your level, and it will be tough, but yeah. Why Dreadnought instead of Shirati? Oh, because I want to use Dire Shot and see how good it is with the ranged weapon, because it'll be a trip soon, and then a stun, and I feel like that could work pretty good.
Inquisitor Noman.
Yeah, so having the ability, because Pin is an ability that allows me to stop monsters from moving, which is kind of good, but I can stop monsters from moving by tripping them, which lasts longer if I use Dire Charge, and then on top of that, I can also stop monsters, I can literally stun them to cause them to be vulnerable and take helpless damage. Kind of good. It's not AoE trip. It should be.
So pray, shall we continue?
It says affected enemies. If it's not an AoE, then I can bug report it. And then you guys all have to bow down before me and say, thank you, StrimTom, for finding bugs and bug reporting. And if you say, but wait a minute, StrimTom, I found that bug on Lamania and I reported it too. Well, guess what? I'm a famous person and I'm going to take credit for your actions and your behavior. And there's nothing you can do about it. I was saying the Sunder wasn't working? I don't know. I'll test it out. We'll see how it goes. Like, this is what makes me worry about the Sunder. This guy's 50,000 health, and in the time it takes me to get my... He goes down 10,000 hit points in the time it takes me to use Mark Target. That's terrifying. So Monk back in the day when... and was thinking of a way to do a flavor. Like, you bear in mind, you still can do that if you want. You just have to be aware of what your trade-offs are. And now you are aware of it. So it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It just means now you're aware. And you go, okay, cool. Now what's the plan? There's multi-classes super popular. Yeah, when the cap was 20, there were a lot of multi-classes like that. And also the Batman builds, it also wasn't as relevant. Giving up on 9th level spells is really bad, though. I would not give up on 9th level spells. Like, another problem with doing 18-2, I forgot to mention, is you only get one 9th level spell, so you have to choose a damage spell or mass hold monster, which is a really tough decision, because damage spell is good and mass hold monster is good, but the level 9 spells have insane damage on them.
The nether realm of Kyber.
Oh, welcome. So you really don't want to make that decision.
By the silver flame glows on the path ahead.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'll just use it right now and tell you guys. So let me shoot the spiders over here. I'm just going to shoot the spiders over here. They're going to tank that, and then I can shoot the spiders that are over here. There's this, and then we pull these together, and then they don't want to go to me, and then we go... Yeah, I only hit one monster. I need to find... I'm going to find monsters that nobody is fighting, and I'm going to test it out. Yeah, the 9th level spells are insane. Like, 8th level spells do the damage of 8th level spells, and 9th level spells do the damage of 15th level spells. I mean, I hit the Kyber Hellhound with Dire Charge, so I think it does AoE. I literally Dire Charged the Hellhound. And I didn't aim at him, so...
Drow here are intently prying dragon shards from the cavern wall.
Yeah, I'm definitely AoEing people with Dire Charge, so it definitely works. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, after this quest, I can go pop out and, like, level up and get the next one. But yeah, like, look, boom. I just sundered all those people. Like, 100% it works. So the idea of AoE Dire Charge... Now, granted, it doesn't have the same size of AoE as regular Dire Charge, which is really big because it's around your character. Although it looks pretty big. I'm going to be honest. I sundered everything in that room. So, DC, yeah. My DCs, I've got 74 right now. So, I'm not doing too bad.
Flickering torchlight illuminates a curiously well.
Like, yeah, I'm definitely, like, this guy is Dire Charge, this guy is Dire Charge. Like, they're all Dire Charged. Yeah, if I had the ability to, like, knock these guys down. But yeah, you can just see it on the screen. No, not Hero Soul. Fuck you. I hate the fact that you have fortification. It makes me angry. It makes me angry. Yeah. Oh, Bard song.
This comfortably furnished nook is empty. Whoever lives here must be somewhere deeper in Kyber.
Mushroom. Mold. Like I said, I'm still able to tumble pretty regularly for extra speed.
This magic barrier is different. It is flanked by a pair of empty sockets.
Yeah, the Blue Dragon Scale is pretty good. I haven't used my Blue Dragon Scale in a while. You know why? Because it's a docent. And I made it a long time ago, the cosmetic. Oh, I probably should do it sooner. And use it. Oh, you know what? I'm playing a Warforged very soon. My next life, in fact, will be a Warforged. Warforged, eh? Oh, we have a Ravager with the instant kills. Nice, nice.
Flamefang is banished in a burst
I don't have
of
damage.
heat and fire.
The Hunter be hunting cloak? Yeah. I don't think I have that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever I've wanted to use the Hunter Be Hunted set on so many different characters, and I've just never found the right setup for it for a lot of my builds. So it is what it is. I still want to get some time in to play my my thrower and do some endgame on the thrower. Which, even though it's like a stupid, dumb, bad build, and I should be ashamed of my stupid, dumb, bad build, I really want to play it because I'm stupid and dumb and bad, and I'm kind of excited about the idea of like being able to log in the thrower and play around with the Sunflask build. Is that for most builds? I think it depends. Animate to your swing speed. Oh, this guy? Probably. He's got a cool glowing sword, so that's kind of sick. I don't know what people are using for the top tier damage stuff. The thing as well is that there are like tiers of gearing. What's happening? Yeah, there are tiers of gearing in this game, and specifically when I say tiers of gearing, I mean, there's like the, I am using equipment that I find, and then there is the, I now have access to 3 pieces, or 3 of every augment set in the game. Now, how am I gearing? And the augment set heavily changes where you go with your gear. Augment sets have a big impact on the endgame gearing, and so you kind of have to split in the category of, do you have an what augment sets do you have access to, or do you not? I actually think that the augment sets giving people something to chase down is very, very cool. I like it. Is Acid good for Dragonlord? So Dragonlord has the ability to strip immunity off of all of the enemies that they face by using Sunder. So if you actually want to invest into the attack Sunder, all of the elements end up being good. If you don't want to use the Sunder, or you don't want to invest into it, or you're playing a bow character, then you're going to want to use the Acid, yeah. This should give me my level. Maybe. I don't know. Yes, okay. Taking 3. Spinner next. Always remember to get the quest. I've seen some people not get the quest and then they can't do the next one. And it's so sad every time. It's so sad every single time. It's Sunders even if Sunder doesn't land? Oh, then never mind. You can just use Sunder. Hilarious. I didn't know that. Alright. Next level, 23. Alrighty. So now we do this bad boy, and now we have Momentum Swing. So now I can knock down people. And we have Hunt's End. And I have access to Vision, so I get Dodge Bypass. I just gained 10 range power. Actually, and I leveled up, which is 6, so I got an extra 16 range power just for standing around. And now I have access to Hunt's End, which is basically an instant kill, which is pretty good. So I'm going to grab Hunt's End here. Spinner of Shadows. So if I want to kill something, I do. Hunt's End.
You have saved the flame creature from its attackers. It flickers, and the Spinner of Shadows struggles against.
Yeah, and the next part I'm going to be getting in here. I don't think I'm going to take Pierce Deception. I mean, I might, because I can take Watchful Eye, and it's not terrible. And it does give 5 double shot, so it's pretty nice. But there's the 5 double shot here, and then I can also get double shot here. So I get 6 double shot, 5 double shot, 6 double shot, which is a pretty good amount of double shot, if I'm being honest. We can get the Queen's Diplomacy. You can grab Track. I'm not taking the Fey Lights upgrade because I'm not using this. So I'm going to have a good amount of points here. I do think that Legendary Dreadnought Tier 5 has some serious consideration because I do think Legendary Rally is really, really good. But I do think that yeah, it's gonna depend a lot. I like Shirati because I think that Lord of the Hunt's fine. Feywild Attunement, obviously quite good. Because it gives you, you're always considered to be in point blank range, which is just a really nice thing to have for endgame. The Epic Moment is a shit load of damage, and Nerve Venom will save your life, especially with AoE attacks now, which is kind of cool. And Cruelty of the Hunt, like there's just a lot of good stuff in here. But same time, you have Action Hero, which is not bad, especially since it does give extra stacking double shot, and it gives the attack speed, and it gives you 30 range power. That is also a lot of damage for, I think it's 40 seconds. So, like, that's a lot of stats for a good amount of time. And then again, Legendary Rally, just good.
The Spinner of Shadows screams and scuttles back
Those
into
ones
the
are not
darkness.
immune, not resistant. S is a lot of resistant. Oh yeah, that's probably true. I keep forgetting that demons are basically immune to electric, but they don't really resist.
You have not escaped yet. Some of the flame still burns here.
Spinner?
The Silver Flame Guardian speaks.
Oh, I didn't buff. I was just jumping around. Whoops. Peter and AoE attacks, yeah. I imagine that's got to be pretty good. Okay, so see this monster here? So check this out. There's a monster here, and then I go like this. Wrong weapon type, never mind. See this monster, and I go, boop. Alright, never mind. The fucking game doesn't work. Whee! Also, yeah, it does hit both monsters, so it does trip everything. I was trying to be cool and use Hunt's End, but I couldn't get the Hunt's End to land. Fuck. Lag, game, please. I find it happens every time I stop to say, guys, check this out, and then it just, I roll a 1, the game freezes.
The voice of the Silver Flame whispers in your mind.
Many spiders have burrowed underground, yet they can feel the spinner's pain. Hurt her and drive them up.
Also, the way that the spinner or the Silver Flame just says, hurt her. It's like, okay, dude, are you okay? Are you doing all right? Are you doing fine? Also, this has an 8-second cooldown, or 9. This is so dumb. Like, see this guy? Guess what? Now you don't. Oh, he lives with like a sliver. I need more damage. My character sucks. Garbage build. Children. Oh, he teleported! No! Mid-teleport. Oh my god. Mid-teleport. Alright, I'm gonna stop talking and just like play the game, and then you'll see the one-shots happen on the periphery of the screen. Okay, that's how it's gonna work. I'm literally just gonna stop talking. He teleported to dodge the Hunt's End. That was crazy. The aggro came at just the right time. Madness. Madness. Cool ability, though. You just press a button and something dies. Very satisfying. Again, the reason why I like Hunt's End now is because old Hunt's End had this clunkiness where you had to stop attacking entirely, wait for your character's auto attack to reset, then press Hunt's End, then press your next ability. And now it's just boop, and then something dies. It's very satisfying. And it also does, it's like it is as it is. Hunt's End. End the hunt with a single decisive shot. It sounds good. I do kind of wish that it was like an execute, since it's called Hunt's End, if it did like extra damage to targets that were low.
A feeling of dread overwhelms you, as if darkness has entered your very soul. The Spinner of Shadows has returned to the battle.
I don't see the spinner anywhere. We're just chilling. There's nothing to do. Just wait. She'll show up eventually. The spinner's on the right side somewhere, so she's monkeying about. So I'm gonna sit here and generate Archer's focus stacks. My script, not even an AI. Nope. She's a coming. There she blows. Take this. Take this. Oh, right, I can't get stacks back, so I can actually regenerate my, my no missteps here. Use a ham in your inventory? Yeah, because I ended the hunt. I've got food for the whole village now. And now I can just stand here and just shoot guys with this spawn. Very satisfying.
Change tactics.
Arise, my spider.
Literally spin in a circle and shoot spiders.
Without it, the mortals are
The lost. Oh my god, the one on the dire charge. Ah, jeez, Louise. I gotta stop attacking. This is not working today. Also, the one thing I like about Dire Charge is that it's a knockdown, so it actually works on basically everything. Undead, constructs. So if you're getting overwhelmed by a monster type, it doesn't really matter what it is, you can just take them down. Again, this is so satisfying. I'm like a turret. It's like, hey buddy, guess what? Dire Charge, you're knocked down, you're dead. And he dies as he tries to teleport to me. I feel so powerful standing in one spot. You need Vorpal hits, though, to regenerate your no misstep charges, and I'm not getting a lot of Vorpal hits. Hunt's End? Yeah, but you get food at the end of a hunt. Actually, I don't know. I didn't play Monster Hunter. I explicitly said I did not play Monster Hunter. So I don't know what you get at Hunt's End. I'd have to ask Cruiser, because he played a lot of that. They got like a big Capcom sale going on right now. You can buy all sorts of Capcom games. Actually, I don't know if the Capcom sale is still going on. I might be living in last week because I was borderline unconscious because of my stupid flu. Fire charge. God, so satisfying. So satisfying. Mm.
And the Guardian is
it is going on. There you go.
Safe. Time for you to finish.
Need more rainbow procs? I don't have rainbow yet.
The demon chuckles in the shadows.
An amusing game, mortals.
An amusing game, mortals, but it's time for you to be destroyed.
Oh, shoot. She's right here. Alright. Well, you know. I do want myself a ward crystal. I take her to the middle, but I don't feel like it, so I'll do it later. No, the one on the Hunt's End, dude. It reminds me of Shield Slam. I do believe that Stunning Shield from Vanguard, in my opinion, okay, personally, I do 100% believe that that attack has a higher chance to roll 1 than other attacks. I am a personal believer of that. It has happened to me so often where, like, I just feel like that attack, more than any other attack, rolls 1s all the time, and I'm not making it up. That's literally how it is. And if you get monster parts for making new weapons and stuff, that does sound kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Is she immune? She's taking 0. Oh, because she's farming. Okay. I'm gonna go farm then. Do I have aggro? Nope. Okay, good. Boop. I missed. Well, you know, these things happen. Welcome. We are close to the end, so run, run, run. All of my Hunt's Ends have just, like, not connected. Oh, well. It is what it is. Hunt's End! I gotta stop pressing this button and thinking something's gonna happen. I think when I drop my expectations, that's when Hunt's End will start getting better for me. Let us know we're waiting. Yeah, you can drop it if you want. Did some Helldivers missions. New hazards like falling meteors and the defense boss missions have been revamped. No longer an easy win. Is it fun, though?
The spinner of shadow shouts.
Is it fun? That's all that matters. Is it fun?
Not defeat. Once again,
I don't know.
In an irresistible web of
that sounds like it's fun.
She's here. I called to her across the worlds, and now she is here. Your prisons and your wards mean nothing to her. Tremble, mortals. Tremble before Loth.
Full hell diving. This person's a sorcerer or favored soul. I didn't even look at their build. 13 sorcerer, 7 favored soul. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of mana. I remember playing builds like that where you like try to maximize spell points. Like I said, I used to play a build that was 14 bard, 1 sorcerer, 1 favored soul. And so I was a bard with like 2,500 mana at level 16 when people were doing Shroud, and I played as a heal bard. So I didn't have Mass Cure Moderate Wounds, but I had Mass Cure Light, shitloads of scrolls, and I would do a lot of healing. So it was a bard I could afford skills, so I'd have like 3 backpacks full of spells before doing a Shroud. And then yeah, I had the UMD. I could use everything. Good time. You can't do builds like that anymore because of end game. You don't like mana is solved. Like that's not a problem. Here is this person.
Loth's voice fades away.
Yeah, they're here.
You suddenly find yourself outside.
So, I don't. Are they in the group? Are they here with us? Oh, I don't think they came into the quest. Are you coming into quest? The spinning barb? Yeah, probably. 10. I am coming. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna do this just in case they have the quest. Baba Lasagna. Ha ha ha. My name is Baba Lasagna. I'm losing my mind. You guys ever play range characters and not have fun? Not anymore. It's too fun now. Too much fun. Too much fun. You know what's really crazy? If you want to cheat, not really cheating, but if you want to cheat really easy, play Neverwinter Nights and use a bard. Bards are basically cheating. I don't understand how they did the mechanic on this one, but you get the buff, the bard song and the curse song, and the amount of stats you get from this are insane in terms of what they do. So if you get the bard song, the curse song, you can reduce an enemy's attack by, I think it's like 9, and their hit chance, or yeah, their hit chance, and also their damage by like 7, and plus like minus 12 to all skills. It's like crazy. And then Bard just generally has like a bunch of buff spells. I always like playing Bard in Neverwinter Nights. Played Bard. Like I said, my favorite character, one of my favorite characters to play was either Bard or Sorcerer, Dragon, Dealy, Red Dragon Disciple. Templar's Bastion. No thanks. Ever heard of Throwers? They still aren't fun. Well, people like Throwers. The online one? No, Neverwinter Nights. The one from the year 2000. Give me a minute. Where's the date on this fucker? There's a letter from the director of BioWare. This book literally doesn't have a date in it. I don't understand. Well, whatever. 2000, I think. Asked a question, got an ad? The answer is no. Fully geared and capped? Yeah. Well, in epics, they're good because you get pin. Or whatever. I don't know what AoE attacks people use on throwers, if I'm being honest. Bow Dragonlord to be different? Yeah. So, I don't know if this is going to affect your decision making. I heard a rumor of a bow build that has like 6 or 8 Dragonlord in it. Or maybe it's a thrower. Honestly, I know there's a range build that has some amount of Dragonlord in it, but that's just like, I've heard this from people, and it was like in a conversation in a Discord somewhere, and I was kind of listening, but not really listening, so I can't give you all the details. I know people are using Dragonlord for some ranged stuff. Just be aware that the capstone doesn't work with ranged combat. As long as you know that, you should be fine.
You're a stranger here, I'm thinking. What brings ye into the demon web?
Elmanster.
You must have come
Why
through
are
the
you
rift
doing
that
this?
she made.
The rift that she
to
made.
The other world. Perhaps ye have come to mend it.
Dragonlord Muncher? Yeah,
'Tis
basically.
no small task. I can aid
No
ye
easy
in all
feat.
this, but it will not be easy. Come with me.
Easy. A dragon-y These nuts? Is that what we're talking about?
We are in the realm of the vile goddess Loth. She and her sister, the Spinner of Shadows, are the source of thy current troubles.
You gotta listen to old Zilla over here. Talking shop.
'Twas only
Hurry up, old man.
for me to come here because Loth let her guard slip when the rift opened, and I cannot easily leave the
I have
demon
to
web
shave.
until she slips again.
Will at some point. I just haven't done it.
This rift, her sister, the magic shards she's plundered from your world, they are all
The demon web sprawls out before you, somewhere in this chaotic maze.
closer to my home. Loth now wages war on the kingdom of Cormier.
The hunched creatures ahead make some strange and disgusting sounds.
Closer to my home.
Rolled bones. They produce
Oh, wait,
even
oh, man.
more disgusting smells.
God, waiting for this guy. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for this
Since that
guy.
She has dropped her guard again.
Something I learned that's really important is you can't just let him do the conversation by himself. If at least one person doesn't walk with him,
I will meet you
he
there.
despawns and you
It's a
don't get the
dangerous
objective
journey,
completion for following the Elminster.
You seem to be accustomed to
BRB cat wants food.
dangerous
That's true.
journeys.
Cat sometimes wants food. That happens here.
Elminster departs.
The cat will sometimes want food. Alright, let's book it. The quest seems to take forever. I don't mind. Oh, look at that knockdown, dude. That's so good. Or not Hunt's End. The, this one. Dyer's Charge. Dire Shot. Very satisfying. Shooting an arrow and hearing an explosion and then watching a bunch of dretches hit the floor. Very satisfying. Now, here's the thing. Some people are upset about the sounds that a lot of the area of effect attacks make, and I can get that. I actually think that's true. They should probably, like, mute them and tone them down. But I'm okay with that coming at a later patch. You know what I mean? Like, I'm happy that they put out the content, and then it's like, yeah, it's a little noisy. All right. All right. You know what? I can live with that. That's okay. That's okay with me. Okay with that. Bridge Hunter getting stuck. Amazing. Still good? Yeah, it's still good. If anything, Cold Druid's now even better than before, because the thing that Cold Druid had was that it had really good spells, and they nerfed Dragon Breath, which I will say time and time again, I think is totally justified and was good for the video game. But they did nerf Dragon Breath, and since a lot of character builds were kind of leaning on Dragon Breath really heavily, it means that Druid, which didn't lean on it as much, doesn't have to worry about it because their spells are just really, really good. Get these sound effects out of my video game. Turn off the video game. Turn it off. Explosion sounds? What is this? DDO by Michael Bay? Excuse me. So sad. Look at that. Look at that. AoE. Dire Shot.
Far away in the center of the demon
Will they
web
big? That's
is
okay.
a
But yeah,
vast
so Cold Druid's still good.
structure. In the distance, the Spinner of
They also didn't buff
Shadows along the
Blightcaster,
demon
so
web,
what are you gonna do?
intent on some
They didn't nerf it either, but they didn't buff Blightcaster. Like, Blightcaster's still fine. If you want to play Blightcaster, you can, but like Cold Druid is like the top dog when it comes to spellcasters. Cold Druid and Alchemist kind of go back and forth. Because the Alchemist just has the double multi-vial Insano burst that just you can't replicate with any other character. Double multi-vial is so goofy.
A spider hatchery lies empty.
So good.
The brood it bore has already consumed the weak and the slow. Then
God, I can just
dispersed into the
shoot
demon web.
those
Fragments
things
of
and they
all
explode in an AoE.
worlds lie ensnared in
Can I just do
Loth's
this?
web. This will be the fate of Eberron unless you find a way to repair the rift that is slowly consuming your home.
Fuck. I hit the dretches. I was just trying to aim and not hit the dretches. Oh, I actually did explode everything. Sit down. Look at them sitting. Look at them. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, Dire Shot is so good. Oh my goodness. It's so satisfying. Hey, spiders, are you running away? Sorry, you're not. Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. Wow. Wow. Hey, Dretches, guess what? You're grounded. You're on the ground now. Oh, what are you gonna do? Get murdered? That's right.
I promise you power beyond imagining. Now join me, sister. Let
Center,
go of
recenter.
your physical form and join me. Become greater than you ever were. Become one with Lolth.
I'm gonna be honest. This is fun.
Loth
Pretty fun.
flashes with a piercing
Not gonna lie.
burst of magical
If you haven't had the chance to play Bow AoE yet, you should consider it. This is you know, this is good stuff. This is good. Boop. Enjoy AoE. And just hit this guy, boom. He gets knocked down, and we're all set. Oh, 11,000 damage? I'm like leveling. What the hell? Should just sow cash? Yeah. But now it's an AoE, dude. Oh, area of effect?
Ahead lies a glimmering magical
Oh, ranged dire charge. I didn't realize how much I wanted ranged dire charge in my life, and now it's here, and I don't want to let it go.
cavern of stone deep below the surface.
Oh.
If you are to
Oh, this is
find
feeling. Look at this. Boom! Spiders get knocked down. Idiots.
vastness of the Underdark.
God, that's so good. That's so good. Holy moly. If you guys are still on the fence about whether you should play a ranged character, get off of the fence. It can't support an extra person's weight. It's not what it was built for. You're not supposed to sit on the fence, you guys. You want to have to build a new fence this summer? I don't think so. And also, yeah, come play around with this nonsense. Oh no! I rolled a 1! I got locked down by the stupid earth elementals. Oh, the timing.
The sound of battle has alerted another colony.
Oh god! Oh, the knockdown! Ah, it's so good! It's so good, dude! It's so good! It's so good! So Hunt's End is okay, but Rally? Oh man, now I want to try Rally. True. Now I want to try Rally. Because you know Rally's going to be good. If Hunt's End feels good and AoE Dire Charge feels good, oh, you know Rally's going to feel good. Like, I know I'm having fun when all of a sudden, just out of nowhere,
You have stumbled into
like a friggin' space ray or like a cosmic ray flipping a bit in my Nintendo 64, causing me to upwarp and TikTok clock. I'm just all of a sudden something just flips in my brain and I go, ha AoE, and they all get knocked down. It's so good. Here's even worth the points. You don't seem to have any imbue dice. Oh, I'm not using Force Arrows. I'm using the Paladin imbue because it scales off of range power, which makes it very good.
you up to the surface.
I'm using the Paladin imbue. Because the Paladin one scales 200% off of range power, which I have a lot of. Yeah. And then I'm going to get a ton of imbue dice.
If the scouts are right, it will take you closer to the surface.
Because the Paladin imbue is like one of the best imbues in the whole game.
The Drow patrol you saw before is taking a break on the other side of the ravine ahead.
It's light damage, which is basically non-resistible. And it does 1d6 off 200 range power.
Surface dwellers down here.
That's a good number. That's a good series of numbers.
Slavers are growing careless.
I'm going to add these numbers together.
Clean up after them.
A plus B plus C equals just something like that long. You know, you don't got to think about it. Just keep counting the zeros. I'll wait.
Two spiders stand guard
This.
in front of the gate. Almost
And
as if they had been
oh no, I'm surrounded. Knockdown. No, we killed the guy who was shooting mid-shot.
Once again, you see the
Bard's
now
ruining my fun.
familiar sight of the Drow
What are the
surface
damage numbers?
patrol.
Yeah, it's because the force damage is from the ethereal longbow. It does 46 force.
A small but well-guarded Drow outpost lies up ahead.
Oh my god, I hit a corner. No, my speed. Yeah, so that's why we use that. I'm not going to get a crazy amount of imbue dice. Actually, I think I might. I'm going to get 14, I think. 14 or 16 with this. Because I get an extra 3 from here.
Even so, the
And so
defender of
that's
the outpost is
3, and then probably like a set bonus or something that gives imbue dice somewhere, or like a couple augments.
lies beyond.
Probably one of those like filigree sets. So it's not going to have a crazy amount. Like you said, I would imagine between either 14 or maybe I could get up to 21. Like I have a fair amount, but nothing super crazy. Trying to get imbue dice everywhere. Imbue, getting the traps. Getting the traps. Getting the traps. Get him.
The village, a voice from
It's not like
inside
bow
the
build
cave
needs it.
calls to you.
Well, the thing about it is that the imbue dice scales into the Sharati. So for every 7 imbue dice you get extra damage with this. Enemies hit by your ranged attacks or spells have 25% chance to be silenced for every 10 seconds, and the damage increased by 1d77 for every 7 imbue dice. Huh. Huh. I didn't know that. You hate this keyboard?
The people here
I mean, you
know
can always
the name of
bash it
Valencia,
with your fist.
The wizard who braved the demon web. Some call him the Sage of Shadowdale, others the Great Oversorcerer. If anyone can fathom Loth's plans, Elminster will.
Damn it! I said thank you for coming, and this guy left. Oh, that's why you gotta hit him with a take care. It takes less time to type. Oh. God, frustration. Okay. I'm having a lot of fun. So do another quest chain or be responsible and take a break. I don't know the answer. I can't decide. Would you like to be different, but what element? If you want to be different, then I don't think anyone's playing Cold Dragon Lord. So that's probably a reasonable option. Oh yeah, that's an expensive horse right there. Is the keyword guy smashing his computer desk and setup? Perfect video title. I don't know what's in that video, but it's a perfect title. There's a thing for this. Oh yeah, this video. I think I've seen this video before. Oh yeah, you need. Oh yeah. Hold on. You gotta watch this video. We gotta watch this video here. Hold on. I know this isn't like playing the video game, but this is a classic YouTube video of this guy smashing his computer desk and setup. It's like 8 seconds. God, the chunks of keyboard, dude. That's awesome. I don't know what he was playing, but man, look at that. You can see the chunks of keyboard coming out. The monitors are going down. Oh. So good. I gotta watch that one more time. Hold on one second. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Keyboard deleted. Yeah, so do that and then get a new one. Do that and then get a new keyboard. That's my recommendation to you. Because how often do you get to do that? Old CSGO Pro, yeah. Do I go all in on Dex? Yeah, bows are Dex hit damage. You can't use Strength. You can use Charisma, but to get Charisma, you have to also take a feat or multi-class. So you can use Fate Arc Illusionist and then get Charisma hit damage. Like Angry Birds. Alright, let's do E-Star 1. E-Star 1. Probably also 2 and 3, but whatever. Thanks, Smile. This is called Impossible Demands. Do you enjoy heroic or epic levels more? Generally heroic, but with this bow character, epic. You shit the hay? Dude, what the hell did the hay do to you? I mean, alright. Go kick its ass. Take care, Johnny. Sleep well. Get yourself a good rest. Put that head to sleep, and then don't wake up for several hours so you feel relaxed and rested. I do this every life saga good. Makes me good. Also, I don't Slayers. Well, I do, but fucking bow in Slayers? Fuck that. I don't want to do bow and Slayers. Are you kidding? Like, I would do Slayers more often, but, like, if I'm playing Alchemist, like, if I'm playing a Spellcaster, I'll do Slayers, probably. Like, I'll just do an Archer Slayers or whatever. But, like, bow character? No way. Even with bow AoE, there's no way I'm doing Archer Slayers with this stupid crap. Alright. We got a full party. Let's go. That's some XP right there. Okay, we'll prep the thing. And then we'll go. Okay, prepping impossible demands.
Where is it? The priestess.
I'm gonna zoom. Today's a good Zergy day. We're also not like super Zerging. We're just like regular Zerging. This is like the go to the next quest, do the next thing, go on an adventure sort of Zerging. Not the like, hey, did you look away from your screen? Did you blink? The quest is over sort of Zerging. Oh, gee. I do so much damage now. God. Archery, dude.
With that, the priestess is gone. Her words ring in your ears. If I see you again, I will set
If I see you again,
stealth will be required.
Kick your butt. And then your butt will get kicked. Are they all dead? He's missing this guy. Alright. I'm gonna free you. Gonna free him. Now we wait. So we got 1, 2, 3. Missing Hel Nerid, who's now in. That is all 6. Get her! Get him! Get him! Strim. God, imagine being a Strim Tom. I hope you don't. I hope nobody imagines that. What a nightmare.
Priestess Vikala will claim no more lives in sacrifice.
Dex and Charisma for 20 build, then Dex all the way. Yeah, I mean, you're a bow character, and you're going to be a Dragon Lord, so you can probably, like, pump a little, like, don't worry about the con as much, as you get a lot of hit points from the other stuff. Oh, yeah, no, don't worry about it. If you want to play bow, I would recommend maining Dex for the most part, and then, yeah, you want to have, like, a little bit of Charisma on the side to use. There's the ability in Dragon Lord that gives you extra damage based on your Charisma, and that ability is called... Is it Divine Might? I don't know. Is it Divine Might? Oh, did my stream crash? Yeah, it's still Twitch. Twitch is being doing that. Yeah, yeah, it did. It did. Yeah, it did that. Yeah, you need a refresh. Well, that's good. The problem when that happens is it kills a lot of stuff. It like really kills the momentum, you know. Yeah, because what it does is it bounces a lot of people as well. Because not a lot of people are gonna hit F5 to see what's wrong to like refresh. I don't know why. Yeah. I streamed, and then there was 1 second where the stream got disconnected from Twitch, and it goes, "Hey, by the way, it's over, buddy."
Remains clouded even to me. Still, ye cannot help but notice that where the drow go in the forest,
is it working now?
Follows.
Is the stream good now, or is it still not going good?
So too does the darkening.
I don't know. I literally can't tell, because I'm staring at my things, and it's telling me that my stream is actually not going. Good now? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So yeah, there's an ability in there. Let me find it. Fighter. Called... On tier 3, called Draconic Outburst. You gain an insight bonus to attack, damage, and DCs of tactical feats equal to half of your charisma modifier. So basically, with that, you can increase your, you give yourself extra stats based off of your charisma. So you want to do like lots of dex, maybe some charisma, you know, maybe like a 14 or like a 16 or something, depending on what race you're playing and how many points you have to kicking around. And then you don't need as much of the other stats. You don't need really that much strength because you're probably going to wear like light armor for the most part. You might wear medium or heavy, but you're probably going to wear mostly light armor if I had to guess. A lot of the bow stuff is like light armor adjacent. So you're going to do that. And then, yeah. Trying to think of what else you would do. Use Magic Device is also very helpful. There's like never a bad time to use Magic Device, if I'm being honest. Like Use Magic Device is always good. The reason why is because there's just so many good powers that are based off of Use Magic Device. So what I mean by specifically by powers is like being able to like heal yourself or heal other people randomly is pretty nice. Being able to like remove negative effects is also pretty nice. And also for me, convenience of like casting teleport because it's Use Magic Device is kind of good. So I would recommend you take UMD. Also depends on what race you're playing. So a good option for a Dragon Lord, if you want to do like a little bit of charisma and a little bit of dex, in my opinion, would be like Tabaxi, because they get bonuses to dexterity. They don't get any minuses to charisma, so you can start with like an 18 dexterity to start, or an elf if you want. And yeah, you can start with like an 18 dexterity as opposed to a 20. And then those extra 6 points, like I said, you can start with like a 16 on the charisma, which is pretty nice. You can maybe start with like a 12 or like a 14 constitution. Maybe you start with like a 10 or a 12 intelligence. You got a lot of flexibility there in terms of how you want to do that. But yeah. So it gives you some wiggle room, but like an 18 dex and then like either a 14 or a 16 charisma, and then you put all and then after that, when you level up, you want to put all your points into dex. That's like your main thing. But you don't necessarily need to start out with a 20. You can shave a couple points. The Lost Red. Points to get Tabaxi. Good. Tabaxi are great. They look fantastic. I'm not playing one right now because I wanted to play as a Drow Elf, so I am. But yeah. Drow Elf. Getting port. Getting port. I always get the port along the way. Every time. But yeah, Tabaxi's pretty cool. Outside of that, you can just play as an elf. Elf is probably pretty good. Wood Elf can also work, although I believe Wood Elves get a -2 intelligence, which means you just have fewer skills to pick around with. Which honestly, as a Dragon Lord, you kind of don't need any of them. Unless you're planning on playing a Ravager, which is like very melee, and you'd want to Intimidate. So you could probably just honestly take like a 6 intelligence, just deal with it and put all your points into UMD and ignore the rest of your skills. The one downside is that because you're not going strength-based, you don't really have any jump. And jump is just one of those things that feels good to have. Whereas on your regular fighter, you're either strength-based, or because it's a class skill and you don't have anything else to put points into, you just put points into jump, which is also an option, depending on what it is you're doing. Yeah, Dragonborn's a little harder because they do have a minus to dex, so it makes it a little harder to work with, and dexterity is like the main stat. Like with a Dragonborn, you're definitely going to want to start with like a 16 dexterity for sure. And then maxing that out as soon as you can. Because dexterity is very good with the bow character. It's like the main thing. I will say, I don't think I've ever played a bow Dragonborn. Fun. It's been pretty fun. Then I got bow dire charge. Holy moly. UMD and jump, then all UMD? Yeah, basically. UMD is too good. It's just convenient. Yeah. 16 dex over 18 strength. If you're playing a bow character, you can't use strength. So you want to have dex if you're playing a bow character. We're talking about bow Dragon Lord. moment. But when I get the stun, yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. The thing about the live stream, which I also kind of expect, is that there is going to be a sizable contingent of people that like are just passively listening. They just listen to the, you know, the show, and like, or it's like I'm very much like in the background. You know what I mean? And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with just like being left on the TV or being left in a tab somewhere, or somebody's like very obviously watching something else or doing something else, and then it's just like, oh yeah, this fucking guy's streaming. Or you hear something, or I say like somebody's name, and then they're like, whoa, and they perk up because all of a sudden it's like the CIA training is going on.
You've made quick work of those pathetic whatever this temple once was.
That happens pretty regularly.
Now using it to corral a drow.
I'll be like, wait a minute, free DDO points right now? And some percentage of people who are not listening will then go, wait, what? What did you say? Free DDO points?
The drow are plundering this temple for Mystra's secrets. They're looking
free?
For the thread of the weave.
Just like, 3 points, dude. Are we real heroes? To those that make it alive, we are. Make it out alive, we are.
The drow have installed a complex series of gates to guarantee that their
What's
newly
happening?
captured
Yeah,
slaves
it's pretty common. I mean, I do the same thing where I'll like be watching a live stream, then I get distracted by something, and then it's just on a tab somewhere. And then my favorite is I can't find it later. Or like I'm literally just bamboozled where I keep hearing this voice in the background. I just don't know where it is, and I'm like, huh? 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 Point blank shot. Need point blank shot.
A drow voice echoes down from the chamber ahead.
The feats you need are point blank shot, precise shot, rapid shot, improved critical ranged. These are the feats that you need. And precision is also good to have, yes. But point blank shot, precision is like the least important of all of the ones that I mentioned. Because point blank shot gives you more damage when you're attacking people within 30 feet, which you usually are. And also, it gives you 5% more crit chance with bows. Really good. Because 5% might not sound like it's a lot, but remember that your base is 5%, so that's actually 100% increased chance. It doubles your chance to crit. That's kind of good. And then rapid shot makes you attack way faster, which is also pretty good. Precise shot makes it so that as long as you're targeting an enemy, your attacks will always hit them, which is also very good. So it means if you're targeting a spellcaster in the back and you shoot, your arrow will fly true and slam them right in the temple, which is good. Not for them, but you know, it is what it is. No! Oh, one. Oh, God. There's that. And then improved critical range I don't really need to explain.
This was once the Grand Cathedral of Mystra's Temple.
I don't think there's any other feats that I missed. Probably is. I can't remember any.
Mystra's altar here still remains.
I don't know.
Odd. It looks like there's something strange about the wall.
It's brave of you to stay so close. This magic could misfire. It might kill you.
Still more addictive than BG3, Pathfinder, etc. Well, the reason why it's more addictive than Baldur's Gate 3 is because this game's actually good. I'm just kidding. I like Baldur's Gate 3. But it's because of the fact that it gets constant updates. That's why you come back to it. Baldur's Gate 3 isn't a live service game. Like, they're patching it, but they're not updating the game. They're currently adding in content that should have been out upon release. And so they're just, like, still finishing the game right now. But other than that, it's like, you know, they're not going to keep updating the game with new content. That's not the whole point. It's not a live service product. And so Baldur's Gate 3 will lose in terms of popularity over DDO. Although Baldur's Gate 3 is a big enough game that you'll probably have like 20 to 30,000 people playing it at any given moment for the next 10 or 15 years. I mean, shit, look at like how many people are playing Fallout 4. I wonder if the number of people playing Fallout has spiked because of the announcement of the Fallout TV show. Or like the trailer that came out today. That's a great question. Steam charts. We can actually quantify this. Fallout.
Ooh,
Enter.
Some serious damage to my slave operation here. he says.
Not yet. In fact, Fallout is in the red across every game except for Fallout Shelter, which is up by 0.5%. I'm gonna be honest, I like forgot that Fallout Shelter was a video game, which is also okay. It's not a good video game. Yeah.
Anna thanks you once again.
But yeah, Fallout 4 has 12,000 concurrent players, which is like crazy to me. Whereas Baldur's Gate 3 has 93,000, which is a lot. But like, I can't believe there's 12,000 people playing Fallout 4 right now on Steam. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 has 93,000 players. Damn, dude. That's a crazy amount of people playing Baldur's Gate 3 still. To be fair, it's probably all the people that still haven't finished it yet, because it's a very long video game. Compare that to like Owlcat's most recent endeavor, which is Rogue Trader. Yeah. Which is at 2,000. What was the release day on Rogue Trader? Rogue Trader's release day was 37,000, which honestly, not that bad. Compare that to Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. I'm just curious. I wonder what's a more bigger IP. I assume Rogue Trader's bigger than Wrath of the Righteous. Which is not. Wrath of the Righteous came out to 46k. Interesting. Yeah. In fact, Wrath of the Righteous and Rogue Trader almost have the same number of players right now. I forgot what quest I'm doing, so I was running around in circles instead of going to battle for Ignistar. It's also difficult because I will say I don't know what the crossover is between Warhammer players and RPG fans. I don't know what the crossover is there. Warhammer is not an RPG. It's fairly large, is it? Oh yeah, I guess there's Warhammer Online, but that's not like 40k.
Very spirited. You'll make a fine addition.
I don't know. I'm an outsider. I don't really know much about Warhammer. I would have just assumed that like most people that like Warhammer just because somebody likes Warhammer doesn't mean they necessarily like 40k as an example. I don't know if that's a fair assessment, but that's kind of like where my brain goes when I think about that. This, kill this. Nice, she's dead. No crossover in shower hygiene. Hey yo, got him. Ha ha ha. Says the guy that literally can probably look to one side. Either is actually I would say you could lift to one side, but then your neck is probably too stiff from staring at the monitor for like the past 12 hours. But if you swivel your whole chair, you'd be able to see a big stack of probably $8,000 to $10,000 worth of Warhammer. And that's just what's in visible view. And you know what I say to that? Hobbies are cool. So no shade. Hobbies are very cool. Oh god. Hobbies are cool and people's interests are interesting. Want to make friends? Just always remember that. Having hobbies is a cool thing, and people's interests are interesting. If somebody is interested in something, that means there's a reason to be interested. And not that you should always be interested in it, but like, you know, don't put people down for being interested in different things. Like, you can joke. Everybody, you know, it's always fine to be like, haha, and like, you know, do a little bit of joking, do a little bit of teasing here and there. You know? But yeah, being like, wait, you like Warhammer? That's so uncool. That's probably fun. My Bakugan collection. The Warhammer collection is in the shed. Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, man, absolutely. Oh, yeah, we have to wait for this guy, huh? Yeah. I can't do anything. as I spin in circles and wait. I'm gonna be honest. I was getting, as I got older, I don't know what Bakugan is. I know it came after the Yu-Gi-Oh craze with the anime, and then you buy the cards. And then there was the Beyblades with the anime, and then you buy the tops. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about the Bakugan. I will say this. Beyblade is genius. Because it's obviously a dead fad, so it doesn't matter. But the reason why it's smart is because the toy in itself is destructive. So, like, if you have a Beyblade, okay, and, like, you know, your mom or dad buys you a Beyblade, well, that Beyblade is going to be hitting other kids' Beyblades, because that's how you use them. You, like, you battle them, basically. You just spin them, and they bash against each other. Which means they have a, you know, the plastic's not made of steel, it's made of plastic. And so that plastic's going to break. And you know what happens when the plastic breaks? Gotta get a new one. And I remember they weren't cheap. I remember they were like $30 for like a single Beyblade or something like that, at least up here. I don't know what they were in the States, but I do remember them not being like really cheap for toys, given the fact that they were a top.
She will take what she wants and leave nothing but corpses behind.
So yeah. Oh my god, the thrower damage. Thrower damage.
With their war leader slain and their field
headquarters Pogs, Pokemon. Maybe the Bakugan. Oh, where? Wait, hold on. Where do the Crazy Bones fit? I gotta figure this out. Beyblades as weapons. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to figure this out here. My 90s to mid 2000s fadography. New Beyblades? They make new ones? No way. You can't buy new ones. No. Oh, shit, they actually do. They do make new ones. I didn't know that. Well, looks like I gotta Google stuff before I say things. Think Crazy Bones? I don't know. Crazy Bones was trying to capitalize on the... It's a slightly different thing, because it wasn't meant to be like... It was meant... I think it was meant to be like Beanie Baby adjacent to capitalize on the whole like collecting fad, which is obviously pretty different. So I think that's kind of where you land there. Is that it hits a different like part of the brain in terms of like what the base is, the average user, end user. But I'm thirsty? Well, that's too bad. Don't drink the water. Oh yeah, we can go to 26 now, because that's good. Get out of party, and we're good. Shrim plays the niche DDO, also Shrim. They don't make new Beyblades. I'm not going to Google stuff before I say it. Are you kidding me? We've had this conversation. When I was like, man, do you remember those old Blendtec Will It Blend videos? I wish they made more of those. And a quick Google search or search on YouTube will confirm, yes, Blendtec still makes Will It Blend videos. And they're not great, but they still make them. It's on me for not knowing that, not on them. Well, I was just talking, and also I was talking about this the other day, but like, I don't know how, but I recommended a video from Tony Horton. Tony Horton is the creator of the P90X fitness program. A lot of you have probably heard the term P90X, especially if you're in like North America around my age, because it was just on the internet. It was a thing people were doing. Not that it's a good or a bad program, just a lot of people were doing it. Apparently it was very hard. I don't know. But you've likely heard of the program. Anyway, I got recommended one of his videos, but it was like 4 days old and had like 300 views. And I was like, what? And I went to his YouTube channel, and the guy uploads a video every 3 days like clockwork and gets like no views. Now, I don't get a lot of views because I'm a nameless loser. So no one knows who I am, and I play DDO. But I get like 5 times the views of this guy that sold a fitness program that's like known at least across America, which blows my mind.
The cavern ahead looks different.
And the videos are really well produced with like important guests and people that come on when they like do like these talks about fitness and other stuff. And I'm like, so obviously it's just like, I have to assume that it's probably coming directly off of like TV, where it's like a segment that these are like segments that are running on TV or on a network somewhere, and then because he owns the copyright to it, he's just uploading it to his YouTube channel. But some of them are like like more personal or improvisational, more vlog adjacent, and I'm like, I don't understand. And there's not me saying like, you know, this person is not successful, they should feel bad, something like that, but more so like, I guess it's just confusing. I don't know why I had an existential crisis because I got recommended a YouTube video by Tony Horton, but it is what it is.
Something seems wrong with the dryad in this
Life is complicated, okay?
Water must be poisoning its
Bit of fitness program, what would it be called? I had a fitness program. Oh, geez. What would I call it? I don't know. Probably just steal an idea straight from DDO without any forethought, like true reincarnation or some shit like that. Honestly, that would sell. People buy that. Strong Tom? Nah. Reincarnate your life with Shrimp Tom's Fitness Guide. 10 easy steps to becoming the strongest person you know and don't know. Strongest person this side of the Milky Way galaxy. Yeah, it's reincarnate your life, and then there's a picture of me holding like a heart of wood and, you know, in one hand and doing like a pull-up in the other hand, just freehanding it, but the heart of wood is actually just like a beating heart. Also, this is the future, so the covers are like animated on the DVDs that you buy. You're still buying DVDs, but the covers are animated, at least in my world. Yeah, you guys don't want to know what happens up here. Like something I've learned is it's just better if I don't examine my thought process and just kind of go with it sometimes. Let it ride. I think it'd be fun to write commercials. This is unrelated, but I think it'd be fun to, well, kind of related. It'd be fun to write commercials because I feel like sometimes with a commercial, the most effective ones are the ones that just like, they just like hit you in a weird way. Where you're like, it just goes in direction A, then direction B, then direction C, then direction G. Like a lot of these, like, I've seen so many like weird Japanese commercials where they just like go all over the place, and by the time you like you're done, you like hit the ground face down. You're like, what's happening?
A large green dragon has made this cavern his lair. That must be the source of the Yuan-Ti's
Looks
poison.
like you're
The great
not
beast
flagged.
looks at you and speaks.
Uh-oh, they're not flagged, so I'm able to join the next one.
You know you're testing my patience, small one.
Oh, so that instantly phased. I didn't even attack it. I was too busy typing. We have so much damage, this is crazy. We could do a higher Reaper mode if people wanted to get Reaper points, but I don't really care. Oh, I got a scale! I will say, if you see somebody with green dragon scale armor, like, bravo. That is very hard to get. It's very hard to get green dragon scale armor, because you gotta kill a lot of dragons. I don't know how to spell Shindelrin. That's the best you're going to get out of me. It's just like Poison Ivy. Yeah. Also, that was one of the times where DDO decided to use a different... one of the many times where DDO has a vastly different armor model for the male characters of Dungeons & Dragons Online and the female characters of Dungeons & Dragons Online, where they look extremely different. Where the green dragon scale on the male character models is like, you know, green dragon scale. It's basically like chainmail with scales depending on the type. Where the heavy, you can see like more plate adjacent things versus the medium and the light armor or the robes, where again it's like a you know, to the floor robe with green dragon scale, or it's this kind of like leather where there's patches of scales on the important bits. And then there's the female green dragon scale, which honestly, they should ask for a refund on their scales because, man, there's not a lot of scales on there. Not a lot of scales. And the vulnerable parts, they're very uncovered. It's very different. They definitely went with the, like, you know, the old D&D depictions of that. It does look good. I'm not saying it doesn't look cool. You know, it's just, it's the design choice, the style. Yeah. I hate that quest. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't look good. And that's the other thing, too, is, like, you can have armor that has a different style that is meant to, yeah, exactly. It's meant to be, like, more sexual in nature, in terms of, like, its presentation, or just generally more revealing. You can do that. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be allowed to do that. But, you know, there's, like, not so much like there's a time and a place. That's not the right word. It's not that uncommon for that type of thing to happen in video games, and especially fantasy video games. It's kind of a thing that happens semi-regularly in fantasy video games. So, like, that happens all the time. Which ones should you buy? I mean, I have... What do I have?
The chasm ahead drops deeper and deeper
Stay on here.
into the
I have the HD 5779.
falling into it, dominating the center of
So the answer is, sounds like you need another Sennheiser. Because they're good. Death Undone first.
the guardhouse ahead leads.
Yeah, I'll be sad when these die, but they haven't died yet, so I'm not sad. So I'm usually just like somebody who is a big fan of when people have the choice to see what their character is going to look like. Like, imagine you're somebody who wanted to play a female character, but you actually wanted your character to wear, like, content-appropriate green dragon scale. That's not really an option if you're not in with, like, the fantasy of the visual of the green dragon scale. So that's, or, like, the way it was depicted in-game, because you don't get that as an option. And so, like I said, that's usually where, you know, I feel like that's the general complaint. I don't think most people will be upset if they're given the option to dress appropriately however they want. It's like how in Final Fantasy XIV, the armor cosmetics, for the most part, look pretty much the same on men and women, so, or like the male and female character models. So if you have the male character model or the female character model where the armor is literally just like a bikini, well, guess what? You put that on the male character model and it does not look different. So, you know, get used to looking at that very cleanly shaved Elizin. I said, in terms of stuff like that, I think that end of the day, as long as you get to like play the character that you want, that's really what matters. Costs $1,400. It's time to buy. It's either that or rob a truck, I guess. I will say, like, I didn't own expensive headphones before, and then I got expensive headphones, and man, it's just so, the audio quality is crazy. Like, it's so different. It's like I'm hearing for the first time all of a sudden. Why am I picking locks, or like getting keys when I can just pick locks? Each their own. There's so many good armor skins, but at my age, acting a bit sassy is fun. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's also funny because, like, some people like get confused about the depiction of, like, the female form in games, where they'll be like, a lot of people are under the impression that, where it's like, oh, the concept of having scantily clad or, again, more sex-oriented depictions of women in video games is like necessarily a bad thing, and it's mostly about like choice. I know lots of people who are women, when given the option, will choose that type of character design for their characters because they find it to be more interesting, or like it's a fantasy game. Why not? Do whatever you want. So I definitely think some people misunderstand like the where a lot of it comes from. It's all about having the option to make the choices that you want to make.
relic dies.
The only dudes play ladies in DDO? Yeah, 100%.
How sins persist.
I mean, my last character that I was using for my main character was in fact a lady, because that was the character's name. The character was a lady. Now this character is Strim Tom. A big strong man. Like me. A big strong man. Who smokes cigars and takes care of the family.
Remaining undead crumble to dust as the ritual chamber burns.
Everyone was in, right? I was not paying attention at all. I was being a big, strong man. Rusted blades. Yeah. Any enhancement audio? It's reduced the sound quality. Yeah. Like I said. It's beautiful. This sound is so nice. Open my clerics. My ranger and casters, man, whatever. Oh yeah. Like I said, it's all about how the feel is. Yeah, you can join the other 93,000 people that are currently playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Become known as the City of Portals. It leads through the bars of this portcullis.
Like I said, it's all about like where you are. You know what I mean? Like you know what you exactly want out of it. What you want out of your character's fantasy. Sometimes I do. Actually, I will say this. As much as it's like comes to like live in the fantasy, I very, very rarely design my characters to be like gigantic and strong. Unless I have to, because that's like what the race is. Like in Guild Wars 2, I definitely didn't really realize how big the Char were in comparison to the other races. I thought they were just like kitty cat adjacent. I didn't realize they were also very big. And so that, and also I decided to play a Mesmer, and I really didn't like the animations of it, and it just didn't fit well with me. But yeah.
A testament to the martial discipline of the house.
Do I have any big characters in any video games? Well, I like Lugians in Asheron's Call 2. I don't know if that counts, but they are my favorite race to play as. So outside of them, are there any other games where I like the big characters? I like Warforged, which are pretty big.
Blade masters and
yeah, the half-elf glow up was pretty good.
Dine elbow to elbow in the halls of this martial house.
Lord of the Rings, I like playing dwarves for the most part.
The personal quarters of
because they have the best shouts. In ESO, I like playing Argonians, which they're pretty big. I'm gonna be honest. Argonians are usually pretty big, so that actually tracks.
Prized blades are ruined.
WoW.
That remains is to make the
if I'm Alliance, I like playing Worgans, which are the biggest race. And if I'm playing Horde, I like to play the or the Draenei, which are also the biggest race. You know what? Maybe I do like the big races. I thought I didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what I like. Apparently that's what I play a lot. I don't really like playing halflings, so this is all coming together.
Suddenly an angry voice booms from up above.
Yeah. I'm learning so much about myself as I'm having this conversation here. Play a Frost Giant if they gave me the option. I'm sure you'll be able to get, if you want to play it in Baldur's Gate 3, I'm sure probably somebody's going to make a half giant mod. And you'll, in like a year from now. Dude, why is he on the exact opposite side of the pillar? Fuck. Fucking asshole. I want to shoot him and generate stacks, but no, he has to go to the exact area in the entire quest I can't shoot him. Whee! Yeah. Unfortunate, I am not a dwarf in real life. I'm like 6 feet tall, which is very convenient. The only time being 6 feet tall is inconvenient is when you have to take a bus or a plane. If you're in a bus or on a plane, it sucks. Everywhere else, it's great. Yeah, I don't need to tell people to go to the last quest. They know. They know where to go. I don't need to tell them. Lots of head bumps? No, leg room. Always leg room. Be bald and have a beard. I'm much more picky with hairstyles for female characters. Yeah. Yeah, it's always the leg room. Like, if I was all torso and no legs, then I think that would be a little different, but I'm not. I got an even spread of legs and torso, so it's the leg room. Because your legs, they get cramped. Look, and I sit, like, against it, and then my knees are hitting the seat in front of me, so I have to like lift my legs up or sit off to the side. Ugh. I don't want to do that. For players so don't worry much, yeah. I mean, I know there's a base hair color, but I like the fact that tieflings get all the cool hair colors. Feet dangle. I'm so jealous of that. Oh my god. Leg room. It's because, like, you know how, like, on airplanes, there's usually that, like, footrest thing that, like, comes down so you can put your feet on it? Dude, I can't use that. I have to keep that up. But, like, imagine if I could just, like, sit and then rest my legs, and then they just, like, sit there. Oh, that'd be so nice. God.
You find
Right.
yourself in the
Oh,
Avathul
not doing
slave
that.
pens. Due to the illusion spell, you appear to be just one more harmless captive, waiting to be bound and forced into service.
Can you actually rest your legs? Yeah, I can't sleep in cars. I've never been able to do that. I can't. I try, but it just doesn't work for me. I'm not a sleeper. I'm very awake when I'm in cars. Gotta hate planes. There's never enough leg space. Yeah, 100%. Well, at least on the ferry, you can get out of the car. You can stretch your legs, assuming it's not like pouring rain or something. You can just like meander around the boat. At the very least. Again, there's not me saying that like it's a good situation, but at least it's not. It is not that bad. Like it's bad, but it's not as bad.
The slave pen yards lead down into the main slave quarters.
Although 18 hours on a boat sounds horrific.
Collared, obedient slaves in here.
Ever see to touch the pedals? Oh, that too, yeah.
The slaves in the sleeping
The tray to
quarters
rest
are
on.
unattended
Back
by
pain for
slave
weeks. Yep.
master or guard. Their collars
Ugh.
ensure absolute obedience.
Yeah, that's why I used to hate airplane travel, but I learned there's actually a solution to airplane travel that has saved me on so many occasions. Nintendo Switch. Yeah. Game changer. Absolute game changer. I just like get on the airplane, I'm like, this sucks, but then all of a sudden, doesn't matter. I'm playing Hollow Knight. Who cares? I'm having a good time. For people than tall older people more. That is correct. If you are taller, if you're above average, being above average height lowers your life expectancy by a sizable margin once you get past a certain point. So you start getting much lower life expectancy once you start reaching 6'4" and 6'5". And people that are over like 7 feet tall barely make it past like 50. I don't know how much is known about that, but yeah, it's interesting. But there's like an inverse correlation between like how tall you are and how long you live. Yeah, it's weird. I could Google it. There probably is research on this subject, but no idea. It's probably like a lot of things.
Large looms of spider silk, weaving fine garments.
Like it's probably not one individual thing. Like it's hard on the heart. It's probably like, well, you know, first there's issues with the heart, and then also, you know, bone issues, and maybe it's not because you're taller, the bones aren't as dense, so you have like bone marrow problems, or you're more prone to something else, or because you have more physical mass, you're more prone to cancers. Like I have no idea.
Slaves, get them!
Using your Switch has made travel easier. Yeah, like I said, the Nintendo Switch saves so much. It's $100 cheaper to drop me off in North Sydney, but if flight gets me to Toronto, taking a plane, 100%. Yeah. Do you guys get like real planes out of there, or do you have to get in those like crappy bus planes?
With Avathul's slaves in open revolt and their slave-making apparatus in shambles, the great house.
Like the last time I went out east, I went to Moncton. I took a flight, and it was like one of those bus planes. And if you don't know what I'm talking about like the planes where you get in and there's only one row of seating because it's like tiny, and you just get shoved in like a can of sardines, like it's a city bus. Because the flight was only like an hour and a half. Not like a big ass airplane. What's the classes? Today we are running 15 Ranger, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue. The 15 Ranger is for all the good Ranger stuff and also 4 favorite enemies. The 3 Paladin is for fear immunity, disease immunity, and a bunch of my charisma to saving throws. And 2 Rogue is because I had an extra level left over, and it also gives me access to Assassin for imbued dice. The portal opens, then demon web. Also level cap moves to 27 after portal opens. It is pretty high end because a lot of cross-Atlantic flights. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, true, because it's literally the most eastern point of Canada, so. Class when I travel? I get my stuff booked. Yeah. Yeah, I just always, because I guess I'm just still young and I don't care enough, I always go for like the literal cheapest flight I can get every single time. Which usually involves being like next to the bathroom or sitting next to hundreds of crying children. Which again, get the noise canceling headphones and oh man, cry your day away, child. See if I care. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. So last time I was in an airplane was beginning of the year last year. And there I was, sitting on the plane. And I went with my roommate and another one of my friends. And they had booked their, like, they had logged in to the service or whatever. Because you can, like, check in and get your seat. And I didn't do that until, like, we got to the airport. So what happens is I don't check in until I get to the airport, and then I get my seat. And I'm just seated some random place in the middle of nowhere. Just somewhere in the plane. Whatever. But they got to pick their seats, so they actually picked like more comfortable spots that were closer to the front, so they wouldn't have to wait as long to get off the plane or whatever. And one of them actually specifically picked the seat in the aisle with the emergency doors, which means in case of emergency, it is your job to reef the door open for everybody. But the other benefit is there's no one in front of you. It's an aisle, infinite legroom. Well, again, I just picked somewhere random, so I go sit somewhere in the middle of. Like, I was a middle seat near the back of the plane. And there was, like, the plane is boarding. And I'm, like, crammed in there. Someone on my left, someone on my right. A baby already started crying. And then, after a little while, flight attendant, before we've taken off, flight attendant comes all the way down the aisle and stops. And says, you know, excuse me. She says, yeah, is your name Sam? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, okay, so, just wanted to ask you, we actually have another passenger who needs to move from their seat, but you'd be able to come up and sit next to your girlfriend. Do you want to come and move your seat and sit next to your girlfriend? Now, it's important to note, I did not know who my girlfriend was or what was going on. And I said, yeah, that sounds good. So I got up. I don't know. I literally don't know who they're talking about. I did not have a girlfriend. And I found out that it was just one of my friends who I was traveling with. She was sitting next to a much older woman who realized that she doesn't have the strength to actually do the door. So she couldn't sit there. And so she wanted to trade. She, needed to find a new seat, and she needed somebody who'd be willing to trade with. And my friend, who was very kind, immediately goes, oh, yeah, well, my boyfriend's sitting on another seat back there. You should, go get him.
An inert large portal gateway. This is where the drow enter the Temple of Life.
Very, very good.
That sits high atop the
so now she got the seat, so she didn't have to worry about, needing the strength to have to, get up and, open the door in case of an emergency. And I'm a big, strong man, so I'd have no problem with that. And then I got all this legroom. Now, in theory, I also could have had that happen in the first place if I just checked in ahead of time and actually did my due diligence. But I didn't do any of that. And there were no negative consequences. And this is why I never prepare for anything, because things always work out. Welcome to my TED Talk. I'm Shrimp Tom. Yeah, that's me. Very Christian of you. I mean, I don't think I act like a Christian most of the time. I mean, obviously, yeah, this is, a Christian Minecraft server and all that, but, I don't know how trading seats with an old lady so she doesn't have to worry about rescuing people in a case of emergency is not very Christian, but regardless.
You'll need to take care of them before
I'll need the 411 on that one. And it again? Keep the blanket still? Regret that? You could keep the blanket? No way. Oh yeah. Comfort class. Yeah, like I said, I'm still at the point where I'm just going to take the cheapest ticket I can get. So, like, even if it's possible, I could get, like, a slightly nicer ticket. There's no way. I'm going to go with the cheapest one every time. 8 ways to Sunday, we're getting the cheapest ticket in the universe. Just put me down in the bottom with the luggage. Like, I don't care. Whatever, it's all good. I like not hitting this monster because I'm bad with the video game. Am I not attacking? Excuse me? Hello? Excuse me? Hello? What's happening? I had, like, my dire shot, and I kept not using it on the big pack of monsters, which was a little silly of me.
Now that you've found both magical components, Elminster can open the portal within the main chamber.
Be a Reaper. Not for long, though. See you later. Yeah. I'm going to be traveling soon. I will be meeting some of you in Boston, which I'm very excited about. I'm going to be going to Boston to go to PAX, so it'll be kind of cool. So I'm looking forward to that. Should be a good time. I'll be hanging around and doing things at the event. The hall. This should be a good time. I'm excited. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I haven't traveled to America since 2020. Because, like, the last time I was in the States was, like, January 2020, when, like, the first news reports of people getting sick with coronavirus were first coming out.
Now I will find the thread of the
Oh, how little we knew.
and deliver it to Lowe.
We have a good time. Oh, it's going to be awesome. I'm excited. We're going to be filming a bunch of video. I'll be doing a bunch of different things. Now, it's going to be weird because the last time I was there, I actually went to the SSG offices and I got to, like, see people and take special footage of different things. I got to do, like, little Q&As and stuff with them. I'm still, like, writing some scripts and stuff I want to do with some of the people. Do some in-person events. But yeah, it was a little different. Because I don't have like camera equipment or whatever, but it was just a little different for like actually doing the recording setup there, where you know, they had like an office. Well, they're all work from home. They all work remotely now, so I don't know if I want to like get up in people's shit and waste their time, which is going to be now a little bit more complicated. So I don't know. In the name of like entertainment, obviously, get up in people's faces and waste their time. The name of good entertainment. Ah, she moved.
Mother of spiders, send me your children to
Where's she going?
cleanse your temple.
Oh, oh my God! Just one-shotting everything. Oh my God! Again, it's like you just get so much power every time you level up on this character because you get so much more range power per level. So satisfying.
Dark Mother, send forth your demonic minions to slay your enemies.
Gonna be honest, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm having so much fun playing this ranged build. I kind of want to try another ranged character after this.
Lord, I beseech you, help me defeat your foes. Did I not bring you the thread of
the weave? God. Ranged character fun. Crazy. This is a good time, dude.
Your servant begs you.
Okay, this is where we key to Evening Star, and I have to use the bathroom. Demon Web. Next. Actually, I'm gonna go get the shortcut, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Paladin. I got 3 levels of Paladin. 3 levels of Paladin gives me access to Exalted Shot, which is an AoE I used tons while leveling, because it's just a AoE cleave, which is fantastic now. It also grants me access to Slayer of Evil, which is a light damage imbue and scales with range power. In Heroics, you don't really get any range power, so Arcane Archer imbues end up being better overall because of the amount of additional damage you get to add onto each attack that you use through spell power, which is very easy to get, because you literally just slap on like a spell power item, and you're good to go. So for the most part, I was using like some of the Feywild rings, stuff like that, bouncing around with different spell powers. However, in Epics, like right now, my standing around range power is 100, and that, when I have full stacks of, what do you call it?
Out of this hellhole.
Archer's focus is 125, which brings you to a total of 220 something. Yeah, 225. Basically 225, 228. With 228 range power, that's almost as if I had 450 spell power, which I wouldn't have right now. So it actually scales the damage even harder. And the benefit of that is it also grants me light damage, which is basically non-resistible, whereas all the elements would be, which is very convenient. So it's a cool combo. And to be able to use this, it has to be while using a favorite weapon, but fortunately for me, Longbow is the favorite weapon of the Silver Flame, so it works really well. Also, Lopno, thanks for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Hope your day is going good. So, yeah. Give me a sec. I think it's a 1 in 4, not a 1 in 3. I thought it was a 1 in 4. 1 in 3. Nothing. Give me a sec.
Hey Strim, Brian here. You're still here? Go home.
I can't reset.
That's a good point.
And yeah, I'm still here. What? I guess we're not fishing? It was just getting bridge. Yeah, I was getting bridge for convenience sake. Just for convenience sake. Because then it means, like, everyone can just stand outside. You don't have to worry about your pots running down or whatever. And then once I've got it, then you're all set. Because once I get the bridge, I'm going to use the water. Okay, done. And
Back into my web so soon, mortals.
yeah, you also... I don't get access to Silver Flame Exorcism. Although, technically, I could. Okay, good. All done. Yeah, you reset it for this bridge. The reason why you want this bridge is because this just takes you to the first dungeon.
How foolish they were to think that the
Oh man, I
spinner
gotta
of
use the bathroom.
shadows
Holy
would work
macaroni.
alongside them. True power is gained by snatching it
I've just
from
been
the
sitting here for way too long. I was admittedly originally planning on ending the stream around 10 o'clock, and I didn't because I just wanted to keep going.
of life. I will extend a courtesy to you once you are dead.
Alright.
I will place your remains
Alright, use the
on a
washroom.
fragment of
Bring the quest. I'll be right back. Oh my god.
Once the demon web consumes it.
A huge, bestial form looms in the distance. It seems the Demon Lord Grulamith has come to welcome you personally.
I am back. That was a much needed bathroom break. You feel the excitement in the air? Oh, good. That's good, I think. What's up, Float? How you doing? Have you played Bow Ranger or Bow AoE yet? BoE? Because I gotta tell you what, I'm playing Bow AoE right now, and it feels pretty good. I gotta say, it feels pretty good. Have you tried AoE Dire Charge in the form of Dire Shot? It is a feeling I did not know I could feel in modern DDO. It is so satisfying. You press Dire Shot and everything gets knocked down, and it's like, oh. Oh yeah, it's so good. Akira Toriyama? Why does that name sound familiar? Lum's Thrower, Dragon Ball. Wait, where was the guy that made Dragon Ball? Oh shit. That's crazy. Oh man. Isn't there like a new TV show coming out too? He was 69? Damn, what a time to go. Shit, that sucks. I mean, I didn't know the guy, but that's crazy. Extra hours? I'm having fun, so I don't want to turn the game off. Sometimes that'll happen when streaming, where like I'm having a lot of fun and I don't want to turn the game off. That's the thing about that goes when it comes to any video game. It's like the ebb and flow. For me, I'm just enjoying DDO so much. It's too good. It's literally too good. Is it blurry? Yeah. Damn, that sucks. Because I remember they had like a new cartoon coming out and everything. It's more fun to play? Yeah. It has way more fun to play. There's so much more fun stuff going on. Like, I know there was obviously last week where it was kind of annoying that there was like the giant bug that made it so the game was like, you know, unplayable. I also experienced that. I didn't play it because I had the stomach flu, but if it wasn't just for this, it wasn't just the stomach flu. That also would have been a big reason why I didn't play it.
The Drider Guardian.
And so, yeah, that was, damn. Is everybody to join the stream guild? I don't have a stream guild. So the answer is, I do a stream guild during Hardcore League. So when Hardcore is active, I run a guild. Outside of Hardcore, I'm just a part of my guild on Ark and Nessa. And they're just people that I've been friends with for a whole bunch of years. So I don't have like a guild for the stream. The main reason I don't do that is because that's a colossal amount of work. It's just huge. Huge. Argo mentioned. Argonison mentioned in my video game? Yeah. I missed a lot of the stuff and I'm feeling better and ready to kick all the kobolds. Oh, nice. Yeah, I had my mental health stuff in January. And I'm doing pretty good. I did a lot of, you know, cycles of despair, swirl in the drain, the whole 9 yards. And it's actually funny. I just recently found out that another friend of mine is like in an endless pit of despair from which they cannot escape. And so I literally just sent him a message and I was like, hey, I hear you're like in an endless pit of despair from which you feel like you can't escape. I'm an expert at that. Do you want to chat? So we're going to hang out. So I can help him escape. We all escape together. I mean, Gillar, I need those ship buffs. Oh yeah, there you go. Float's got you. Float's the guy. Float's the one with the plan. Also, hydrate, good call. I did just get some water. You might think that because I'm going slow that I'm not contributing, but I actually completed this optional for the group. I finished the 5 jewels and I killed Choaz. So, I mean, that's basically 10,000 XP for the whole party, which is basically the whole reason we came in here was XP, so... Oh god. Also, for those of you that don't know, if you are blocking, you're basically immune to many, many status effects, any rider effects that monsters apply to you. So, like, as an example, if a monster attacks you, like a drow, and attempts to poison you with the drow poison, if you're blocking, you can't be affected by the drow poison. The game doesn't tell you this anywhere, but it's one of the reasons why block is very good, especially for tanks. Because if you've ever wondered how tanks avoid that drow poison, it's not because they're poison immune. I mean, some of them are, but it's mostly because you just hold down block and it doesn't affect you. And same thing with like the Driders. When they try to knock you down, just hold down block and they can't knock you down. Just say no, Mr. Drider or Mrs. Drider. Actually, it's Mr. Drider because the males can turn into Driders. I refuse to be knocked down. And then that's it. Block COVID? No, unfortunately not. I mean, you can if you get the shots. Apparently, I heard about this the other day. Apparently, there's some dude that got like 100 shots. He got one like every 3 days. By like faking ID and stuff. And they got like hella shots. And just went in like every 3 days and got a new one. He's got like all the records and stuff. What a machine. Visual mental toughness. Mental toughness preferable to barb, sock. Dark past life feats. I don't ever recommend taking barbarian past life. And toughness is very good on tanks. Toughness is quite a good feat. The reason is because toughness is required to get access to epic toughness, which gives 50 hit points. So you want to be able to take that. And in a lot of builds, having extra hit points is really nice if you don't know what else to do. So, for example, on a lot of tank builds, you're going to see like 4, 5, 6 sets of the feat toughness, which is pretty good. It was a 200 plus? That's crazy. Played, finally able to catch a stream. Nice. Yeah, I'm streaming this late because bow build fun. I'm probably going to be streaming this late, if not later on Friday as well. Because I'm having a lot of fun playing bow. That's it. Like, this shit's awesome. Go make a bow character. Don't think about it. What's that? You got to pay your taxes right now? Don't do it. I'm sorry to hear you got sick. That sucks. Yeah, I got coronavirus in 2021. Or was it 2022? Oh, shit.
When Eberron falls, I will consume yet another world.
I think it was...
I must have more.
It wasn't last year, which was 2023. It was 2022. I got coronavirus in 2022. And... what? There's a detour here. And yeah, that took me out for like a week. More than that. And then I got the long COVID. So I was like fuzzy for... I think honestly I still am fuzzy from that. I don't think I've ever fully recovered from that. And then I got pericarditis, which is a heart condition. And I got that from long COVID, which is very cool. So it just sticks, you know? It's like poetry. And it rhymes. Farming the mob type? No. It's Lithuania. Oh god. The Lithuanian bus stop. Yeah, I learned from using GeoGuessr that I'm very bad at GeoGuessr. And I don't know anything about the world. Like heart inflammation? Kind of. It's around the outside of the heart. Yeah. It's a swelling of the pericardium, which is the lining around, or the space that is surrounding the heart. So it feels very bad. Like you have a lot of bad things going on inside of you. So like it feels just like a heart condition and like heart failure, but it is not nearly as serious because it is not the heart that is the problem. It's the lining around the heart. It can still cause like complications. If not treated, or like not if not treated, it can still cause. It has the chance to cause complications, but for the most part, it's a relatively benign problem. I just didn't realize what it was, and so you treat it just with some anti-inflammatories, and it will go away on its own. Although it is generally a recurring condition, and then depending on the severity of how often it's recurring and how much the symptoms interfere with my day-to-day, will then determine what the next course of action. But so far, I've only had one bout of this problem, and it hasn't recurred since. Yes, the fluid sec. 2050, then 2000, yeah. Well, the thing is, we're closer to Y3K than Y2K, which is the crazy one. So around the heart? No. It was a sharp pain, yeah. Like in the moment it was a sharp pain when it was happening, yeah. It's because like I'm not a doctor, so I don't know anything about this stuff. Like, you know, I can watch some YouTube videos, and I did biochemistry in school, but that is not the same thing. And so I was like, heart feel bad, that bad. And then I went to the hospital, and they were like, yeah, your heart's actually very healthy and strong. It's this is the actual condition is pericardium. What was it? They did X-ray. It was an X-ray, CT. What was the other one? Ultrasound and blood tests.
You feel the third and final sign has been undone. The barrier, the Yugoloth, waits for you by the planar door. The Yugoloth agent calls into the first planar door.
Yeah, it's crazy. So for those of you that don't know, so Y2K was a thing that there's actually a good chance there's people in the audience that don't know what that is. It was a situation that happened approaching the year 2000 where before the year 2000, to save space, a lot of computer programmers would use the dates 99 to reference, or like 2 digits to reference the year. So instead of writing 1990, they would write 90 in the code, because saving 2 digits was not an insignificant amount of space. As they got closer to the year 2000, a lot of programs would end up rolling over to 0, which is a bit of a problem because that was the highest number. And so there was a lot of money invested in fixing this problem, which was known as Y2K. Now, Y2K came and went without like a huge bang, and so a lot of people thought that Y2K wasn't a big deal. And you can even like see it sentiment around like the news at the time where people were like, yeah, Y2K, whatever thing happened. But it actually was a huge deal and cost like, I think the estimated cost is over $100 billion spent worldwide to solve this problem, with programmers working day and night to like stop the world from falling apart. And there were also, like, fortunately, and there were some problem areas, but for the most part, it was relatively well kept. However, what people don't realize is that was like, there's a ton of work that was put in to fix this problem, which kicked the can down the road to 2038, when the same problem is happening again. So in the year 2038, which is now 14 years away, we will have another Y2K-like event. Except it's 100 times worse, because basically time counts upwards, usually in increments of seconds. And those seconds continue to count upwards, and in 2038, the number of seconds that will be reached will be the amount that is totaled by an I believe it's an unsigned integer, which is actually the same, I believe the same as the currency cap in DDO. And that's a problem, because when that happens, anything that uses any type of clock that is using this type of integer, which, by the way, is almost every single world government around the entire world as their computer-based system, that's a bit of a problem. So yeah, anyway, to my knowledge, it's even more disastrous and even more expensive, but yeah. So 2038. 2038, dude. It's going to be a good time. Unix overflow? Yeah, something like that. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the size of the because they're all based off an unsigned integer or something like that. Yeah, so it's just coming, man. It's just coming. Is that problem gonna get addressed? I don't know. Whoops! I just dire charged up there, which was not the best move, but maybe it was the best move because oh my god, look at the damage, dude. I'm AoE god. Just for 38 more years. True.
Depth of the abyss gapes between this ledge and the next.
Yeah, but apparently it's a significantly more difficult technical challenge because there's way more infrastructure built on top now.
A magical barrier suddenly appears, blocking access to the rift. A voice comes from
because there's been a lot more data created since 2000 and a lot of more systems created since the year 2000 to now than before the year 2000 because of the quantity of computers and stuff. Eternal Flask from normal one-use variant to level 20 instead? Oh, that's bad. Are you, just double checking, are you sure that you don't have, that wasn't like you got a level 20 version from like a daily dice roll? Because those do come out of the daily dice rolls.
You notice that the barrier to the rift is gone. Now is your chance.
Yeah, somebody will solve it.
Some of your life force fuses into the rift. It grows stiller and more solid. Still, it is far from stable.
A while ago? Interesting. That's crazy. I've never seen that happen. I don't even know how that would happen. Did mine do that? Oh, mine are still here. Weird. I would definitely submit a ticket for that one if that's what happened. That's crazy. I didn't even know that would be possible. I've never heard of that happen. That's crazy.
That your best?
He jeers.
I've seen more ferocity.
The barrier has gone down again.
Like, so far, the bugs in this patch that I've seen is the, what was that quest called? Grand Theft Orion? Oh, no one clicked the thing! There was 3 of you chilling there. Gotta do everything myself. It's okay, kids. Stram will take care of it. You guys just sit down. Don't worry.
Is that your best?
He jeers.
I've seen more ferocity.
The barrier has gone down again.
Battle beetles in the Feywild?
Won't stay down for long.
You farming Feywild, son? Oh, there's an invisible wall here. I forgot about how there's invisible walls all over the place in this quest. Well, you know, I can't shoot that. I'll just stay here. It's fine. I don't even care.
Don't rest.
He barks.
Stupid invisible walls. Because you can shoot down the line here, but you can't shoot off of this, like in the in-between area. Yeah, that's crazy. Brain is not really. Ever seen a brain? True, I've never seen a brain. Is it a dead bug? Hell yeah. Gotta give him some freedom. 50k remnants? There's only 2 flasks. Isn't there 2 flasks? Should only be 20k remnants. Is there more flasks that I don't know of? Did they add more flasks? What are the... Oh, yeah, because there's the displacement flask and the haste flask. I forgot about that. Yeah, they're 10k. Yeah, but the haste flask and the displacement flask, I would never buy those. Please don't buy those. They don't last long enough. Do DDO dev will make new ranger weapon like Hammer's Throw. So the problem is, basically they would just need to make an enhancement tree that uses that. I don't know if they ever would, but that's pretty much the only thing that's stopping them from, or make an enhancement tree or archetype that just uses it. Quick, ignore Neurosouth. Okay. Adrian, can you ban Lou and Fairy from the Discord? They're making an abomination of a build right now. It'd be best if you shut it down ASAP. Yeah, I'll put that on my to-do list. And then I'll see if I can get to it by, like, next quarter.
You can just make out a grin on the Dragloth's hideous... The grin turns to fury.
Yeah, usually when people say, hey, I have a bad idea, I listen.
Healing the rift.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of want them to Knights training every weapon in the game. Please. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. Give it a returning throwing hammer lightning build thing.
The rift has been stabilized.
Very clever.
Growls the Dragloth.
Fixing the rift like that.
Look, the human race has the capacity for infinite creativity and self-destruction. So why wouldn't I just, like, appreciate what people have done? You know what I mean? There's an invisible guy shooting spells at people.
Loth's defenses have been weakened.
That's still here. I just don't know where.
Eberron is safe.
Or it's dead. I didn't see it die. I saw the spell. Oh well. Oh, look at the combinations of war wizards. Let's go. I can't use the key again. Oh, 25. I can't believe I'm level 25 already. The XP here is bananas. It's crazy. Yeah, and there's a saga. Yeah, 25. Like, not that I was, like, thinking that I would not get 25 today. I definitely did not think I would hit level 25 today. But more importantly, I didn't think I would get as much XP. But you really underestimate how much XP you get with the buddy bonus plus that. Go. Get it up tomorrow. And I got double sagas. We got the E-Star Saga, and we also got Gisela over here. You talk to Gisela, and you say, hey, Gisela, give me XP, and Gisela's like, yeah, no problem. You get the XP, plus 15% for VIP, 137,999. Not too shabby. Does your performance feel? Honestly, not bad. I've only complained, like, twice, where I've yelled close to the top of my lungs at the screen where my arrows weren't hitting monsters. Which, honestly, is such an upgrade over how it normally is. Yeah. Also, if you haven't tried it yet, ranged dire charge is so fun. You press a button, and then you hear an explosion, and then everything gets knocked down. Oh, yeah. Double shot. We're at 79 double shot. We need more. I always need more. Am I taking Watchful Eye so I get extra double shot? Like, probably. I want the stun too. Yeah. Dire Shot's an AoE. It's an AoE attack. So I currently AoE trip people, and then I'm going to get the AoE stun later. Direct shot of drugs into my veins. I mean, it's a little aggressive, but yeah, basically. That is kind of what it is. Dire Shot. What do we do? What do we do? I can't make a decision. Well, you know what that means. Leave that decision for tomorrow. Hey, guys. My name is StreamTom, and I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. So I'm going to take a bit of a break. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope you had a good time. If you like what you saw, I don't know, keep watching. Don't. Do whatever you want. But do make sure you eat. It's good for you. Drink some water. It's good for you. And play bow. It feels awesome. Tomorrow's stream, we're going to be hitting cap on bow. And then I'm going to be getting started on Dragon Lord, capitalizing on the fact that, well, you know, there's XP to get right now. So I'll be doing some Dragon Lord action tomorrow for sure. After that, tonight, I have a lot of things to do. And one of those things is writing up several character builds where I'm going to be publishing all of them overnight. Which is the Dragon Lord that I'm going to be playing, the free-to-play Dragon Lord, as well as another Dragon Lord I'm going to be playing in the future, and I will be posting both ranged characters as well. So all of that's going to go up tonight, so it'll just be on the forums, and then the videos will come later. People have been asking me for these builds, and, you know, it's been a week, and I feel bad that I was sick, so I'm just going to write them out and get them out there, so it should be good. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a good time. If you don't have a good time, that's it. Do well. Sleep well. Eat well. Eat more. Oh, God, why am I yawning? Oh, is it because I haven't eaten since breakfast? Probably. Oh, I'm so healthy. Oh, God damn it. I'm so healthy. Oh.